The territory of the western region of Emperor Xia's realm was vast, populated with many enchanted islands and temples of cultivation for saints. The Holy Mother of the West, who was respectfully referred to as the Holy Mother, indicated the prowess of her cultivation. She ranked first among all the saints in the western region with no one close behind. Whether it was cultivation or appearance, she reigned over all of the outstanding figures in the western region. Yaotai Enchanted Island was the temple of cultivation for the Holy Mother of the West. This enchanted island was surrounded by numerous other enchanted islands. There were countless goddesses and beauties who all regarded Yaotai Enchanted Island as a holy land. Anyone who possessed outstanding talent would come to Yaotai Enchanted Island, hoping that they would one day become a member of Yaotai Enchanted Island. But the selection of disciples at Yaotai Enchanted Island was extremely stringent. Most people were destined to hope in vain. Naturally, the Yaotai Divine Palace was not the only principality of Yaotai Enchanted Island. There were countless cultivators on the island. It was one of the most prosperous areas in the western region. On Yaotai Enchanted Island, countless people were discussing the same thing, the Yaotai Divine Feast. The last time the Yaotai Divine Feast had been held by Yaotai Divine Palace. It was when the Holy Mother of the West had formally taken over the position of Palace Lord of Yaotai Divine Palace, and it had been decades since then. From this, one could assume that the Yaotai Divine Feast always coincided with the occurrence of major events. But this time, people on Yaotai Enchanted Island thought that the most likely reason for the feast was that she wanted to choose a path companion. Therefore, all the renowned figures from all walks of life had arrived. Even those who did not receive an invitation were in attendance at Yaotai Enchanted Island. If Goddess she wants to choose a companion, who is the most likely candidate? People were talking about it all over the island. Who knows? There are so many impressive figures in Emperor Xia's realm, but Yaotai Enchanted Island is located in the western region. It is some distance away from the center of Emperor Xia's realm. It is said that those who are the closest have the best chance. The young master of Shura Palace seemed to have been pursuing Goddess Shi, whether it was talent or family name. He is outstanding, so his odds are good. Many people nodded in agreement. Shura Palace was a powerful demonic clan of the western region, and its strength was truly impressive. Furthermore, Shura Palace also had people at Emperor Xia's. Among the 8 sacred generals, Sacred General Shura, who was the most skilled at offense, was from Shura Palace and enjoyed a great reputation. The reigning Palace Lord of Shura Palace and Sacred General Shura were brothers. He the elder brother. However, it was believed that it was Sacred General Shura whose cultivation was a level higher. The young master of Shura Palace was the son of the Palace Lord of Shura Palace, and he had a close relationship with Sacred General Shura, so his status was considered very prominent. Although the young master of Shura Palace has excellent talents and comes from an impressive family, ultimately, he cultivates in the way of demonic method, and his temperament is cold and cruel. Goddess she is as gentle as the water, so she does not necessarily like that kind of man. Someone else added, I am in favor of the romantic man from Hundred Flowers Valley. He is considered to be the most legendary person in the western region in recent years. Many people remembered this person when they heard this. Hundred Flowers Valley was a force composed of goddesses, but a few decades ago, the Palace Lord of Hundred Flowers Valley had found an orphan and raised him in Hundred Flowers Valley. As a result, he became the only man among the many hundreds of female cultivators there. He was handsome beyond words, his looks even hinting of feminine beauty. His talents were excellent and he was said to have the most perfect character. It was said that he had already arrived at Yaotai Enchanted Island and would be attending the Yaotai Divine Feast. Don't just focus on the cultivators from the Western Region Temple. In the central area of Emperor Xia's realm, there are many noteworthy characters. In the Juqian Temple alone, there are countless proud talents, not to mention the many descendants of Master of Juqian Temple. Any one of them would be extraordinary. There is also the Shenyuan clan, the descendants of Ren Huang, and the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven and Wang Chuan, whose presence is yet to be determined. What's more, don't forget about the most prestigious person in this generation, a cultivator who could slay the saints as a sage. It was rumored that goddess Xianxia knew him and that their relationship was not insubstantial. He was also invited this time. If he comes, I am afraid that those many excellent figures in the Western region will be overshadowed. Don't just build up other people. Is this Yi Futian really that powerful? Someone asked curiously. After all, they had only heard of him and not seen him with their own eyes. This new rising star, since the battle with the Shao clan, was well known in Emperor Xia's realm. Many others had learned of his name. He was able to defeat Shao Shang while in Sage Plain and force his death. How can that be false? Someone asked. Shao Shang was not a frivolous character either. Before he became a saint, he was one of the few people in Emperor Xia's realm below the Saint Plane who enjoyed great reputation and recognition as Queen Zhao's nephew. Even so, he was crushed by Yi Futian and was forced to die by his hand. You can imagine what kind of person Yi Futian is. However, many people thought that Yi Futian's endgame would be the little princess. The upper world was vast and endless, but as long as Emperor Xia's palace was involved, it would be a major event. The little princess Xia Qingyuan was an unusual character. Unless they were truly peerless, people rarely struck her fancy. But as her relationship with Yi Futian was a close one, and because Yi Futian had been the only person who could walk shoulder to shoulder with the little princess in all these years, it had caused many to speculate. His Royal Highness, the fifth prince, has arrived. At that moment, a voice was heard in the distance. Many people were stunned. Someone asked, "What was that you said?" "From the imperial palace, the fifth prince has come down to Yaotai Enchanted Island," the man said, looking at the space below. Many people trembled in their hearts. Within moments, the news caused great waves of excitement. Had the prince come in person from Emperor Xia's palace? Emperor Xia had 6 children, and the little princess was his youngest child and only daughter. The other 5 were all a lot older than the little princess. The 5 princes were all in the Saint Plane. Now the prince had arrived in person to attend the Yaotai Divine Feast. What would happen? If His Royal Highness the 5th Prince had an idea, and if Yaotai Divine Palace wanted to choose a path companion for Yao Shi, then the prince would undoubtedly be the most promising choice. If she married a prince, she could enter the palace and get to the heart of Emperor Xia's realm. However, some others also thought that Yao Shi, as the reigning virgin, would be the future heiress of Yaotai Divine Palace. If she married a prince, she would have to enter the palace and Yaotai Divine Palace would lose Yao Shi. The Yaotai Divine Feast seemed to be getting more interesting by the second. Every prominent figure from all corners of Emperor Xia's realm arrived at Yaotai Divine Palace. The Divine Palace was divided into enchanted islands which were interconnected into a whole. Looking down from the void, they were extremely beautiful. Visitors from many places were put on different enchanted islands. A mighty procession descended. The head of the group was extremely distinguished, clad in a brilliant robe. From Yaotai Enchanted Island, figures flashed and many goddesses personally came to greet the newcomers. All bowed and said, "Greetings to your Royal Highness. No need for formalities, goddesses. I came at my father, the Emperor's, behest to attend the Yaotai Divine Feast, and am just one of many guests. There is no need for the goddesses to pay so much attention." The 5th prince possessed an extraordinary temper, but his voice sounded gentle and polite like a spring breeze. "Your Royal Highness, please go to the Divine Palace to rest," said the goddess in the lead. The 5th prince nodded slightly, and then followed the goddess to the Divine Palace on the Enchanted Island. He looked around at his surroundings. This place was indeed a spiritual treasure for cultivation. Shortly after the 5th prince entered Yaotai Divine Palace, it caused quite a wave of excitement on the islands. Those who had already arrived from principalities such as Jiutian Temple, Shenyuan Palace, Qin Palace, Tianji Pavilion, and Lihan Heaven had all heard the news. Many people tried to figure out where the 5th prince had settled so that they could visit him later. After all, he was the descendant of Emperor Xia. Respect must be paid. There was an enchanted island nestled near the Divine Palace where there were many beautiful pavilions and lofty structures. Between the pavilions, there were many lush and ancient trees. The scenery was incredibly ethereal. A group of people sat in a pavilion under a century-old tree, chatting casually. One of them had a head of white hair and a handsome visage. It was Yi Futian. He had been there for a while and had been welcomed to rest on this enchanted island. The Yaotai Divine Feast would be held the next day. On the way over, Yi Futian had heard many people mention that the reason for the Yaotai Divine Feast was to select a path companion for Yao Shi, which made Yi Futian speechless. Although Yao Shi was a perfect woman, he had no fantasies about her and was unclear as to the reason why Yao Shi had deliberately invited him to come. The two hadn't had much contact at all. He could not believe that Yao Shi might have feelings for him. When one reached their age and spiritual state, it was not easy to foster romantic feelings like it was for young adolescents. As mentally stable as they were, it was not very easy for them to move their true emotions, unless it was to choose the right person, rather than on emotional preferences. Then it was more likely. Qin Zhuang came over and said to Yi Futian, "The fifth prince of Emperor Xia's palace has arrived at the Yaotai Divine Palace." Yi Futian heard Qin Zhuang's words with a touch of surprise. Although he knew that Emperor Xia had 5 sons besides Xia Qingyuan, he had never been in contact with them. After all, Emperor Xia's palace was immense and there had been no opportunity for their paths to cross. What puzzled him was, why had His Royal Highness come? Did he prefer Yao Shi's beauty? If it was simply a matter of appearances, Yao Shi was indeed one of the most beautiful women in Emperor Xia's realm. In the upper world, of all the women he had seen, only Queen Xiao could surpass Yao Shi. As for Xia Qingyuan, who he had never seen dressed as a woman, it was difficult for him to judge. "Let's go and pay him a visit," Yi Futian said as he stood up. Even though they'd had no interactions before, when they ended up in the same place, a visit was still expected. Qin Zhuang nodded. As the group got up and prepared to leave, a voice was heard, saying, "Master Yi." The speaker was a peerless beauty. Yao Shi was wearing a long dress today that enhanced her sexy figure to its fullest. Her face revealed a gentle yet charming smile. Master Ye's temperament seemed to have become even more delightful. Since you entered the Saint Plane, you have become even more handsome and extraordinary. Yao Shi's voice was as gentle as the water, and he was moved by her every smile and sound. This was a woman who could satisfy anyone's fantasies without any faults. "The goddess flatters me," Yi Futian said. He saw that Yao Shi's temperament had also changed slightly. The feeling of being nearly immortal was even stronger, just like a figure in a painting. It made Yi Futian faintly feel that Yao Shi might be just inches away from the divine path. Was the Yaotai Divine Feast being held because Yao Shi was about to enter the Saint Plane? "We haven't seen each other for some time. Master Yi seems to be estranged again." Yao Shi swept a playful side glance at Yi Futian, so charming in her every movement that it could make a man drunk with feelings. Futian smiled and shook his head. "Yao Shi, I heard that His Royal Highness is here, and we were just about to go and visit. Why don't we go together? His Royal Highness has other people to receive him. How come I have just arrived and Master Yi already can't wait to chase me away?" Yao Shi said, joking. Yi Futian still didn't know how to respond. "This is Yaotai Divine Palace. How could I drive you away?" Yi Futian laughed and said, "I am afraid that I would be blown out of the enchanted islands. Who would dare to blast Master Yi out of the island? I would certainly not let them get away easily." Yao Shi smiled softly. "I heard Master Yi had not planned on coming, and that you finally acquiesced only after being informed that Yao Shi had insisted on your presence. I have just entered the realm of the divine path, and my realm is still unstable. Naturally, I needed to cultivate more." "I beg your pardon," Yi Futian responded. "The instability of the realm refers to the destruction of the saint?" Yao Shi went directly to the heart of the matter. "It was in the realm of the sage that you defeated Xiao Shang of the Saint Plane, and Master Ye's cultivation was quite stable then. It is clear that you did not want to come. Pity. I had always hoped to see Master Yi again." Yi Futian smiled helplessly. "Yao Shi, you are going to make me run away with the way you talk." Casual chatting was impossible. Yao Shi laughed softly. She brushed the hair away from her forehead, appearing even more charming and enticing. She looked at Yi Futian and said, Then I won't tease Master Yi. I'll just sit here and we can talk. Of course. Yi Futian nodded. The black-winged condor sat watching next to them, his eyes wide. He looked at Yi Futian, then looked at Yao Shi. It was as if no one else was around. Yi Futian and Yao Shi were chatting on their enchanted island. Meanwhile, another island was also quite lively. Naturally, it was the enchanted island where the fifth prince, Xiaoluan, was located. By this time, a banquet was already set up for everyone to sit and chat to their heart's content. Well-known characters from all walks of life had come. Folks from Shenyuan Palace, Zhoutian Temple, Tianji Pavilion, Qin Palace, Shura Palace, and many other geniuses and disciples from other places had all come to visit. No matter how outstanding one was, Emperor Xia's realm was ultimately ruled by Emperor Xia. All the top forces were under the jurisdiction of the emperor, so when the prince arrived, etiquette dictated that visits must be paid to show respect. In addition, as the host, Yaotai Divine Palace had also sent their person as a representative, a goddess known as Yunshang whose cultivation was of the Saint Plane. She was highly recognized in Yaotai Divine Palace. Although her beauty was no comparison to Yao Shi, she was quite stunning. However, the person that everyone wanted to see was Yao Shi. After all the rumors that came from Yaotai Divine Palace were about Yao Shi. I haven't come out for quite some time. Today, I got to meet a lot of influential characters from Emperor Xia's realm, which is a great blessing. Bottoms up. The fifth prince, Xiaoluan, raised his glass with a smile. His gentle manner was greatly magnetic. Everyone raised a glass and drank up together. After putting down the glasses, someone laughed and said, "Most of the known characters in Emperor Xia's realm only have titles bestowed by others. It's just that your Royal Highness and the princess never come out to visit. Otherwise, there would be no place for the likes of us." This statement was rather self-deprecating, but no one really felt that it was inappropriate. After all, the status of the other was clear. This kind of humility could be regarded as acting out of politeness, not something to be taken too seriously. Not so. Xiaoluan smiled and shook his head. Being the characters of renown in Emperor Xia's realm, you have reasons to be proud. Take the disciple of the swordmaster of Lihen, Wang Chuan, whose defeat led to his sainthood. How legendary! Or take Yi Futian, for example, who defeated a saint as a sage. That was something I could never have done. Many of you have already stepped into the Saint Plane and have caused some sensations in our world. All your fame came from your talents and strength. It cannot be considered vanity. Wang Chuan didn't come this time, but I heard that Yi Futian has already arrived. I very much want to see this unparalleled figure. When is he coming over? A young man who exuded a coolness asked. This person sat not far from Xiaoluan, his eyes narrow and long, giving him a feminine look. His body exuded a faint sharpness. This young man was the young master of Shura Palace, Chu Shi. Having said that, his attention turned toward Goddess Yunshang and he asked, "Goddess, why haven't we seen Yao Shi?" Goddess Yunshang smiled gently and responded calmly. Sister Yao Shi had gone to visit Master Yi. They were previously acquainted, so when she heard that Master Yi had arrived, she went directly to visit. "We beg the forgiveness of your Royal Highness." Upon hearing Goddess Yunshang's reply, everyone revealed a strange look. Yao Shi had gone to visit Yi Futian? Rumors from the outside said that Yaotai Divine Feast was being held for matters related to a path companion for Yao Shi. What was the meaning of her visiting Yi Futian? Did it mean that Yao Shi's heart had already found the where place it belonged? Moreover, all the influential characters of Emperor Xia's realm had gathered here. As the reigning virgin of Yaotai Divine Palace, Yao Shi had gone to visit Yi Futian alone. Didn't this mean that she regarded Yi Futian above everyone else? What's more, today, in addition to those from Emperor Xia's realm, His Royal Highness was also present. Even if Yi Futian's talents were peerless, he was still a subject of the realm, after all. No matter how one looked at this, both Yao Shi or Yi Futian should be there right now. No matter. Xiaoluan did not show any expression and appeared very casual, as if he didn't care at all. He smiled and said, "Since Goddess Yao Shi and Yi Futian are old friends, it ought to be so. Yaotai Divine Palace is the host of Yaotai Divine Feast. I am but a guest. The goddess need not care so much about what I think. Gratitude to your royal highness for your understanding. Goddess Yunshang nodded with a smile. The atmosphere at the banquet was joyful. Everyone was chatting casually, but they all had their own concerns inside their hearts. From time to time, Mo1 of Tianji Pavilion looked at Xiaoluan. His eyes betrayed nothing, but in his heart, he was trying to figure out Xiaoluan's reason for coming to Yaotai Divine Palace. He knew a lot more than ordinary people. Others only knew that there was a competition for the title of the first beauty of Emperor Xia's realm going on between the Holy Mother of the West and Queen Xiao. But they did not know that there was more to the story. It was about Emperor Xia, the Holy Mother of the West, and Queen Xiao. After spending some time at Xiaoluan's place, everyone slowly left, not waiting for Yi Futian and Yao Shi. However, since the fifth prince himself didn't seem to care, the others had nothing else to say. However, when they left the enchanted island where Xiaoluan was staying, they heard faint sounds of ethereal and peaceful strings coming from afar. Because the sound of the music itself contained spiritual power, its ability to penetrate was great and could carry the tune further, causing many to stop and listen. This music is quiet and beautiful. It fits perfectly with the atmosphere of the Yaotai Divine Palace and leads people into its artistic conception. Who is playing it? Someone asked Goddess Yunshang. Yao Shi is the reigning virgin of Yaotai Divine Palace. She is proficient in many abilities, an expert in musical instruments, as well as dance and singing, Goddess Yunshang responded. Judging from the sound of the music, it's coming from the island where Master Yi is staying. Sister Xiao is probably discussing the art of music with Master Yi. Yi Futian's talent for playing the guqing was well known. When old Master Xiao was celebrating his birthday, Yi Futian had swept away the cultivators from Lihan Heaven with a single performance. So it was quite reasonable for the two to discuss music when Yao Shi went to visit. However, this situation was causing some discomfort for many people. They were all guests but were being treated differently. It should be obvious that many who'd arrived there today had certain thoughts about Yao Shi. Among the women of that generation in Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan was out of the question. Yao Shi was considered a very outstanding woman besides Xia Qingyuan, and it was rumored that Yaotai Divine Palace possessed a double cultivation method for couples and would not pose any limit on them. If this was really the case, then there were no other concerns. Perhaps it would even be a lovely story for posterity. But nothing had even begun, and yet it seemed that they were already behind. Chu Shi's brow raised slightly. He had courted Yao Shi before, but Yao Shi had never really been close to him, let alone playing instruments with him. No matter how one looked at it, this behavior was slightly dubious. Chu Shi stepped forward and landed on a raft on the lake in front of the islands. Many enchanted islands in Yaotai Divine Palace were connected by the numerous lakes. The raft moved forward quickly and sped toward the direction of the music, as fast as an arrow shot off from a bow. When they saw this, many people expressed an intrigued look. Then many figures stepped forward, landed on rafts, and moved forward across the lake. The waves of the lake flowed in the direction of the music. Many small rafts were now moving in that direction as well. On one of the rafts, a handsome young man clad in white clothes sat cross-legged. A guqin had appeared in front of him. He played. The music of the guqin was ethereal and in harmony with the atmosphere. It actually echoed the music from another island. The musical achievements of these musicians were obvious. The two played across a great space, yet they seemed to play as an ensemble, creating a beautiful harmony. Befitting of the name of Master of 100 Flowers, someone said, praising the man who played the guqin. He was the peerless man who had been raised by many goddesses in the 100 Flowers Valley of the Western region. He was called the Master of 100 Flowers. He was handsome and elegant, with great talents to boot. It was said that endless young women adored him in the 100 Flowers Valley, but he had never touched any of them. It was said that among many thousands of flowers, the leaves are never left behind. The lakes between the islands were clear and seemingly endless. Occasionally, flowers fell and floated upon the lake, adding to the landscape there. The leaf-shaped rafts were still floating, but Chu Shi's raft had stopped outside an enchanted island. He stood quietly on the raft, looking at the island. The sound of the guqin was coming from there. On the enchanted island, someone looked over there and saw Xu's stick-straight body. He was standing there quietly like a statue. His loitering here, was it to provoke the resident of this island? On the enchanted island, Yi Futian listened to the music quietly. There was a beautiful woman playing in front of him, and it was definitely a beautiful picture. He was a bit surprised that Xianxia could have such accomplishments in music. In many ways, compared to that proud little princess, Xianxia was even more full of womanly charm. At this time, Qin Zhuang walked over. Yi Futian waved his hand at him, sensing the situation outside. She had released a faint breath which indicated provocation, ever so slightly. What was more, with the music coming from the Master of 100 Flowers, it was impossible for him not to know. At the Yaotai Divine Feast at the Yaotai Divine Palace, there were some who wanted something, and there were some who wanted nothing. Those who wanted something would naturally hold a grudge, but he wanted nothing, so nothing really mattered. Xianxia had attracted a lot of hostility. After a while, the music finally stopped. Xianxia smiled softly and asked, "How about that, Master Yi?" "It was perfect," Yi Futian praised. Xianxia smiled and said, "Xianxia will be proud for a long time with such praise from Master Yi. I think the goddess had other ulterior motives." Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. Xianxia understood what Yi Futian was referring to and gave him a charming look. Since this is the case, Xianxia will not disturb Master any longer tonight. As she said this, she moved lightly in her steps. With a quick flicker, as if dancing, she quickly disappeared. After Xianxia left, the music from outside stopped. Xu's lonely raft drifted past, moving along through the water, and soon disappeared. After they had left, someone else came to the island, asking to be seen. It was someone sent by the 5th Prince, Xiaoluan. "Greetings to Saint Yi," the messenger said as he bowed. "Does His Royal Highness have anything to command?" Yi Futian asked. His Royal Highness had planned to come in person, but did not want to disturb Saint Yi's musing, so he asked me to send a message instead. His Royal Highness was too polite. "I should be the one who visits him," Yi Futian said. "If His Royal Highness has any words for me, please let me know." "His Royal Highness wishes that Saint Yi would not touch Goddess Xianxia," said the messenger. The day of Yaotai Divine Feast had finally arrived. Yaotai Enchanted Island was bustling with festivities. The top principalities had all arrived at the Enchanted Islands in advance. They were all traveling by boat to the largest enchanted island. Their destination was the king of all the islands, the home of Yaotai Divine Palace. On the immense lake, thousands of boats traveled together. The sunlight shone down and the waves sparkled, creating an extremely lovely landscape. On the boats, many of the well-known figures from Emperor Xia's realm observed the lone figure who was sailing ahead of them. Many discussions centered around this individual. "That's His Royal Highness the 5th Prince." Someone pointed to the figure in question. Xiaoluan stood with his hands folded behind his back as the boat moved downstream. All around him, the passengers of the other small boats bowed and acknowledged him as they passed him, much like the stars surrounding the moon. Many people were wondering whether the 5th Prince, Xiaoluan, had come here for Goddess Xianxia. If so, who could possibly compete with him for her hand? However, some news had come out of Yaotai Divine Palace yesterday. After many of the top figures in Emperor Xia's realm had arrived, Goddess Xianxia had gone to visit Yi Futian alone. She had not paid a visit to the 5th Prince. Many people couldn't help but be impressed. Yi Futian, who had come from the lower world in recent years, had truly captured the imagination of his generation. Before him, all the proud sons of Emperor Xia's realm battled to be at the top. All of them were brilliant in their own right and power. However, his appearance had overwhelmed all the others. With him around, no one else mattered very much. Now, was it possible that he could take away attention from the prince? Many people turned and looked for Yi Futian. Even those who had never met him were inquiring after him. After a while, the boat passengers' eyes locked onto a figure in the distance. The man had just taken a boat from an enchanted island. He was clad in clothing white as snow and stood casually, looking extremely handsome and attractive. His visage was perfection in itself, one in a million. What was even rarer about him was the transcendent temperament of his person. It still made others notice him immediately. As the small boat moved forward, his entire person seemed to integrate into the scenery, as if he had always been part of it. "That's Yi Futian," someone remarked. As other boats started to cross, one after another, the passerby looked in Yi Futian's direction. Everyone was at least a little curious about this world-famous figure whose reputation resounded through Emperor Xia's realm. Even the cultivators in the Saint Plain were no exception in their curiosity. Although the cultivation between sages and saints was only one step away, the distance between them was as far as heaven from earth. The fact that Yi Futian had been able to defeat saints as a sage was lore for the ages. It was a pity that Xiao Shang, the genius figure from Xiao clan, had ended up as no more than a footnote in this legacy. Undoubtedly, Yi Futian sensed the attention of the people. The boat continued moving downstream. His eyes focused on the Yaotai enchanted island in front. It was indeed a fairyland, beautiful beyond description. Looking forward, one could see the stairs next to the lakeshore that lead up to the magnificent connected palaces. Further ahead lay the Cultivation Temple of Yaotai Divine Palace. Each island was occupied by a palace. A boat rushed past Yi Futian at an incredibly fast speed, causing ripples to spread across the calm lake. Yi Futian looked around and saw a lone boat overtaking his in an instant. Standing upon it was a figure clad in all black, showing a hint of coldness in his expression. Yi Futian had encountered this figure yesterday. It was the young master of Shura Palace, Chu Shi. Chu Shi continued forward as if he was not aware of Yi Futian's presence. Once he had passed Yi Futian, he went straight toward Yaotai Enchanted Island. This scene had indeed attracted the attention of many. Yesterday, Chu Shi had hovered outside the Enchanted Island where Yi Futian stayed. Everyone knew it. There seemed to be some invisible contention between the two. After all, it was no secret that Chu Shi had once courted Yao Shi. Yi Futian did not look at Chu Shi either. Instead, he directed his attention at the boat passing him. The boat seemed to slow down intentionally as if to wait for him. When Yi Futian's small boat caught up to it, the person on the other boat turned around to face him. He nodded with a smile, his appearance very diplomatic. Yi Futian brought his hands forward and bowed slightly in greeting. Yi Futian greets His Royal Highness. The man he addressed was the fifth prince, Xiaoluan. Yesterday, Xiaoluan had sent a message to the island where Yi Futian stayed, the meaning of which still eluded Yi Futian. Given Xiaoluan's status, if he had thoughts about keeping Yao Shi for himself, he need not resort to such a method. Directly competing with Yi Futian would only make himself appear classless. So what exactly was Xiaoluan's intention? For the time being, he was still puzzled. Although he knew that Emperor Xia had 5 sons, he did not understand the 5th prince. Xiaoluan was the first prince he had met. Xiaoluan smiled winsomely at Yi Futian and said, "Brother Yi, I'm afraid my sister won't like this trip you are taking." Everyone around who heard Xiaoluan's words looked surprised. What did that even imply? Was the little princess truly interested in Yi Futian? If this was the case, Yi Futian already possessed an unparalleled talent. Coupled with this layer of relationship, it would be enough for him to summon all the forces within Emperor Xia's realm. No wonder he dared to challenge the Xiao clan head-on. Perhaps Queen Xiao simply could not deny her baby girl. Even so, this guy had still come to attend the Yaotai Divine Feast, which was kind of a shameless act. Although Yao Shi was perfect, if a choice had to be made between her and Xia Qingyuan, most people would choose the crowning jewel of Emperor Xia's possession. After all, she was widely known as the future Renhuang. Xia Qingyuan herself was truly beautiful, the daughter of the first beauty in Emperor Xia's realm. How could her beauty be questioned? Yao Shi had more womanly charm, but wouldn't a proud and untouchable noblewoman like the little princess be a more fulfilling conquest? And even though such an expectation was a long shot, just imagine what would it be like if the little princess dressed in women's clothing of her own volition one day. Moreover, the people also noticed that the 5th prince, Xiaoluan, had addressed Yi Futian as Brother Yi. which paid Yi Futian more than enough respect. After all, Yi Futian's title, for now, was nothing more than the princess's bodyguard. Of course, no one was stupid enough to still consider Yi Futian only as that. Would a bodyguard be able to force Xiao Shang to his death? When Yi Futian heard Xia Luan's words, he also revealed a look of surprise. As a prince, Xia Luan's words were a little too casual and carried a sense of ridicule. Still, it was surprisingly pleasing to the ears, as if the prince could get close to you in an instant. Surely His Royal Highness is joking. How could my attendance of Yaotai Divine Feast be a source of unhappiness to the princess? Isn't your Royal Highness here also? Yi Futian responded. Xia Luan was the older brother of Xia Qingyuan, and he could joke with Yi Futian, but Yi Futian had to pay careful attention to the consequences. Xia Luan smiled at Yi Futian with a profound smile. He continued, "It seems that there is someone even Qingyuan can't control." Yi Futian couldn't figure out a way to respond. Xia Luan's speech seemed to be a bit too casual. If only Xia Qingyuan knew, what would she think? The two men sailed side by side in their boats. Surprisingly, there was no sense of competition between them. Yi Futian would not take the initiative to compete with the prince. Xia Luan did not seem to want that either. It was the young Master Chu Shi of Shura Palace who seemed to harbor that intention. However, in the eyes of everyone else, no matter how exceptionally talented the young master of Shura Palace was, if he faced such genius as Yi Futian, he would probably be crushed. If Yi Futian wanted to fight, except for His Royal Highness, no one would stand a chance against him. After all, everyone had witnessed Yao Shi's behavior yesterday. The boats docked at the shore. The passengers alighted one after another and walked up the steps to the Yaotai Divine Palace. Both sides of steps leading to the Yaotai Divine Palace were lined with goddesses clad in pure white. They looked as if they had emerged out of the ether. The place appeared to be a true paradise. Yi Futian had also stepped onto the road. As he moved forward with everyone else, he sometimes felt a look or two being cast his way. On this trip so far, Xia Luan, the fifth prince, and Yi Futian had attracted the most attention. The mighty group continued moving forward. All those who had qualified to be here were extremely outstanding figures. The Yaotai Divine Palace had a platform set for a huge banquet. After the arrival of all the attendees, goddesses led everyone to their seats. Many found out that the seating arrangement had not been made at random, but had been done in a very deliberate manner. The most outstanding figures had been seated at the front. Yi Futian was naturally seated at the forefront of the Yaotai Divine Feast. There was no one on the platform yet. The top figures of the older generation had not come to the Yaotai Divine Feast this time. In fact, they hadn't been invited, which sent a clear message that the feast had nothing to do with them. Fine wines and delicacies were being offered up. The attendees chatted easily amongst themselves. But the important figures like the Holy Mother of the West and Yao Shi were no-shows so far, so the rest waited quietly. I had heard that Palace Lord Yi entered the divine path. Now that we met again, I salute Palace Lord Yi. Gu Mu of Juqian Temple faced Yi Futian, toasting him. Beside him were several extraordinary persons who were all children of the master of Juqian Temple. They, too, raised their glasses to Yi Futian to pay their respects. "Thank you very much." Yi Futian raised his glass in return. Once upon a time, Gu Mu had accompanied Pei Qianying to Juqian Temple. However, that little grudge no longer mattered to Yi Futian, who was now a saint. Unfortunately, there is no saint ranking in the Juqian Temple. Otherwise, there would be a place for Palace Lord Yi. Mo1 from Tianji Pavilion also laughed and raised a glass to Yi Futian. "I also salute Palace Lord Yi, who is now Saint Yi." Yi Futian took another drink and asked, "I heard that there was nothing that Tianji Pavilion doesn't know. So do you know who poisoned Xiaoshang?" Surely Saint Yi jokes. Omniscience is dependent on the who and the what, so only God could be truly omnipotent. If Tianji Pavilion knew something that even the little princess could not detect, we would report personally to Emperor Xiao's palace. Mo said with a smile. Indeed, Tianji Pavilion did not know, but through certain clues, some conclusions could be drawn. Even if they knew, they would dare not speak of it. The things that had already been entangled with that palace were not things they were able to participate in. No matter how well the Tianji Pavilion collected its information, it must respect the ultimate authority. All drank and chatted to their heart's content at the Yaotai Divine Feast. A group of goddesses appeared when the banquet was in full swing, dazzling everyone in attendance. 7 figures appeared at Yaotai at the forefront. Every one of them was unique and stunning. The 7 goddesses of Yaotai. All who were present looked at the 7 of them and mumbled excitedly. The 7 goddesses of Yaotai were of extreme renown in Emperor Xia's realm. All previous 7 goddesses of Yaotai had been candidates for the position of Virgin of Yaotai. As such, be it in talent or appearance, all of them were extremely exceptional. 5 of these goddesses were saints. One of them had reached the stage of Saint of True Self. All 7 of the goddesses sat on the ground in a line. Their dresses draped over the floor, making the scene look like a painting. What are they doing here? Many looked puzzled. At that moment, several others emerged on the stage. The one in the middle was dressed in a phoenix tail-styled, floor-length dress. It looked as if fire danced on the ground around her. That figure wore a phoenix coronet and robes of ranks, looking elegant and stunning. The dazzling phoenix tail-style dress was tailored to her shape, making her look perfect. She walked to the center of the stage and scanned the crowd. Her smile was enough to mesmerize all who gazed upon it. Everyone present was enamored by her beauty. Yifutian stood and looked at the goddess as everyone else did. He was rather surprised to find Yaoshi capable of handling such elegant beauty. That figure was none other than Yaoshi, the Virgin of Yaotai. At that moment, she had lost all the charm and gentleness of a lady that she had shown him before. Regal elegance emanated from her like she was a queen looking down onto her subjects. She was someone that no one would dare to defile. At that moment, Yifutian was unable to help but recall Queen Xiao and Xia Qingyuan. Such a bearing should have been something only they were capable of emanating. However, it was obvious that Yaoshi was capable of handling such looks all the same. The aura that emanated from her seemed to be natural as well. Yifutian was not the only one who had never seen her like this, as not many had come to know Yaoshi of being capable of looking like this. Many were stunned by Yaoshi's beauty, which was different from how she was usually seen, making the impact very powerful. Chu Shi, the young palace lord of the Azura Palace, looked forward with dazed eyes. As a saint, there was little doubt about how firm his state of mind was, yet he was nonetheless momentarily dazed. He had always known that there was another side to Yaoshi's beauty, one that no one knew about. Her so-called gentleness was but a facade shown to the world. He had pursued Yaoshi many years ago, yet he had never been able to truly get close to her. He was able to feel an apparent distance from her, as well as the pride that belied those gentle, amicable looks of hers. Was this the real her? Chu Shi regained his composure and a bright smile was seen in his deep eyes, suggesting that he had become even more enamored by Yaoshi's beauty. Only one such woman would have deserved his attention and his desire. He was capable of understanding her. Yaoshi's dress sprawled on the ground as she sat at the stage. 2 goddesses of saint level stood by her side. That scene enabled more to understand Yaoshi's status in the Yaotai Divine Palace. Despite being the Virgin of the Yaotai Divine Palace, her training was lacking and she was still one step away from achieving sainthood. Despite her status as the Virgin, she should not have been able to behave and be treated this way in front of her Saint Plain seniors. However, at that moment, everything looked so natural that it seemed that she had been deserving of such a position all along. That seemed to mean that Virgin Yao she had been designated as the successor to the position of Palace Lord of Yaotai Divine Palace, and that decision was not one that would be changed. In the absence of the Holy Mother of the West, she was the Queen of the Yaotai Divine Palace. Yifutian felt somewhat rattled inside. The scene had proved to be rather shocking to him as well. Yaoshi had only visited the island for the first time the day before. She had been a quiet and modest maiden, looking gentle and beautiful as she'd lovingly played the guqin. Yet, at this moment, she was extraordinarily stunning and looked like a queen. The greater the contrast, the great the impact. Furthermore, Xianxia never showed such a side to him when she was around him. He never knew that her status was this high. That position on the stage should have belonged to the master of Yaotai Divine Palace, the seat of the Holy Mother of the West. On that day it was Xianxia who sat there, as the Holy Mother of the West was absent. That meant that Xianxia was able to speak on behalf of the Holy Mother of the West right there and then, in Yaotai Divine Palace. I, Xianxia, was the one who invited all of you to the Yaotai Divine Feast. It is my honor to see you all here at Yaotai Divine Palace, Xianxia said, smiling as she addressed her audience. It was only then that the crowd understood that the feast they were at had not been thrown by the Holy Mother of the West. It was thrown by Xianxia. As had been speculated by the crowd, Xianxia was indeed capable of speaking on behalf of the Holy Mother of the West. She was even able to throw the Yaotai Divine Feast on her own. With that said, there was little surprise as to why the Holy Mother of the West had not shown up. What is the purpose of holding the Yaotai Divine Feast, if I may ask, Goddess? Mo1 of Tianji Pavilion asked. There were rumors throughout Emperor Xia's realm that the Yaotai Divine Feast was meant for selecting a path companion for Xianxia. With her taking charge of the event personally, many were wondering if she was there to choose her future husband. Many turned to look at Xianxia with great interest after hearing Mo1's question. They were rather moved to see Xianxia as she was at the moment. Anyone who was able to conquer her would probably conquer the Yaotai Divine Palace. The Virgin of Yaotai Divine Palace seemed destined to become the future Palace Lord. I'd like you all to hear a song, Xianxia said. Many looked puzzled at that. A song? What is Xianxia getting at with this? The Yaotai Divine Feast was a grand event held in the Yaotai Divine Palace. It looked rather random and haughty for her to be the one inviting the geniuses from all over Emperor Xia's realm. What would that song be? Chu asked. What kind of song would it have been worth Xianxia throwing the Yaotai Divine Feast? It is a song that my teacher acquired years ago. It has rarely been heard in Emperor Xia's realm, and I can assure you that it will not disappoint. Xianxia replied with a smile, piquing the interest of many. Judging from Xiaoxi's tone, the song seemed to be an extraordinary one. Furthermore, Xianxia claimed that it was a song that had never been heard in Emperor Xia's realm. That meant that only a select few had heard the song before. Since you put it that way, Goddess Xianxia, I'm really interested. The Master of the 100 Flowers smiled and said. He was exceptionally handsome, a dandy whose smile could mesmerize many. However, the song will be rather overbearing. Please enjoy the feast without worries, and the song shall be played later. I'm afraid that it would be a waste inviting you all here otherwise, as it might rob you of your enjoyment of the feast. Xianxia continued. What she said piqued the curiosity of the crowd even more. The song is an overbearing one? Was she implying that there were some among us them would be unable to withstand the power of that song? The crowd was filled with exceptional people from all over Emperor Xia's realm. There were even many on the Saint Plain present. All of them were curious as to how powerful that song might be. Don't keep us hanging, Goddess Xianxia. Please play, someone in the crowd said. None of them were there at the Yaotai Divine Palace just to have a feast. Maybe the song was a test from Xianxia? That's right. Please just play, Goddess. Someone smiled and said. Xiaoluan sat quietly as he looked at Xianxia. Despite being the prince of Emperor Xia's realm, he had not been received and honored much by being there on that day. Although a goddess had been sent to receive him the day before, Xianxia had never bothered to greet him. At that moment, his status meant that the Yaotai Divine Palace should have invited him to a special seat just for him, yet that had not happened either. However, he found none of that to be surprising, taking it all in a stride. After all, he was not there to be served by the Yaotai Divine Palace. Xianxia heard the cheers of the crowd and smiled, saying, If that would be the case, then shall I begin? Please, Goddess. Everyone nodded. Xianxia waved and Gyukins manifested in front of the 7 goddesses who sat before her. All 7 goddesses were getting ready to play at the same time. Let's begin, Xianxia said. Notes were played as soon as she gave the order. The one in the middle of the 7 plucked the strings and all the others continued to play. The music danced and seeped into the ears of the audience. The spiritual power of many tingled as well. The tune was soft and comforting, making it a pleasure to hear. It was as if one was being steeped in an extremely beautiful painting. One was sitting alone somewhere outside of the bustling world. There were flowing waters and a bridge, as well as beauties playing music all around. It was all leisurely and immersive, making those within earshot feel as if they were about to doze off. Yifutian found himself inside one such beautiful painting. He leaned on a pavilion and there were mountains and rivers around him, making him feel invigorated. Jeyu's figure appeared right before him. Her smile made his soul shudder. That image was just too beautiful, making the ones experiencing it want to stay within it forever. An illusion. A thought crossed Yifutian's mind. He was naturally capable of keeping his senses. The song was able to bring the listeners into an elusive realm, and they were entering the realm willingly. It was as if the song was a dream tailored to the listener, affecting the emotions of those within earshot. Furthermore, the elusive realm that everyone was in differed from one another, as said realms were created based on their thoughts. The notes continued to dance and immerse into the spiritual will of the listeners, seeping in without notice and affecting the emotions of the audience. Urges welled within some people before they knew it. It was the same with Yifutian as well, and he frowned upon realizing it. It was desire. The song was bringing up the desires of its listeners. His will began to resist, but the sound of the song became increasingly rushed. Every note seemed able to keep the listeners' desires burning. The eyes of many changed. At that moment, a group of goddesses came down before everyone. Every single goddess was dressed in an extremely sexy manner and they danced. Their alluring movements and enticing eyes caused many to want to surrender to their urges completely, getting themselves completely immersed in the illusions. The tune continued to seep into Yifutian's mind. He too saw the bodies of those extremely sexy ladies, and it seemed as if he saw Jeyu walking up to him, smiling. He seemed to see Xia Qingyuan dressed in women's clothing as well and looking stunning in it. He also saw a very sexy and alluring Yao Shi closing in on him. There was even the elegant figure of the glass saint, the one who was known to be the #1 beauty in the eastern state, within the picture. She looked incredibly stunning. It was as if they would have thrown themselves into his arms, so long as he was willing, and continued to be steeped in the beautiful picture. His spiritual will seemed to be about to give up resisting. His blood began to boil. The tune was still playing and every note seemed to be out to crush his resisting will, urging him to let himself loose. A terrifying song indeed. A thought crossed Yifutian's mind. Xiaoluan, who was at Yifutian's side, was struggling as well. He was wondering if the song was the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires. People have passions and desires, a fact that stays true to all regardless of their level of training. Not even sages and saints were capable of completely severing their own passions and desires. The thought of bettering oneself was a desire, the want for power was a desire, and the lust for women was a desire as well. The song seemed to be able to amplify people's desires and bring them to the forefront completely, swaying the emotions of cultivators, robbing people of their self-control, thrusting them into the depths of desires. It even gave birth an elusive realm woven in the minds of the enchanted, rendering them completely under the song's thrall. In the illusion conjured by Yifutian, not just Jeyu was there. Xia Qingyuan, Yao Shi, and the glass saint were present. That was not due to Yifutian harboring feelings for any of those women, but because of the lust sparked deep within him. No one was able to prevent themselves from having thoughts about beautiful things and matters, but what differed was the intensity of those desires. Those were not things that would have been brought to the fore in one's daily life, as those thoughts could have also been easily suppressed. However, under the thrall of the song, those desires seemed to have manifested in the form of illusions. In Yifutian's mind, he found the silhouettes of Yao Shi and the glass saint to be somewhat stronger. Yao Shi had 2 sides to her, gentle and alluring, or elegant and regal. The glass saint, on the other hand, appeared cold and aloof. At that moment, those 2 extreme beauties seemed to be dancing around him with alluring moves. That was not due to him yearning for Yao Shi and the glass saint more than for Jeyu. His feelings for Jeyu were more than love. In comparison, His thoughts for Yao Shi and the glass saint were probably of another unspeakable nature. The reason why Yao Shi had manifested was that she had left a lasting impression on him for the past 2 days. The glass saint's appearance was probably due to both of them having experienced something extraordinary before. Xia Qingyuan, on the other hand, had always been unusually cold and aloof to him and never dressed in women's clothing around him. As such, he had few thoughts about her. The illusions created by the song had musical notes that constantly seeped into his mind, forming beautiful works of art that made it difficult for the listener to contain themselves. Those notes seemed to have enchanting powers in and of themselves, connecting to the great path and constantly eroding a person's self-control. Yi Futian knew very well that as soon as he gave up resisting and surrendered himself, he would be placed completely under the song's thrall. His demons in the forms of desires would be unleashed and amplified, preventing him from getting out. He looked ahead. His state of mind was clear and untainted. He kept a tight leash of his mental state and appeared unmoved in the illusion. However, the dancing notes continued to make him shudder deep down. The dazzling dance before him was being translated into alluring dance in his illusions. Cough, cough. Someone coughed a little bit in the feast at the moment. They were standing up, their bodies slightly shaking. They cupped their hands and said, "Please excuse me." The person turned around and left right away at blinding speeds. The demonic sound continued to coil around their minds, making it imperative for them to leave as quickly as possible. If that person had stayed around, they might have ended up embarrassing themselves. Those who were present that day were all notable figures in Emperor Xia's realm. There was no way they would willingly embarrass themselves while they still had a measure of control over themselves. Others stood up one after another. Their faces were reddened from the struggle to resist the temptations. All of them rose from the tables before they lost control over themselves and left. They needed to keep their composure and leave with dignity instead of as disheveled clowns. None of them harbored any resentment after they left. They had come to the palace and yet they were unable to stomach a single song. They had no one to fault but themselves. There were perhaps some who were reluctant to leave, giving up resisting altogether under the spell of the song, succumbing to it and letting themselves lose altogether. None of them seemed to have made buffoons out of themselves. Rather, they felt unprecedented ease during the process of letting themselves loose. The effects of the song continued to work. They surrendered themselves completely and were gradually immersed in the experience as if they have forgotten who and where they were. Despite being of Saint Plain training, none of them had been able to resist the song easily. Some had chosen to leave while some had chosen to succumb. Furthermore, there were some who, while completely capable of leaving, let themselves loose all the same. They wanted to see just how much power the song held, and what would happen if they were to continue losing themselves in it. None of them were worried that the invitation from the Yaotai Divine Palace had been a setup. From their perspective, what was happening at the moment was a rare experience in itself. Hours passed before they knew it. In truth, other than the sound of the song from the guqin and the dance, the event was an unusually quiet one. Those who left had left, while those who succumbed had succumbed. There was a handful of those who were still capable of keeping a leash over themselves, maintaining their clarity of self. Those who had not left and had yet to succumb. Yao Shi continued sitting where she was, looking elegant and alluring. Her beautiful eyes smiled while she spoke. I invited all of you to the Yaotai Divine Feast because I wanted you to hear the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires. Such a beautiful song should have been savored leisurely. Why the hurry to leave? Yao Shi's voice was alluring and mesmerizing. Yi Futian opened his eyes. There seemed to be 2 dazzling beams shooting out of his eyes, enabling him to see through the illusions and break through the spell of the song. He then looked at Yao Shi and said, "The song is indeed an intricate one, capable of swaying the will of the listeners. What are your intentions of inviting people to hear the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires?" Yao Shi, Xiaoluan, who was beside Yi Futian, burst with brimming light. There seemed to be pure light of the lotus glimmering off at him, with whiffs of the will of the Runhuang emanating from it. As a descendant of the Runhuang, he'd inherited the lineage of Emperor Xia. He turned his eyes to Yao Shi and said, "Goddess Yao Shi, It seems like there are people who do not wish to hear you play the heavenly demon song of the six desires. Is that so? Yaoshi turned to look at Xiaoluan and asked, Who might that person you speak of be? Your Highness. You know who it is, Xiaoluan said. Pardon me, Your Highness, but I do not know indeed, Yaoshi said with a smile. None of the others reacted much when the three of them talked. Only a handful opened their eyes in response. Chu Shi, the young palace lord of the Azura Palace, the dashing master of the 100 Flowers, Qin Bai from the Qin Palace, and Gu Ran from the Jiuqian Temple, whose brother has had scuffled with Yi Fuqian before, all opened their eyes. He took a look at Gu Mu, who had obviously succumbed. Gu Mu was not the only one. Sages who had been present had either left or succumbed, not knowing where they were at the moment. There was only one of the sages who had stayed, Mo Li of Tianji Pavilion, who was trained in special abilities. There seemed to be constellations shining in his eyes as he opened them. Even so, it seemed that he was struggling with his urges, on the verge of giving in at any given moment. However, he still wanted to keep himself awake, just to see what else would happen. What was Yao Shi up to? While he had been able to speculate on some things, he nonetheless wanted to verify his speculations. Back all those years ago, Yao Shi had deliberately put herself at odds with Xia Qingyuan at the birthday banquet of Old Man Xiao of the Xiao clan. No one knew what had happened back then, but he was able to guess some things nonetheless. Yi Fuqian was surprised to hear the conversation between Yao Shi and Xiaoluan. Was Xiaoluan here for some specific objective? Who was it that Xiaoluan was talking about here? He felt all of a sudden that there was something no one knew about going on in all of that. He remembered that Xia Qingyuan had always found Yao Shi irksome, and Yao Shi did not seem to be on good terms with Xia Qingyuan. But then again, the two had never duked it out. The two of them had never been seen going at each other's throats. He thought that all might have only been due to their differences in status. From the looks of things at present, however, it seemed that things were more complex than he'd anticipated them to be. Yi Fuqian recalled that, before he'd left, Xia Qingyuan had sent someone to the cottage villa to have him train at the Golden Hall of the Lotus. That should have been meant to prevent him from attending the feast. However, since he had promised Yao Shi first and had given his word to the messenger of the Yaotai Divine Palace, he'd pretended that he did not know anything about it and came to the feast all the same. From the current looks of things, however, there seemed to be something going on indeed. Yao Shi turned her eyes around and looked at Yi Fuqian, saying with a smile, Sir Yi here is someone who is versed in the art of the guqin, which means that you should be able to understand the extraordinary nature of the song. The very reason I invited you here, Sir Yi, is in hopes that you and I will be able to look into the complete heavenly demon song of the 6 desires together. Goddess Yao Shi, you're saying that there is a chance for us both to do so? Chu Shi asked. Yao Shi looked at him and nodded lightly, answering, Indeed, if there is a chance to train in the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires, I'm fully willing to succumb myself to it, even if it means that I shall be dragged to hell, Chu Shi added. Mo Li smirked deep down when he heard what Chu Shi said. Get dragged to hell? Eh? There had been rumors that there were methods for 2 cultivators to train in tandem in the Yaotai Divine Palace. Yao Shi might have been out to choose her path companion. Getting chosen by Yao Shi would never be like getting dragged to hell. It would be more like going to paradise. Yao Shi grinned uncaringly. The song continued to be heard, and all who were still present had intense urges raging inside them as they looked at the woman of immense beauty before them. Even Yi Fuqian was not spared from having such urges rising inside him, but he was able to hold it back better than most. And that was because he did not want to do it. However, others yearned for it. Xiaoluan sighed deep down. He was able to keep himself in check well enough, and he continued, Yao Shi, it's best to just let go. Yao Shi smiled and rose without paying heed to Xiaoluan's words. She turned around and walked to the back. The wall at the rear of the stage was seen being pulled to the sides, revealing the scene behind. There was a pool before them, and the place looked like paradise. There was an island further forward. Yao Shi's body floated and took to the air. Her dress billowed in the air. She turned around and smiled as she made for that island. She then said, If there is one who can cross the fairy pool by boat, Then I shall train in the complete version heavenly demon song of the 6 desires with him. Her eyes looked exceptionally alluring and mesmerizing as she turned them around. The 7 goddesses rose at the same time and took to the air, rising above the fairy pool as they continued to play above it. The song sounded even more rushed by then. Someone rose immediately and headed straight for the fairy pool. It was none other than Chu Shi. He took one step and landed on a boat, crossing the pool and heading for Yao Shi. All the others who were still awake rose as well and headed to the pool. However, there were only several of them who did so. Yi Futian took a look at Xia Luan. He vaguely sensed that something was off at the moment and asked Xia Luan, "Should I or should I not go, Your Highness?" Xia Luan had sent someone to remind him to not touch Yao Shi, which puzzled him. He was unable to tell Xia Luan's intentions of doing so. From the looks of things at the moment, Xia Luan had not been doing so to intimidate him. The prince had other agendas. Xia Luan took one look at Yi Futian and then at the ones who had stepped into the fairy pool. He then said, "Go." Xia Luan knew right there and then that Yao Shi would not have paid heed to his words. If she wanted someone to make it across the fairy pool, she would want that person to be him or Yi Futian, not someone else. While it was the first time he had met Yi Futian, Xia Luan had heard a lot about him before. The young man had the attention of his father while his little sister, Xia Qingyuan, likewise held him in high regard. There was no way Xia Luan could not know about Yi Futian. He deemed Yi Futian to be trustworthy. If Yi Futian indeed succeeded, then he would have to leave the rest to Yi Futian. Seeing how serious Xia Luan looked, Yi Futian nodded and turned his eyes toward the fairy pool before them. He leaped onto a boat and moved forward, heading towards the seemingly nearby island. The place seemed to be where Yao Shi lived. The trip enabled them to gain a clearer picture of Yao Shi's status at the Yaotai Divine Palace. Xia Luan, Qin Bai, and the others stepped onto their boats and moved forward as well. They hadn't had thoughts about Yao Shi initially, but now they yearned for her. They deemed getting her for themselves to be a splendid goal. The 7 goddesses of Yaotai played their song above the fairy pool. Runes danced about as the scene before them changed altogether. There was no longer an island before them, for the place had turned into a seemingly endless lake. The goddesses sat in midair and seemed to have become part of the borderless sea outside of the world. The 7 goddesses were all highly trained. One of them was even a saint of true self. Their will was imbued within the tune and brought out the true power of the song, bringing all of them into the illusionary ocean. The ocean seemed to be so real that it would have been impossible to distinguish it from an illusion. That was the true strength of the will of the Great Path. It enabled the conjurer to meld with the world around them and hold command over the heavens and the earth. There seemed to be no notable differences between the world of illusions and the true world at all. A beautiful silhouette appeared vaguely in the distance. It was none other than Yao Shi. She looked as if she was just within arm's reach, yet at the same time, she seemed to be somewhere high in the skies and completely out of reach. The boats kept moving forward, yet it seemed as if they had no way of ever reaching their destination. They knew that they had been trapped in an illusion. Yi Futian closed his eyes and let the boat continue to move forward despite not being navigated. Like the boats of the others around him, his boat did not change course, always moving forward. The song became a calm and serene one, no longer the one from before that had made the others succumb to the illusions. However, Yi Futian was still somehow able to sense how terrifying the new song was. An urge seemed to have developed inside him. He felt himself wanting to cross the pool and get his hands on Yao Shi. Furthermore, the thought became increasingly intense, just like a spark of lust that had been hidden deep within his mind. Now it was being unleashed bit by bit. Said urge compelled him to move forward. It was so strong that he came to see the others as his rivals before he knew it. The influence was sublime, taking over the urges and thoughts of the listeners bit by bit. This made Yi Futian realize how terrifying it was. The heavenly demon song of the 6 desires was terrifying indeed. If it had not been for the fact that his spiritual will was exceptional, he would not have even been able to notice the sublime takeover at all. At that moment, the others were so affected by the song and their urges were lit up as well. Chu Shi of the Azura Palace gazed at Yao Shi's silhouette before him and burned with desire. He had to get his hands on her. He glanced around him and found that the one who posed the greatest threat to him was probably Yi Futian. Yao Shi had been showing interest in Yi Futian since the day before. Furthermore, her conversations with Yi Futian had also differed from those she'd had with others. Since Yao Shi wanted to pick only one to train alongside her, there was naturally no way that several could make it through the sea at the same time. Only one would be making it to shore. Such thoughts became increasingly intense as they ate away at his thoughts. He even failed to notice that his thoughts were being affected by hypnosis. A gust of cold wind blew across the lake, sending a faint chill across the water. A gray mirage streaked across the surface of the lake at speeds that the naked eye had trouble following, coming and going with a flash. Yi Futian's body moved all of a sudden. A beam of light flashed and he disappeared from where he stood. He disappeared without a trace and then appeared in the air above the lake. The gray mirage streaked by again, creating a chilling gust and a crisp noise. The boat that Yi Futian had been standing on was reduced to dust immediately, disappearing into the lake. A gray silhouette coalesced, destroying the boat with the gust that it had just blown. Chu Shi was seen standing there. Chu Shi made a move against Yi Futian in that instant. He was from the Azura Palace after all, and the cultivators from that place trained in the ways of the demon. The sacred general of Azura among the 8 sacred generals, who bore the title of Azura, was an extremely frightening figure who inspired fear in all those who had heard of him. To the cultivators of the Azura Palace, they were compelled to bag a kill in their very first shot, without heed for propriety and without giving their opponents any opportunity to fight back. That was the method they believed in. Yi Futian was known throughout Emperor Xia's realm and was extremely powerful. He had beaten Xiaoshang before he had even become a saint. There was no way Chu Shi would have greeted or warned Yi Futian. Given that he intended to make a move against him, he simply acted. His speed was such that hardly anyone noticed what happened. Yet, Yi Futian was able to evade that attack, a testament to his baffling speed. Yi Futian had been able to evade the attack due to his extremely powerful perception, which had become especially powerful after he'd become a saint. Saints were capable of melding their will with the world around them, so no actions around them were able to escape their notice. They were capable of tracking every pulse of movement around them. As such, even though they were crossing the fairy pool, he was nonetheless able to sense Chu Shi's actions within that split second. Space manipulation had been used in that very instant, enabling him to disappear from where he stood and evade that attack. Even he had to admit that the attack from Chu Shi had been perfect. If it had been someone else in his stead, they would not have been able to evade such explosive attacks. Despite having missed the first time, Chu Shi did not stop attacking. He flashed and mirages appeared, shrouding Yi Futian in an instant. Demonic might was brimming and many exterior incarnations were appearing all around. All of them were of Chu Shi himself, surrounding Yi Futian. Every single one of them held a blade that looked extremely sharp. Chu Shi made his move and the flashing of the blades was seen. Many of the exterior incarnations brought their blades down, and it seemed as if the power of the Great Path had buried the space they occupied. Blade art of Azura, hell of Azura. Boundless flashes of the blades were seen in that space as they tore through space. The attacks were seemingly meant to cut that space up into pieces. The ones at the fairy pool all looked in that direction and saw Yi Futian being buried in the flashes of blades. That was the blade art of Azura. It was probably difficult to find wiggle room while trapped by that skill. Yi Futian, who was being buried by the hell of Azura, burst all over with holy light all of a sudden. He melded with the Great Path and multiple layers of the will of the Great Path burst from his body in an instant. He did not stay where he'd been as he resisted the other party's attacks. The space around him was shaken and the vast space seemed to have been frozen. The overpowering footwork of Shenyuan was brought out and the extremely dazzling light surged into his arms, flowing to his fingers as he pointed forward. Crackling, high-pitched sounds were heard as the blade was bashed against Yi Futian's body. However, the dazzling light that coursed about his body seemed to be indestructible armor that prevented him from being cleaved. The fingers that he pointed tore through the hell of Azura, heading straight for Chu Shi at breakneck speeds. Chu Shi looked at that incredibly dazzling silhouette before him turning into golden lightning and charged forward, feeling that he was in trouble. He was baffled as to how Yi Futian had been able to tell his true body from the illusions with just a single look. He dissipated into a gray mirage and quickly saw a terrifying storm of sword aura whipping up in the air. One dazzling sword after another shot out from the air and headed straight for Chu Shi's body. Chu Shi froze momentarily. Yi Futian arrived at the very next moment. His body descended like a bolt of lightning that was shrouded in holy light. He pointed his finger forward and brought about a terrifying sword will that headed straight for Chu Shi. Chu Shi cleaved a flash of the blade in a hurry, tearing through the space before him. Yet when that finger arrived, the flash of his blade was broken and the light from the finger pierced through his body. Chu Shi's body dropped from above in an instant, falling into the fairy pool and sending splashes everywhere. Yi Futian then grabbed Chu Shi from the water and hoisted him up. He shot a cold glance at his opponent and said, "Get lost." He clapped as soon as he uttered the line, sending Chu Shi flying back to where he'd come from. The light on Yi Futian disappeared, and his body landed on Chu Shi's boat where he stood quietly. The others took one look at him, wondering if that holy light about him had been something he'd learned while training in Dali Dynasty. It was rumored that the unique training method had been something imparted to him personally by the imperial advisor of Dali. The young palace lord of Azura Palace was completely overwhelmed. He struck first and yet he had been defeated, losing the right to fight altogether. The sound of the guqin was heard again, but it was no longer the heavenly demon song of the Six Desires. On a boat floating on the pool, the master of the 100 Flowers Valley was playing the guqin. His tune seemed to be able to affect the will of others, making it increasingly difficult for them to control themselves. The sound seemed to be attempting to meld with the heavenly demon song of the Six Desires. Auras emanated from the handful of people remaining as they continued to move forward. There was a faint stifling aura on the pool. Yi Futian felt himself growing increasingly irritated and anxious. It was evident that he was being affected by the sound of the guqin as well. He kept his eyes forward and said, "This place is the Sea of Desires and is difficult to wade through. Please, I implore you all to return. It is not worth having your states of mind be affected by the sea." One by one, they turned to look at him and frowned somewhat. Yi Futian had his hands behind his back at the moment. He was heading forward in silence, yet telling the others to go home. Having made it so far, none of them wanted to turn back so easily. Furthermore, all of them were already deep into it and had developed intense yearnings. They each wanted to cross the fairy pool and take Yao Shi as their own. There was no way any of them would simply yield under such circumstances. It seemed that Yi Futian had thoughts about Yao Shi, given how he wanted the others to give up while he continued making his way forward. No one else around him heeded his words. Yi Futian turned his eyes forward and sat cross-legged on the boat. He waved and a guqin appeared in front of him. While he had undoubtedly lost his guqin spirit, he always kept a guqin with him nonetheless. He began plucking the strings and a tune was heard. 3 distinct sounds from guqin were heard mixing, but they retained enough to be told apart. All 3 of the sounds had extraordinary clarity as they seeped into the ears of those within earshot. Yi Futian's mind became exceptionally tranquil and clear as the Yukio song played. It was as if he had entrenched himself in an absolute barrier constructed from his own emotions. The lust dancing in his mind gradually subsided. When his tune was heard by the others, they too were affected, causing the influence of the heavenly demon song of the Six Desires and the tune played by Master of the 100 Flowers to weaken. His tune went from tranquil to raging, as if there was a hot-blooded force welling up within him, taking apart the passions and lust that had developed. Those who were still at the fairy pool had a mystical feeling developing in their minds. Their passions and lust subsided, which seemed to remind them of their paths in training. At the same time, the notes that were dancing in the world around them seemed to become imbued with the will of the great path of their surroundings. He flicked his arm and caused dazzling blades to swoop through the air, turning them into swords of Cassiopeia that moved with the dancing notes. They then transmuted into terrifying bolts of lightning that shot at the Master of the 100 Flowers. The Master of the 100 Flowers hastened his playing at the same time. The dancing notes turned into terrifying attacks, clashing in the air. However, there seemed to be countless dancing notes around him. Every note turned into swords of Cassiopeia and rained down on him in a frenzy. The Master of the 100 Flowers' fingers sped up and intense clashing sounds continued to be heard in the air. The notes, imbued with the power of the Great Path, continued to be blown up as the water of the fairy pool splashed. A bolt of lightning streaked by and, with a crisp crack, the Master of the 100 Flowers grunted as the strings of his guqin snapped. He turned to look at Yi Futian and put away his guqin. He took one look ahead before turning around and heading back to where he'd come from. His silhouette quickly disappeared as if he had never been there in the first place. "Are none of you going back?" Yi Futian continued asking. Qin Bai and the others took one look at Yi Futian before turning around and leaving, giving up of their own free will. Before long, only Yi Futian and Xiaoluan were left on the fairy pool. Yi Futian was thinking about what would happen if he just gave up right there and then. "You're invited to the island, Sir Yi," a voice said. The island in question then appeared right before Yi Futian's eyes. It was so near that it seemed like he could reach shore with one step. Xiaoluan was unable to see it and remained on the illusory sea, but he was nonetheless able to hear the voice as well. Yi Futian turned his eyes to look at Xiaoluan. Xiaoluan nodded and said to him, "Go on ahead." At that moment Xiaoluan felt rather conflicted. He knew that Shi would not have let him get near. If it had to be someone else getting onto that island, he was glad that person would be Yi Futian. He was wondering if Yi Futian had given up right there and then Shi have chosen someone else as a substitute. It was not something he would have wanted to see. As such, he would have rather had Shi choose Yi Futian. He was unwilling to think about what would have happened from then on out. He simply hoped Xia Qingyuan would not resent him when she found out. Yi Futian nodded and his boat moved towards the island. He stepped out of the boat and landed on the island. Green covered the island completely. Fairy cranes were flying in the air. Yi Futian was even able to catch sight of a phoenix resting on a parasol tree. There was a woman of striking beauty sitting on the extremely lush and beautiful island, playing the guqin leisurely and looking serene. The scene looked like something out of a dream and felt astounding. The tune stopped when Yi Futian came by. The woman looked up at Yi Futian and smiled brilliantly. "I hoped that it would be you, Sir Yi, that made it here. I knew that if anyone would make it here, that it would be you, Sir Yi. It would seem that you do not disappoint after all." Yao Shi, who was dressed in lavish clothing, did not lose one bit of her alluring beauty as she smiled brilliantly. There seemed to be all manner of beauty manifesting on her, more than enough to mesmerize any man. "Why would you, Goddess Yao Shi, hope that it would be me that would make it here?" Yi Futian asked. Yao Shi took one look at him with sheepish eyes and said, "You're the only one in all of Emperor Xia's realm that I could fall for." Her eyes locked on Yi Futian's when she spoke, looking embarrassed. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed," Yi Futian said. "Because of Xia Qingyuan?" Yao Shi asked with a smile. Yi Futian shook his head. "I remember the first time we met. You said that your heart belonged to someone else, and that person was your wife, Sir Yi. However, from what I know, your wife has since passed away. So why would there be a need for you to cling to her? If it is because of Xia Qingyuan, do you think that there is anything about me that is inferior to Xia Qingyuan?" Yao Shi asked. "I have no such intentions." Yi Futian continued to shake his head. Yao Shi smiled. "Your level of intelligence should allow you to learn from Xiao Shang's incident. What happened was not something that Xiao Shang would have been able to pull off on his own. The one who would be able to pull off all of that is someone from the royal palace. I'm sure that Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan would have figured out that much. I wonder if Queen Xiao was involved. He was Xiao Shang's aunt after all, and perhaps she did not wish to see you and Xia Qingyuan get too close. Are both Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan unable to find out anything, or do they just not want to? You played a key role in winning in the Battle of Empty Realm for Emperor Xia. You ventured alone into Emperor Li's realm, yet you met with all of that. I do not believe that there is anything in Emperor Xia's realm that could have been kept secret from the Emperor if he wanted to find out more. You're not of the Xia clan after all, Sir Yi. Perhaps they are simply using you due to you having extraordinary talents. Yi Futian took a look at Yao Shi and knew deep down that what she said made sense. He was able to come to such conclusions himself and intended to put the matter to rest. He was unable to do anything like what he had done to Xiao Sheng, for he lacked a target. However, he continued to trust Xia Qingyuan, knowing that she definitely would not want any harm to come to him. The news was leaked when she sent people to pick him from the lower worlds. That, coupled with everything else that had happened, meant that the royal palace had something to do with it. That was the only way anything made sense. There could be no other explanation. However, Yao Shi was well aware of his relationship with the royal palace, yet she had chosen to say all of that to him. While none of what she'd said seemed out of place, one could have learned that Yao Shi was not on good terms with the royal palace. Furthermore, she'd gone so far as to mention Emperor Xia and Queen Xiao. If he were to report her to the authorities, he could easily ruin her. Yet she did not seem to mind that at all as she chatted away. What had made her so displeased with the royal palace? Why was she always at odds with Xia Qingyuan? Xiaoluan had told him to not get near to Yao Shi, yet the prince had then asked for him to come along. It seemed that Xiaoluan's objective for being at the event had been to stop Yao Shi from doing all of that. Yi Futian thought that, although what Yao Shi was doing was displeasing, he still had no right to interfere with her matters. After all, he was not someone close to her. If you have anything that you would like to get off your chest, my ears are all yours, Yao Shi. Yi Futian did not respond to Yao Shi's accusations about the royal palace. Deep down he knew about a lot of things already. When the sacred war had broken out in the 9 states, his imperial will had burned and Emperor Xia had locked down the news, forcefully suppressing the matter. For that, he owed Emperor Xia his life. Furthermore, since Emperor Xia knew all of that, he would have been able to develop his speculations. As such, Emperor Xia knew Yi Futian better than many others. Even if Emperor Xia did intend to use Yi Futian, he would not have wanted any harm to come to the young man. Otherwise, it would have been like keeping a hidden threat around him. Yi Futian knew that much at least. As for Xia Qingyuan's temperament, he had a good idea of what hers was due to having been around her for such a long time. Despite being cold and aloof, her thoughts and intentions were simpler than those of Yao Shi. Anything I want to get off my chest? Yao Shi was dazed as she looked at Yi Futian. Her eyes seemed shifty for a brief moment, yet she quickly concealed it with a smile. What kind of thing would I want to confess to you? For example, who your parents are, Yi Futian said. Yao Shi gazed at him without flinching. Yi Futian did not evade her look as he gazed back at her. With all that has been going on as of late between the attitude of both Yao Shi and Xia Qingyuan took when they were around each other, as well as rumors about Queen Xiao and the Holy Mother of the West, Yi Futian was able to arrive at some conclusions. All of that, coupled with what he had learned of Yao Shi's status at the Yaotai Divine Palace, enabled Yi Futian to develop a very wild, bold guess. It was speculation that involved the royal family. The space they occupied seemed to have ground to a halt and turned extraordinarily quiet. Yao Shi shook her head lightly and her eyes became somewhat reddened as she forced a smile onto her lips. All of that made her look sad and beautiful at the same time. Xia Qingyuan is your sister and His Majesty is your father, correct? Yi Futian asked as he looked at Yao Shi. I have no father and I do not have what it takes to be a sister of the high and mighty princess. Yao Shi looked at Yi Futian and continued. You have heard the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires. Do you know why such a tune appeared in Emperor Xia's realm in the first place? It was because someone enjoyed the song alone, yet they'd forbidden the owner of the song from playing it ever again. That someone thought the song would embarrass him. Furthermore, he turned around and married another woman and made her the queen. Do you think such a person would be qualified to be someone I call father, Sir Yi? Despite not admitting to it outright, what she said had undoubtedly verified Yi Futian's speculations. As such, he was able to understand why Yao Shi had done what she did, and the resentment that she harbored deep down. When he was invited to the Yaotai Divine Feast, he'd heard that the last time the event had been held was decades prior. The Holy Mother of the West had taken leadership of the place back then. He was wondering if that event had been held after Emperor Xia had made Queen Xiao queen. Everyone claimed that the Holy Mother of the West had lost to Queen Xiao in the contest of the title of the #1 beauty in all of Emperor Xiao's realm. In truth, however, there were other reasons for it. Reasons that had changed their lives from then on out. If the people of Emperor Xiao's realm had to choose between Xia Qingyuan and me, who do you think the people would pick? Yao Shi asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not reply, but then again, there was no doubt about the answer. It would be Xia Qingyuan. The people would have naturally wanted you to choose the high and mighty princess, due simply to the fact that the girl in question is the princess. Yao Shi chuckled in a self-deprecating manner. After all, she'd grown up hearing of Xia Qingyuan's name. Yi Futian looked at Yao Shi and sighed deep down. Despite being of the same background in the sense that both were daughters of Emperor Xia, Xia Qingyuan was born in the royal palace and was doted by Emperor Xia. She was known by all since birth. It was rumored that her talents were unparalleled throughout Emperor Xiao's realm. She was lauded as the future empress of the realm. In contrast, Yao Shi's status as the virgin of the Yaotai divine palace paled by leagues. But then again, if she were to simply be the virgin of the Yaotai divine palace, she might not have so many thoughts about things and would continue being the elegant virgin in peace. However, with comparison came pain. She too was the daughter of Emperor Xia. Yet she grew up hearing the name of another girl instead. She knew deep down that regardless of how exceptional she could become, that other name would forever shine brighter than hers. It was a fact that she was unable to change. All of that was naturally somewhat cruel to Yao Shi, but that was how fate was, and there was nothing anyone could have done about it. It was for that very reason that princes of the imperial courts fought over the throne. The princes were all brothers from the same father, yet there could be only one who could ascend to the throne. Yao Shi was even more pitiful than the princes who were fighting each other for the throne, as she never had a father by her side. It was obvious that Yao Shi intended to resist, but given that her father was Emperor Xia himself, there were very few ways she could do that. As such, she had gotten to Yi Futian. Of course, there was also the Yaotai divine feast. Perhaps that was her way of resisting fate. It was not Yi Futian's place to chastise Emperor Xia, and it certainly was not his place to chastise Yao Shi either. Yi Futian sighed, looking at the woman before her. I went to the Dali dynasty to train not long ago, and I think you know about that too. I studied under the imperial advisor of Dali when I was there. I thought that the imperial advisor would be someone filled with ambition, yet the imperial advisor that I came to know was someone who was able to see through everything. His greatest wish was that his daughter could have a normal life. There was one of his students who resented him and even wanted to take his life, but he did not mind any of that. He remained willing to escort me and send me off, even knowing who I really am. He did not have any thoughts about that student who saw him as the enemy taking revenge against him. He did not dwell on whether or not I would become a threat in the future if I returned to Emperor Xiao's realm. He let go of the past, thought little of the future, and did what he could in the present. If there is nothing you can do to change anything, why not try putting it all down instead? Yi Futian continued. I know that it's not my place to ask you to put it all down. It's easy to advise others, but it's something else altogether if those things are happening to you. But then again, regardless of what you do, Emperor Xia will still be Emperor Xia, and Xia Qingyuan will still be Xia Qingyuan. You might think that you're punishing them, but what you're doing is punishing yourself. Furthermore, at least you know who your father is. I never knew who my biological parents were. But what can I do about it? Other than calling them assholes when I'm reminded of that fact, there is little else I can do. Yao Shi kept her eyes on Yi Futian and smiled, saying, I never realized that you had such a bleak past. I know the reasoning behind it all, but I couldn't just let it all go with only a few words. Yi Futian was able to tell from her reply that her obsession ran deep. She was not someone he could move with words. She had some sort of ongoing contest with Xia Qingyuan deep down. Yao Shi smiled and continued, seeing that Yi Futian was staying silent. You are versed in the art of the guqin, which would make you a good choice to play the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires with me. She then extended her hand and pulled Yi Futian's arm, bringing him to the instrument. Yifutian took a look where her arm was. Her supple, lithe fingers coiled around his wrist as she brought him before a guqin. Xianxia then sat down and took out the scores and handed them over to Yifutian. Take a look at the score while I play the song over once. Yifutian opened the score and saw the glittering brilliance of it. The score's countless notes seemed to be imprinting themselves into his mind and dancing, which was a result of Xianxia's playing. The tune was soothing and gentle. It made one feel amicable and at ease, as if they were about to enter a beautiful place. Yifutian continued to read the score as he listened to the tune. The tune seemed to have melded with the score itself, sucking him in and immersing him completely in the music before he realized it. The heavenly demon song of the Six Desires was not a demonic song that enthralled people using lust as he had imagined was the case. It was a song that was truly able to resonate with a person's emotions and desires. The song was extremely complex and long. What he had experienced before was but a part of the song's power, which continuously amplified the desires of its listeners, making them succumb to it and giving them no means of escape. Such desires were part of human nature and emotions. What the tune was doing was simply amplifying certain emotions and desires until said emotions were rendered completely under the song's control, making an escape from it impossible. It was a song capable of manipulating the passions and emotions of its listeners, making them fall under its spell and be completely immersed in it. It was no surprise that the song had come to be known as the Heavenly Demon Song. Music was like martial arts which, in their very nature, were not divided into good or evil. The song would have been good if the user played it to do good, and evil if the user played it to do evil. Yifutian listened to the complete song and some time passed. He looked at Xianxia beside him. Her fingers gradually stopped moving over the strings. There were a few strands of loose hair at her forehead. The smile on her face remained gentle and alluring. It was a mesmerizing and endearing sight to behold. Yifutian was even able to see Jiu in her. The two faces seemed to have overlapped with each other, making him feel an urge to pull her into his arms. What's wrong? Xianxia turned around and smiled, looking at his eyes as she asked, Are you mesmerized by the song? Somewhat. Yifutian did not deny it. At the moment, Xianxia looked really endearing, making him want to cherish her. You're of an extremely stable state of mind to be able to come this far. All the same, I didn't expect you to get mesmerized by the song. Xianxia smiled sweetly. Yifutian could see his dear Jiu in her. Well, I'm not a piece of wood, am I? Yifutian smiled and replied. Xianxia stared at him with an embarrassed look in her eyes and said, If there is some urge that you need to act on, I'd be willing to cooperate. I'll have a go. Yifutian quipped as he looked at the instrument before him. All right. Xianxia moved to the side and Yifutian sat where she'd been sitting, putting his hands on the strings. He began to slowly play the tune. Xianxia listened beside him. The sound of his playing was beautiful. While it was his first time playing the song, he was getting the hang of it already. The tune could be heard throughout that paradise, and there was a beautiful lady at his side. The scene looked more beautiful than anything found in pictures. The song finally ended after quite a while. Yifutian took a look at Xianxia by his side, recalling the times when he had played the instrument for Jiu. It still seemed as if the faces of the two women overlapped. Is the tune incomplete? Yifutian asked, looking at Xianxia. Indeed, that was only half of the heavenly demon song of the Six Desires. The remaining half was something that was never brought to the Yaotai Divine Palace. Xianxia then continued, You're getting over 70% of the tone and feel right on your very first try. If you were to play it several times more, I'm afraid you would be better at it than I am. When you completely master the song, I'll be happy to dance to the tune for you. Very well. Yifutian smiled and nodded before continuing to practice the song. Time passed and Yifutian played again and again. Xianxia went up to him at times and both of them would collaborate and write songs. Both of them seemed to be like one entity in that picturesque scene, looking natural and beautiful. An unknown amount of time passed and Yifutian's tune was still being played. Xianxia leaned against him and the lower part of her dress sprawled on the ground. Endearment and love were seen in Xianxia's beautiful face, as if she too was immersed in the picture. Her fragrant scent continued to attack Yi Futian's senses, making him feel urges that he was not supposed to be feeling. When the song was over, She circled her arms around his body and hugged him gently. Her gentle, supple body pressed close to his body, and Yi Futian felt a fire burning inside. Shi, Yi Futian called gently. Sir Yi, the heavenly demon song of the six desires is a spiritual type song, capable of affecting the passions and emotions of its listeners. There is no need to suppress yourself when you're under the song's spell. Unleashing your desires would be beneficial to the training of spiritual powers. Shi's voice sounded like something from a dream, working its mystical magic in Yi Futian's ears and tugging his heartstrings. If I'm not the one you like, you are free to see me as someone else and I'd be totally fine with it, Shi said. Yi Futian looked at the face right in front of his eyes. It was as if he was looking at Shi, Jiu, the glass saint, and some others at the same time. It was an environment that could satisfy any fantasy of his. At that moment, at Emperor Xia's faraway palace, a figure was standing at the princess's residence. The figure's usually calm face seemed to be troubled at present. Just what was happening at Yaotai Divine Palace? Had it been the Holy Mother of the West's idea to throw the Yaotai Divine Feast there? Or was it Shi's idea? She heard what everyone was talking about, how the feast at Yaotai Divine Palace this time was being held for Virgin Shi of the Yaotai Divine Palace to select a path companion. Who would Shi choose? Back at the birthday banquet for her grandfather, Shi had been seen staying really close to Yi Futian. Shi had been at the Battle of the Empty Realm as well and had always been following Yi Futian around. She had naturally been aware of all of that. She looked into the distance at that thought. That bastard. I sent someone to tell him to train in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, yet he went to the feast all the same. Couldn't he tell that Shi was up to no good? What has gotten into your head, Qingyun? A voice asked. Emperor Xia appeared before her. Nothing much, Xia Qingyun replied. Why would you be spacing out then? Emperor Xia smiled and added, Seems to me that your mind is elsewhere. I don't know what you're talking about. Xia Qingyuan's voice sounded plain when she said that. Emperor Xia smiled and did not try to embarrass her. He then said with a solemn face, Qingyun, there is something that I've never told you before, but since the matter has gotten you involved, it is time that you knew. Xia Qingyuan shot a puzzled look at her father. Shi of Yaotai Divine Place, she is your elder sister, Emperor Xia said. That one statement made Xia Qingyuan freeze. She was unable to react. Shi is my elder sister? Yaotai Divine Palace, above the Enchanted Island. Her slender body wrapped around his, full of infinite allure. Her elegant and inviting figure was so close. The long dress decorated with phoenix patterns slowly slipped off, exposing the fair skin on her shoulders. Those eyes of hers seemed to be able to capture the souls. Caused Yi Futian quite some confusion. Yi Futian was burning up inside. He looked down at the figure that was entangled around him. There was a strong desire deep in his heart. There also seemed to be another figure in his mind that exhorted him to indulge himself, release his desire, and lose himself in it. Master Yi. Shi looked up, eyes soft. She seemed to have the power to melt men's hearts. Both of Yi Futian's hands held that flawless face, then slipped down slowly to land on those delicate shoulders. Shi's eyes closed slightly. She seemed to be just as lost in the moment as he was. One of Yi Futian's hands moved to Shi's bosom. Shi's lips slightly parted. A fragrance filled the air, and from those lips came a moan that was ever so soft and gentle. However, in the next moment, Shi's eyes opened suddenly, staring at Yi Futian. Master Yi. The expression in Shi's eyes kept changing. In them he saw surprise, confusion, and discomfort. Upon Yi Futian's caressing fingers, there was an incredibly sharp sword while blooming, penetrated through Shi's body instantly and rushed into her body. In an instant, the sword will enveloped the body of Shi, seemingly intent on destroying her. A tear rolled down from the corner of Shi's eye. Pitifully, she asked, Why is Master Yi treating me this way? Shi, you invited me to come and I came. You invited me to cultivate in music, and I accompanied you, treating you as a friend. I do not wish for you to debase yourself, Yifutian said slowly. However, Yaoshi, you set me up. Is it as retribution against Emperor Xia and the princess? As his voice faded, the sword will on his fingers became stronger, tearing everything. Yaoshi's beautiful figure gradually became transparent, on the verge of being torn apart and shattered. Traces of sword will pierce through, and Yaoshi's figure immediately crumbled and dissipated between heaven and earth as if it had never existed in the first place. Looking at that disappearing figure, Yifutian appeared cool and collected, as if nothing had happened. He turned his gaze and looked in front of him, surveying this beautiful enchanted island. He spoke into the void, saying, "The heavenly demon song of the 6 desires wasn't incomplete. The goddess didn't want me to see the rest of it. It was 6 desires controlling a person's emotions and desires, taking over the feelings and thoughts of the other. If I guess correctly, the bottom portion of the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires should be able to create an illusion that is close to reality, and once the emotions are incited by it, they will be controlled bit by bit until they are mired in the abyss and unable to escape." When crossing the fairy pool as I stepped onto the enchanted island, it appeared that the illusion had been lifted, but it was not so. "I'm still inside the illusion, right?" Yifutian's voice called into the void. As Yifutian's voice faded, a burst of laughter as clear as silver bells was heard. Indeed, Yaoshi didn't judge incorrectly. To be able to maintain such strong control within the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires. No wonder you are the person valued by Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan. The voice fell, and a figure drifted down from above the enchanted island. It was Yaoshi, clad in a dress, dignified and elegant, and exquisite beyond words. Her smiles and movements were full of charm. She drifted down until stood in front of Yifutian. Smiling, she asked, "How did Master Yi detect it? Was Yaoshi that unattractive?" She seemed to be a bit disappointed when she spoke, but her demeanor was irresistible. When I arrived on the enchanted island, everything appeared normal. In fact, reality and illusion had already been merged into one. Goddess Yaoshi taught me to play the guqin, attracting me little by little. It even caused a hallucination at one point, and I confused the goddess with others. Furthermore, the desire was getting stronger and stronger, but in the current realm of the goddess, even defeating the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires would not affect my emotions. In my realm, it should also be impossible for me to experience the multiple hallucinations that I did. Therefore, the only possibility was that the heavenly demon song of the 6 desire had never really stopped playing. It was just that I could no longer hear the melody because I was always inside the illusion. In his realm, for a moment, he had really been tempted to indulge and give in to his desire. That, in itself, was a weakness. When he'd looked at Yaoshi, she'd appeared sometimes as Jeyu and sometimes as Glass Saint, which made him keenly realize that he had always been within the illusion created by the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires, which magnified desires in general. "Was Master Yi tempted?" Yaoshi asked with a smile. "Yaoshi, since you are an expert in the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires, you should understand that there are desires in everyone's heart, and I am no exception," Yifutian replied. "Can you lift the illusion now? If it is not an illusion but reality, and Yaoshi is willing to promise herself to Master Yi, would Master Yi accept?" Yaoshi asked again. "Does it matter?" Yifutian looked at Yaoshi and said, "You got close to me and even invited me to the Yaotai Divine Feast, and none of that had anything to do with feelings. You held such a strong grudge against His Majesty and the princess. How could you change your feelings so easily? I am but the prey chosen by the goddess." Yaoshi walked until she was by Yifutian's side. She looked in Yifutian's eyes and said softly, "Does Master Yi not believe me?" "Stop playing," Yifutian said. "Playing?" Yaoshi suddenly laughed. She looked at Yifutian and said, "If it was Xia Qingyuan asking, would Master Yi refuse? You are too obstinate. Perhaps she didn't even know you and never wanted to compare herself to you," Yifutian said to Yaoshi. Her obsession with comparing herself to Xia Qingyuan had become the focus of her life. She is a noble princess, her father is the emperor, and her mother is the queen. There is no need for her to compare herself with me. Xianxia laughed at herself and said, "Stop it." As her voice fell, something seemed to have disappeared. The enchanted island was still the enchanted island, but it seemed less perfect as it had been before and now closer to reality. The feeling was remarkable. Reality and illusion seemed to have truly fused into one. From the void, many goddesses floated down one after the other, landing in different positions on the enchanted island. Xianxia was still looking at Yifutian. She said, "When I hosted the Yaotai Divine Feast, the world declared that it was so I could choose a path companion. Now I would like to choose Master Yi as my path companion. Would Master Yi be agreeable to it?" Now, without the effects of the illusion, Yifutian felt that everything had gone back to normal. His emotions were no longer controlled by such a strong desire but seemed to be extraordinarily peaceable. Yifutian saw Xianxia gazing at him, waiting for his answer. "As I said before, I have a wife," Yifutian replied. "I see." Xianxia smiled. Her smile seemed beautiful but sad. From her point of view, it was just an excuse. Everyone in the world knew that Yifutian's wife had fallen in the Nine-States Sacred War. It had been years since then. Still, he used such an excuse to refuse her. Even though she was so proactive, between her and Xia Qingyuan, Yifutian was more willing to choose Xia Qingyuan. Sure enough, she still lost. At that moment, a group of people arrived in a flash. Xianxia turned her attention toward them and asked, "What is it?" "Emperor Xia's people are here," the person replied. Xiaoxi's eyes flashed strangely and she smiled sarcastically. First it was Xia Luan. Now someone else? Was he worried that she would steal away the man favored by his beloved little princess? Or was he concerned about her fall from grace? "Go and look," Xianxia said. But before she could move, she felt a strong force coming her way, shrouding the enchanted island within it. Xianxia saw the figure at the forefront and let out a bright smile. Xia Qingyuan, finally. Was this because she could no longer sit by the side any longer? The foremost figure was Xia Qingyuan. She had launched a grand matrix of space to come across the void, descended directly into Western region, and rushed to Yaotai Divine Palace. Order of Emperor Xia. This time, the person next to Xia Qingyuan stepped forward and looked at Xianxia, declaring, "To grant Xianxia the title of Princess Xi, surname Xia, and a residence of Princess Xi which is to be built within Emperor Xia's palace, so that Princess Xi can visit at any time." Xianxia was stunned. Her father wanted to name her as a princess? She looked at Xia Qingyuan again. Xia Qingyuan said, "My father the emperor wanted me to give you this message. The time. The Holy Mother of the West chose to stay and did not want to enter the palace, and my father did not force her. You do not need to bother with grievances. As long as you are willing, you can cultivate at any time in the princess residence at the palace." "You came to show pity on me?" Xianxia looked at Xia Qingyuan. For so many years, she had always compared herself with Xia Qingyuan. "No," Xia Qingyuan said. "I came to pick someone up." As she spoke, she looked at Yifutian and said, "He is mine." Yifutian looked at Xia Qingyuan and was speechless. Xianxia looked at Xia Qingyuan and suddenly smiled. He was her person. She turned her attention to Yifutian and said softly, "What happened today? Xianxia will always remember. I pray that Master Yi will not forget Xianxia." Yifutian looked awkward and saw Xia Qingyuan's eyes staring at him coldly. He couldn't help but feel fretful. Women were scary, especially beautiful ones. "The goddess taught me a song today. Yifutian will remember it well," Yifutian said. Xianxia handed a musical score to Yifutian, saying, "This is the bottom half of the heavenly demon song of 6 desires. Take it if it pleases Master Yi to accept it. Should the feelings of today persist, you know where to find me." Yifutian looked at Xianxia. He did not refuse and accepted the score. Xianxia had set him up. This score, perhaps, served as compensation to him. Moreover, now that Emperor Xia had also given Xianxia the title of princess, the two of them would probably meet again in the future, so there was no need to be adversarial because of this. However, Xiaoxi's words contained some hints which made it easy for others to make conjectures. but he could not explain anything in public. Many people from Emperor Xia's palace looked at him with a strange look. Now both princesses were here. This guy was really something else. "I will take my leave now," Yifutian said, turning to go. Xia Qingyuan followed close behind. She did not spare Yao Shi another look. Many, such as Xia Luan and the village chief, had come from the air, waiting for the news. They had not expected Xia Qingyuan to come in with an entourage. "Master, are you having fun?" The black-winged condor blinked his eyes and glanced at Xia Qingyuan. This she-devil was pretty arrogant. "Tie this beast up and take it back to the palace to cook," Xia Qingyuan said, glancing at the black-winged condor. "Ah!" Pity the poor black-winged condor, who let out a scream with a shudder. After the departure of the people from Emperor Xia's palace, Yaotai Enchanted Island returned to its former calm atmosphere. On the Enchanted Island where Yifutian had resided previously, a group of people had arrived. The person in front of the group was graceful and elegant, with stunning looks. The feminine charm she exuded was even greater than that of Yao Shi. Her glory was impossible to behold. Moreover, judging her age from her appearance alone, she was just slightly older than Yao Shi. Her actual age was impossible to fathom. This person was the mistress of Yaotai Divine Palace, the Holy Mother of the West. Yao Shi looked up at the Holy Mother and called out with a smile, "Mother, I remember that I told you once that the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires can truly stoke human desire. Even if you could control a man's emotions for a moment, and even if you succeeded, you could not possibly keep his heart. After all, they think of it as mere desire." The Holy Mother of the West said to Yao Shi, "In the future, don't do it again." Was this the reason why Mother lost to Queen Xiao? Yao Shi smiled and said, "Mother cultivated in peace and was detached from matters of the heart with no more arguments. But did he pay more attention to you? Xia Qingyuan was right. He asked me to go to the palace and I refused because I wanted to cut off the past. It was my choice. There were no regrets. As Ren Huang, he had his pride," continued the Holy Mother of the West. "But he still can't help but send people here today," Yao Shi continued. "Mother lost to Queen Xiao once upon a time, but I won't give up so easily." Yao Shi, Holy Mother of the West, sighed and looked at her daughter, saying, "I'm afraid you will get pulled in deeper and deeper." Yifutian could maintain such clarity under the magic of the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires and his desire under control. He possessed such a reputation. Surely he was no simple character. Clearly, Emperor Xia had intentionally focused on training Yifutian and did not oppose Yifutian's close relationship with Xia Qingyu. In the future, it may be another him again. Naturally, she did not want Yao Shi to repeat her mistake. "Go see him at the palace when you get a chance. Since he gave you the title of princess, it was a declaration to the world that he acknowledged you, so don't keep on resenting him," the Holy Mother continued. Yao Shi smiled and said, "Fine." Although this year's Yaotai Divine Feast was more like a comedy of error, the news still spread out rapidly, creating sensations in Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Xia had granted Yao Shi the title of Princess Shi, giving her the surname Xia. Yao Shi's real name was Xia Shi. After all, she was the daughter of Emperor Xia. Once, the Holy Mother of the West and Queen Xiao had competed for the title of the first beauty in Emperor Xia's realm, but they did not expect that there was such a story behind it. Emperor Xia had lived up to his reputation as the emperor, having conquered the 2 most beautiful women in Emperor Xia's realm. The Holy Mother of the West of Yaotai Divine Palace also belonged to Emperor Xia. Many people admired and envied the emperor. His Majesty was nothing if he did not desire the most beautiful women in the world, despite his cultivation. However, all most people could do was only use their imagination. But today, someone else had exhibited similar tendencies. Yifutian. On the enchanted island of Yaotai Divine Palace, did something happen between Yao Shi and Yifutian? Xia Qingyuan, the little princess, actually came in person to pick up the one herself. What else could there be but envy? Xia Qingyuan, Yifutian, and the rest were traveling in the direction of the Emperor Xia's palace. On the way back, Xia Qingyuan remained silent and did not speak, but Xiaoluan and Yi Futian were chatting rather delightfully. The black-winged condor had been hiding behind Yi Futian, trembling, his mouth closed tight. He dared not speak any more nonsense. He couldn't afford to mess with her. He was still thinking, this she-devil wouldn't really play for real, would she? She was way too scary. Follow me to the palace. When they had arrived at the center of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan turned her head and spoke to Yi Futian. Very well. Yi Futian nodded and asked the people of the cottage to return to the villa first. As soon as the black-winged condor heard Yi Futian, he started sneaking toward the back, getting ready to slip away. Did I say that you could go? Xia Qingyuan stopped and stared at the black-winged condor. The wings of the black-winged condor stiffened. If this she-devil was displeased with the master, why take it out on him? He was only asking if the master was happy or not, and she had a problem with that? He turned, trembling, and said to Xia Qingyuan, whatever the princess commands, little condor is at your service, through hell or high water. Yi Futian looked at the black-winged condor with contempt. This was as much resolve as this useless thing could muster. Then come to the palace with me, Xia Qingyuan said. The body of the black-winged condor stiffened even more. He looked to Yi Futian pitifully and said in his head, Master, help me. This she-devil was playing for real. He could never go to the palace, not even if they killed him. The princess asked you to go, so go. She won't really roast you, Yi Futian said with some despise. The black-winged condor blinked and stole a glance at Xia Qingyuan again. Why wouldn't I? Xia Qingyuan said. The black-winged condor's hair stood up on his back, sensing murderous intent. Yi Futian was at his wit's end. He looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, what angered the princess? What did the little condor do? What angered her? Xiaoluan glanced at Yi Futian and silently turned in another direction. Best not to get involved in this matter. The others who were following them also stayed far away. They saw nothing and knew nothing. His eyes were disrespectful. Can't I punish him? Xia Qingyuan asked, looking at Yi Futian. Then punish him, but there is no need for the princess to terrorize him. Yi Futian continued. And since when did I become the princess's person? My father, the emperor, commanded you as my imperial bodyguard? Is there a problem? Xia Qingyuan said coldly, I sent a messenger to tell you to go to the Golden Hall of the Lotus at the palace to cultivate. Why didn't you go? If I hadn't gone to Yaotai Divine Palace, were you planning on staying? Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, I don't like restraint. If the princess thinks I don't obey orders, I will resign as the imperial bodyguard. Do you think your resignation is up to you? Xia Qingyuan's voice was a little colder. She looked furious. She stared at Yi Futian and said, I refuse your resignation. In the distance, Xiaoluan and the others stayed out of the way, but couldn't resist listening in. This was war. For as long as he had known her, Xiaoluan had never seen his sister throw a tantrum. Was this because she was antagonized? When they left, Yao Shi's words had a lot of hidden meaning. On their way back, Yi Futian didn't even offer any explanation. Others who had followed Xia Qingyuan also felt it too. Though the princess was mostly quiet, she was rarely angry. Never mind on account of a mere imperial bodyguard, who dared to talk back to the princess. But only an idiot or moron dared to treat Yi Futian as a mere bodyguard. Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan and said lightly, Thank you, princess, for coming to my rescue this time, but I could not possibly serve the princess forever. Perhaps, in a little while, I will inform Emperor Xia of my intention to travel and do the things I need to do. Xia Qingyuan was stunned for a moment. She looked at Yi Futian, then asked, What things do you have to do? Look for someone. Yi Futian looked into the distance and said, When Xia Qingyuan heard what he had to say, suddenly, she was silent. She, too, looked into the distance and said quietly, Very well. As she was speaking, she continued forward, and everyone was a little bewildered. What was happening? Why did the whole thing suddenly come to an end? Master, can I go now? The black-winged condor asked in voice transmission. Yi Futian glanced at him, then stepped forward. leaving the poor black-winged condor to decide whether to follow him or not. Finally, he gritted his teeth and caught up to them. Xia Luan and the others followed in doubt, bewilderment written all over their faces. In the palace, the group retired to their respective quarters. Xia Qingyuan took Yi Futian somewhere. This was the palace above the 9th layer of heaven of Emperor Xia's palace, ethereal and ever sacred. When Yi Futian saw that Xia Qingyuan had brought him here, he knew who wanted to see him. In front of him, on the steps that disappeared into the mist, a figure stood quietly. It was as if he had been waiting for him. "Go," Xia Qingyuan said and left. Yi Futian walked forward and saw the figure turn around to look at him. "Your Majesty." Yi Futian bowed to pay his respect. This was the first time he had met Emperor Xia in the truest sense. At the earliest, he had seen the projection of Emperor Xia in the lower world. Now that he had seen the true body of Ren Huang, although there was no discernible breath, it gave out a feeling of giant, akin to a god, similar to the impression that Emperor Li had given him. Likewise, Emperor Xia was also sizing up Yi Futian. Although he had noticed Yi Futian for a long time, this was also the first time he had seen him up close. This guy was audacious. When he was in the 9 states of the lower world, he had turned that world upside down, causing Emperor Xia to have to deal with the aftermath on his behalf. Now, in the upper world, he was equally as bothersome. "Did you touch Yao Shi?" Emperor Xia stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian shivered, but fortunately he had not. "No," Yi Futian replied resolutely. His voice had just drifted off when the feeling of the pressure on his body weakened. Emperor Xia stepped up and came to Yi Futian, patted him on the shoulder, saying, "It's impossible for young men to behave themselves. When I was your age, I had many romantic adventures as well, but don't be excessive, kid." "Ah." Yi Futian looked up at Emperor Xia and blinked, revealing an innocent look. Excessive? He had no idea what that was supposed to mean. Seeing Yi Futian's innocent look, Emperor Xia wanted to give this guy a beating but thought better of it and stopped himself. Instead, he patted his shoulder again. "Between Qingyuan and Yao Shi, whichever one you like, as long as they are willing, I have no opinion on the matter. But if you go too far, I won't spare you." Yi Futian looked awkward and finally understood what Emperor Xia meant. Since Yao Shi was also the daughter of Emperor Xia, then the emperor had 2 daughters. The excess that he was referring to was naturally, this old man was a genius. Yi Futian clearly understood what Emperor Xia meant. That old guy actually had thoughts like that. Well, not that it didn't sound exciting or anything, though. But then again, just thoughts, nothing more. He wasn't that type of person, after all. Yi Futian's actions were more benign than what was going on in his head. He bowed right away after hearing Emperor Xia's words and said, "Your Majesty, I dare not harbor such thoughts." "Dare not?" Emperor Xia smirked coldly at him and asked, "Is there anything you dare not do? That kid is the princess's valet in name. But since when did he ever give any face to Qingyuan?" Emperor Xia thought. One hell of an asshole. That's what he is, the emperor thought. Emperor Xia dared not subject his precious daughter to any degree of grievances, however slight it might have been. Yet, for a long time, what his daughter had been occupied with was little more than what was going on with Yi Futian. The kid is full of shit. Yi Futian had no idea where the resentment that Emperor Xia harbored came from. Xia Qingyuan and Yao Shi? But then again, he thought it was best for him to shut up at that moment. He then lowered his head obediently and said nothing. The very reason he dared do whatever he did in Emperor Xia's realm, be it going up to Lihan Heaven all those years ago, or the more recent act of throwing his weight around at the Shao clan's manor, was standing right before him, after all. To put it more bluntly, it was because he served Emperor Xia. There were a lot of people in Emperor Xia's realm who saw what it was like between him and Xia Qingyuan, but he knew better than anyone that Emperor Xia, who was the one who kept him around after the Sacred War of the 9 States. He was the one who truly backed Yi Futian up. The old guy who stood before him at that moment was the greatest boss in Emperor Xia's realm. One that he could not afford to offend. He could have offended anyone but Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia glared at him after seeing Yi Futian playing possum and asked, "You've been to Dali. How was it?" The Dali dynasty rules over both the upper and lower worlds and was very cohesive, but there were also shortcomings. The royal members and extended families were very powerful and rather xenophobic, so much so that they did not like the imperial advisor all that much. Dali dynasty would be stronger otherwise, Yi Futian answered. All of that is but Emperor Li's maneuvers for balancing power. Emperor quipped casually. But then again, the imperial advisor of Dali is truly someone indeed. If he has taken a liking to you so much, when will you ask him to come over and serve Emperor Xia's realm? The realm here has no royalty or extended families to be concerned about. He would absolutely have a better time here than in Emperor Li's realm. Yi Futian was speechless. It was the first time he came to see Emperor Xia. Everything he knew about the old man crumbled. Emperor Xia appeared carefree and laid back, nothing like the imposing, almighty impression that Yi Futian had of him. That was probably something born out of the projections of Emperor Xia from when Yi Futian was still in the lower worlds. Is the Emperor actually telling me to get the imperial advisor to betray his own country? Yi Futian wondered. Your Majesty, Emperor Li is good to the imperial advisor of Dali and holds him in very high regard. It is utterly impossible to have the imperial advisor betray Emperor Li's realm under such circumstances, Yi Futian replied. It had a lot to do with a person's character. If a person were being very trusted and valued by one's sovereign, and said person betray their sovereign without reason or worse, for their own interests, then there would be little character of such a person in the first place. The imperial advisor was willing to escort him back to Emperor Xia's realm due to having taken a liking to him. Still, the imperial advisor would never betray Emperor Li. That was, unless Emperor Li was a trash person. Yet, if Emperor Li had been one such person, the imperial advisor would not have taken his position of imperial advisor in the first place. There is nothing absolute in this world. Time is capable of changing many things. Perhaps you might become the lord of a realm someday, or even rule over the realms. There might no longer be Emperor Xia's realm or Emperor Li's realm. Emperor Xia turned around and walked up the steps, his back facing Yi Futian. As a person who trains and seeks the great path, one shall always be unfettered and free. However, there is still a need to be wary of boundaries. He then turned and shot a warning look at Yi Futian, who, having just lifted his head before, lowered it right away, feeling rather speechless. What about trust between people, then? Your Majesty, I have something that I would like to seek your guidance with. Yi Futian, who was hanging his head low, said at that moment. Speak. Emperor Xia looked at him and said, I have heard from the princess that my wife might not have perished. There was an empress in the 3,000 realms whose methods are capable of communicating with the heavens, and her will is capable of transcending the 3,000 realms. Could that be possible? Yi Futian asked. Having broken into Saint Plain, he was not able to venture further away. Yes, Emperor Xia nodded. It might be possible, but the chance is slim, and it's best not to keep your hopes up too high. Yi Futian clenched his fists slightly and felt somewhat tense. So long as there was still hope, he wanted to see for himself. Your Majesty, who might that empress be, and where would I be able to find her? Yi Futian asked. You want to go out and look for her despite having just become a saint? Emperor Xia glanced at Yi Futian plainly and continued. You're quite in a hurry. That empress is at the top among all within the 3,000 realms. She reigns supreme. Even if I were to go out and look for her, she might not have even bothered taking a good look at me. Your current level of training might not even be worth mentioning. I would only want to look for my wife, and I have no intention of becoming the empress's enemy. Yi Futian then pressed on. Please tell me, Your Majesty. I will inform Qingyuan, and when you're ready to go, you may ask her. Emperor Xia replied, and Yi Futian nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Is there anything else you need of me, Your Majesty? Yi Futian asked again. Yeah, right. Get lost. Emperor Xia waved his hand dismissively at Yi Futian and said, I didn't even bother settling the score with him, and he is already in a hurry to get out? The emperor thought, the kid is indeed full of shit. Yi Futian felt rather speechless at Emperor Xia's attitude and said, I shall take my leave then. He then turned around and left, still feeling rather speechless. Emperor Xia was indeed totally different from how Yi Futian had expected him to be. But of course, Emperor Xia indeed felt more approachable that way, due to the lack of distance stemming from the lack of that high and mighty attitude. High and mighty, that was how he felt Emperor Li was like. Even when he was telling Yi Futian that he intended to marry his daughter to the young man, the emperor still seemed so distant, looking down at the living beings from the clouds above. Yi Futian returned to the cottage villa right after he left the palace instead of getting snorted at in the princess residence. Xia Qingyuan found him to be incredibly irksome at the moment, and it was best that he did not go anywhere near her. The news of Yao Shi being made a princess spread throughout Emperor Xia's realm several days later. On that day, a group of people arrived at Emperor Xia's palace, serving as escorts to Yao Shi. It was a happening that caught the attention of everyone in Emperor Xia's palace. There would be 2 princesses of Emperor Xia after the emperor made Yao Shi a princess. Everyone wondered how Emperor Xia would treat a princess who had been out there for so many years. However, during the Yaotai Divine Feast that day, Emperor Xia had sent Xia Luan before sending someone with Xia Qingyuan. That meant that the emperor was still concerned about Yao Shi, nonetheless, or he would not have been paying so much attention to her. Yao Shi came straight to the Emperor Xia's palace high in the clouds, and was able to see the biological father that she had always wanted to see for all those years. The man who stood at the very pinnacle of Emperor Xia's realm. Both of them looked at each other and said nothing. The scene in the fleeting clouds was unusually quiet. Emperor Xia finally sighed after some time, breaking the silence. He said, "Do you hate me?" "I dare not hate you, father," Yao Shi said. Emperor Xia was able to hear the distance between the two of them from the tone that she had taken. It was something that had never been there when he was talking to Xia Qingyuan. But he was able to understand. As speculated by all, if Emperor Xia did not care about Yao Shi, he would not have concerned himself with the Yaotai Divine Feast. She was still his daughter, after all. "I had sent Xia Luan to stop you in hopes of preventing you from punishing yourself for what happened all those years ago. What happened between your mother and me was our own choice, and we respected each other's choices. You could hate me, but there is no reason for you to hurt yourself." Emperor Xia walked up and looked at Yao Shi, saying, "You thought I've never been concerned with you, but in truth, I've been to Yaotai Divine Palace quite a number of times to see you. You didn't know it, nor did your mother." Yao Shi looked up at Emperor Xia. If the emperor was willing, it was naturally possible for him to go and see her without anyone else knowing. "I'm not telling you all this because I want your forgiveness. I don't want to see my daughter live with hate and resentment. As a descendant of Ren Huang, you should be living freely instead." Emperor Xia looked at her eyes and said. Yao Shi lowered her head a little, and her eyes were somewhat reddened. She was unable to understand how the man she had hated for decades was standing right in front of her eyes. Yet she was unable to bring herself to hate him. She was his daughter, a daughter of a Ren Huang, a princess of extremely high prestige in all of Emperor Xia's realm. "I have tried letting it go, but perhaps I still need time," Yao Shi sighed and said. "I will give you time." Emperor Xia nodded and continued, "Do you have any other wishes? If I do, would you grant them?" Yao Shi asked. "So long as it is something within my capacity to grant," Emperor Xia said. "Of course," Yao Shi said with a smile. "Speak." "I want a valet." Yao Shi looked at Emperor Xia and said. Emperor Xia was dumbfounded. His brows twitched slightly as he looked at Yao Shi and asked, "Yi Futian, would you be able to grant that?" Yao Shi looked at him and asked. Emperor Xia was unable to come up with an answer. It was apparent that Yao Shi had not been able to let it all slide. Yi Futian was the valet of his other daughter. Yi Futian might be a valet, but he is not required to fulfill any of a valet's duties. He is a valet in name only. While he might be Qingyuan's valet, he never stayed in Qingyuan's place or acted as a valet. If you want him to be your valet, you'll only need his approval. Emperor Xia knew that Yao Shi was very sensitive at the moment. If he were to tell her that Yi Futian belonged to Xia Qingyuan, it would have incited her instead. Every word he said right there was the truth. He had not lied to Yao Shi. "Thank you, father. I shall try." Yao Shi smiled and nodded. Both of them chatted for a while after that. That day, Yaoshi moved into her new place. To the people of Emperor Xia's palace, it was not a small matter. Furthermore, the first thing she did after moving in was send people to the cottage villa to summon Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan sent someone over to the cottage villa and summoned Yi Futian as well as soon as she found what was going on. As such, Yi Futian, who was playing his guqin on the plains at the mountains, received summons from both Xia Qingyuan and Yao Shi. He took a look at Qin Zhuang, who was there to deliver the news, and said, "Tell the envoys that I'm now training in isolation. I'm not going anywhere." Understood. Qin Zhuang left to relay the message. Both groups of people left and sighed deep down after hearing his reply. Yi Futian was probably the only person in all of Emperor Xia's realm who dared to behave in such an abrasive, cocky manner. 2 princesses asked to see him, and he was seeing none of them. Trouble was brewing in Emperor Xia's palace. Yi Futian continued to play his tune or train. He was not the only one doing so, as everyone in the cottage villa was training diligently as well. Among the ones from the cottage villa at the moment, only Yi Futian and the Sword Saint had made it to Saint Plain. Yu Shang, Gu Donglu, Yi Wuchen, and the others were naturally doing their best in hopes of attaining sainthood. It was year 10024 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, and a lot had happened in Emperor Xia's realm in the past year. Yi Futian became a saint, and Shao Shang had perished. The Shao clan, which had been extremely renowned for a time, seemed to show signs of decline. There was yet another princess in Emperor Xia's palace, Princess Shi. It was said that she kicked up a lot of fuss after moving into the royal palace, being at odds with Xia Qingyuan. Princess Xia Qingyuan seemed to have gotten herself a rival. There were signs of activity from Dali dynasty's army at the borders of Emperor Xia's realm, and there had been several skirmishes that alerted Emperor Xia's realm considerably, and armies had been sent there to strengthen border defense, as well as keep a close eye on the movements of the neighboring dynasty. However, it seemed as if none of that had anything to do with Yi Futian. Ever since he had returned to the cottage villa after the Yaotai Divine Feast, he had been focused on his training. Training at St. Plain required more time than before to see noticeable progress. While it was said that being able to step into St. Plain itself had been an achievement of a different magnitude, it still seemed inadequate to Yi Futian. It was especially so since he had developed thoughts of venturing far outside of Emperor Xia's realm, and that would have required him to enhance his powers continuously. If he were to get to the stage like that of the Swordmaster of Lihin, he would have been able to come and go anywhere as he pleased, so long as he did not get on the bad side of Renhuang class of beings. Emperor Xia's realm seemed extraordinarily lively in the new year. The Divine Cloud Valley, which was known as the Number Armoring clan in all of Emperor Xia's realm, was no exception. Great old halls in the Divine Cloud Valley were glittering with golden brilliance. The place was filled with mighty ones, and the Valley Master had been one of the followers of Emperor Xia, an armorer serving the Emperor, specifically. The Divine Cloud Valley would have been able to remain a prestigious clan whose status was immutable in Emperor Xia's realm, so long as their people did not commit grave offenses like treason. There were several silhouettes seen high in the sky above Divine Cloud Valley on that day. The group of people landed right before they entered the valley as a sign of respect. The guards outside of the valley were unable to help but gauge one of those who came, one who was dressed in white and had silver hair, looking to be of exceptional bearing. There was only one person in all of Emperor Xia's realm who sported such an appearance, which made him stand out like the sun at high noon. "I'm Yi Futian, and I've come to pay the Valley Master a visit. Please inform your superiors." Yi Futian cupped his hands and said as he went through all of the required proprieties. The guards were shocked to find that the man was Yi Futian. "Please hold on for a moment, Saint Yi." A guard went in to deliver the word. Someone else came out to receive Yi Futian's party into the valley not long after. "Please forgive us, Saint Yi. There are honored guests at the valley today, and that was why there was a delay." The one who received them explained to Yi Futian. "No matter. I'm only here to pay a visit after all. Please lead the way." Yi Futian replied, but he was still curious. From what he heard from the other man, there was already someone here before they did, and it seemed that those people were of exceptional status, and he wondered who they might have been. Yi Futian and his party came to a grand, old hall, and there was already quite a crowd at the place. Yifutian saw several familiar faces in the crowd before him. Gongsun Zhong, Gongsun and Gongsun Xian, and some others were all there. Gongsun Zhong looked rather complicated when he saw Yifutian show up. He had been somewhat dismissive of him at Old Man Zhao's birthday banquet all those years ago. It was a testament to his arrogance, which stemmed from his exceptional talents. However, he remembered what happened in the Battle of Empty Realm well. At present, Yifutian was someone known everywhere. He had let go of his obsession with Xia Qingyuan back at the Battle of Empty Realm, and he had little to resent Yifutian for, but what happened left a lasting impression on him nonetheless. Brother Gongsun. Yifutian cupped his hands and smiled as he greeted Gongsun Zhong, apparently without care for the scuffles they had back then. He was able to tell that Gongsun Zhong had held back many things himself. Gongsun was dumbfounded for a moment when he saw Yifutian greeting him, before sighing deep down. It seemed that the difference between him and Yifutian had gotten increasingly large. Gongsun Zhong then lifted his hands and returned Yifutian's greeting. "Ms. and Ms. Xian, it's been a while." Yifutian turned to look at the Gongsun sisters. Luofan came as well, and Yifutian had deliberately brought his older brother along. Since both his fifth brother and Gongsun Xian had taken a liking to each other, he did not mind playing matchmaker and presenting them with more opportunities to meet up. As for the result, he was not trying to force anything but let things take their course. "It's been a while indeed." Both sisters nodded. They were acquaintances back at the Battle of Empty Realm. Gongsun Xian turned her eyes to Luofan, who scratched his head for a bit and said, "Well, Divine Cloud Valley is a really big place. Shall I give you a tour?" Gongsun Xian looked at him and said. Luofan's eyes sparkled, yet Yifutian butted in immediately. "My fifth brother knows a thing or two about armoring. If you'd be willing to give him a tour at Divine Cloud Valley, I'm sure he'd be delighted." "That's so?" A brimming voice spoke. "If that's the case, have your fifth brother come over more often then. It would do him a lot of good learning armoring arts right here." Yifutian turned his head around and found the person who spoke was an elder wearing a golden robe, who smiled as he looked at Yifutian's party. There was another youth who looked extraordinary at the elder's side, looking at Yifutian with a smile. "Yifutian, here to pay you a visit, Valley Master." Yifutian bowed and said. He then looked at the youth at the Valley Master's side and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." While it was the first time he laid eyes on the young man, his bearing and appearance bore some similarities with that of Emperor Xia and Xiaoluan. Furthermore, he was an honored guest whom the Valley Master attended to personally, which spoke volumes of his status. That young man was none other than the fourth prince, Xiaoluan. Xiaoluan took a look at Yifutian and smiled, saying, "It's no wonder that my sisters are getting at each other's throats in the royal palace. You really are the number one in my generation in Emperor Xia's realm." "You're too kind, Your Highness," Yifutian smiled and said. "His Highness is correct, though. There is indeed none among your generation throughout all of Emperor Xia's realm who would be able to overpower you." The Valley Master then added with a smile, "Anyway, what brings you here to Divine Cloud Valley today?" "To tell the truth, I'm here to ask for your help in matters concerning armoring today, Senior." Yifutian then continued straightforwardly, "However, I dare not ask for such help from you without giving you anything in return. I want to offer a top-notch sword sutra that I acquired at Dali as payment. I shall pay for the material cost of the work in sacred spirit stones as well." The Valley Master nodded as he heard Yifutian talk. Yifutian was one of the brightest figures in all of Emperor Xia's realm. If he were to go through the princess with such a request simply, the valley would have had to agree to it. However, Yifutian did not do so. He paid a personal visit instead and was requesting services by trading for a fair price. Those actions earned the Valley Master's affinity, thinking that the young man to be a decent fellow. "No problem." The Valley Master did not hesitate and agreed to it right away. Since Yifutian was giving him due respect, he was willing to return it with the same amount of respect. "Thank you, Valley Master." Yifutian extended his hand and handed the sutra to the Valley Master, saying, "This is a top-notch sword sutra that was previously lost in Dali. It's called the Sword of Kasayapa." The Valley Master took it over and flipped the pages nonchalantly, finding it to be something decent. He then turned to Yifutian and said, "This is indeed a precious piece. What kind of implement would you like forged?" "Swords." Yifutian said, "I would like a sword capable of incorporating my life spirit into it, as well as a batch of swords of space." Those swords were something he wanted made for Yaya. Yaya's training had yet to be restored to its pinnacle state. The last battle cost her considerably, and he was unwilling to see something like that to happen again. As such, he wanted a batch of swords crafted in order to help her in future battles. If he were to request something like that of the Valley Master, he was naturally expecting the products to be top of the line, which would have definitely come at considerable costs. They were things that conventional armorers were incapable of crafting, after all. "No problem," the Valley Master then asked. "When would you like them finished?" "The sooner, the better," Yifutian answered. The Valley Master then took a look at the fourth prince, who then said, "It's completely fine to attend to his request first. I'm in no hurry. Are you here for matters concerning armoring as well, Your Highness? If that's the case, it's completely fine for my request to be finished later," Yifutian added. "It's all right. Let's get yours made first." Xiakuan smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Yifutian thanked the fourth prince. "Well, in that case, let's get to it right away. If you'd like a ritual implement capable of incorporating your life spirit, it would be best that you stay around and help with the crafting process. I'll be bothering you at Divine Cloud Valley for some time then, Senior." Yifutian nodded. "Valley Master, I shall take my leave then," Xiakuan then said. "Very well. Goodbye, Your Highness." The Valley Master nodded and ordered men to send the prince off while he brought Yifutian elsewhere and ignited the forge. Several days later, golden flames shooting up to the heavens were seen at the forging tower of Divine Cloud Valley. Many were watching the Valley Master himself at work. There was a terrifying great matrix at the front where sword aura of their world manifested in a frenzy and melded within the matrix. There seemed to be a leaf-shaped sword appearing above the matrix. The weather above the sword at that moment changed, their surroundings shrouded by stifling might. Terrifying diagrams of sword arts were projected in the heavens, surrounding that sword. A silver-haired figure sat cross-legged and unleashed his will into the matrix, incorporating his will as a saint while sensing the terrifying power ahead, melding with it. The Valley Master formed a mudra in his hand. Boundless sword will in the heavens gushed from the matrix downwards, following the terrifying diagrams and flowed into Yifutian's brow, making him shine brilliantly all over with holy light. The power of the great path was imbued within the sword. How much of the weapon's power could be brought out became solely dependent on Yifutian's power. Boundless light flowed into Yifutian's brow after quite a while. Sword will coiled around him before their surroundings returned to their usually quiet state. The Valley Master brought the spectators and everyone else away, leaving Yifutian sitting cross-legged over there. Extremely holy light glittered in his mind, causing imperial will to ebb at his brow, which was then incorporated within the sword. He was there to get a trump card for himself forged, enabling him to gain an extra element of surprise at key moments, which, in turn, would allow him a means to end his enemy without regard to level difference. The sword will around him gradually dissipated after a while. The light on his brow disappeared as well, and it was only then that he rose and left. The Valley Master then began to forge the other swords the next day. The process had taken even more time, and only ended when he had finished crafting multiple swords of space for Yifutian. He put the swords away and looked at the Valley Master, saying, "Thank you for all your hard work, Valley Master. I'm forever in your debt. I'm just doing what I can. No need for such gratitude," the Valley Master replied. "If there shall be anything you'd need in the future, please do inform me," Yifutian said again. "Will do." The Valley Master nodded with a smile and did not refuse. Yifutian then brought his people and left. The Valley Master of Divine Cloud Valley had a lot of thoughts as he watched Yifutian leave. The trip seemed to be one where Yifutian requested for him to make things, but it was actually one to forge good relations between the two of them. At the same time, It undid the scuffles between Yi Futian and Gong Sun Zhong all those years ago. No one knew whose Emperor Xia's realm it would be in the future, after all. Yi Futian was playing the guqin at the cottage villa. Someone walked up to him at that moment. It was Gu Donglu. "How is training, third brother?" Yi Futian looked at Gu Donglu and asked. "Saint Plane bottleneck," Gu Donglu answered. His plane had been higher than Yi Futian's a long time ago, and his state of mind had always been superb. However, he remained incapable of making the breakthrough. He needed some opportunity to make the breakthrough. "You're getting ready to leave?" Gu Donglu asked. "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. "I've been training in isolation for some time, ever since I made it into St. Plane. It's time that I venture outside. Furthermore, you guys probably need your turning points. If isolation isn't doing you guys any good for making the breakthrough, why not try and venture outside instead?" Gu Donglu nodded and said, "What about the villa? I'll get the princess to look after the place. There shouldn't be any surprises for us at this point," Yi Futian replied. "When will we be departing?" Gu Donglu asked again. "I'll go to the royal palace for a bit. We'll get ready to depart after that." Yi Futian got up and said, "I'd get the others to get ready." Gu Donglu did not say anything further, turning around and leaving. Yi Futian took to the air and headed for the royal palace. It has been quite a while since the last time Yi Futian went to Emperor Xia's palace. He had never stepped foot into the royal palace ever since he met Emperor Xia personally last year. He went to the princess residence in the royal palace that day. Xia Qingyuan looked rather displeased seeing Yi Futian show up. She asked coldly, "What brings you here? When I last met His Majesty, he told me to look for you when I was ready to leave." Yi Futian then continued, "I hope you'll tell me what I need to know, princess." Xia Qingyuan stared at Yi Futian. She knew what he was there for. It seemed that he had gotten ready to leave. "Empress Qin." Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian and said, "Empress Qin." Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan. "The person you're looking for. She is Qin Gu, an empress of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path." Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian and explained. She was a legendary empress. However, the empress is at the Supreme Path realm, which is extremely far away from Emperor Xia's realm. Despite having made it into St. Plane, getting there will take you an untold number of years. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. She waved her hand, and a jade scroll flew at Yi Futian. Yi Futian extended his will inside and found a map. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path were scattered all over the place and spread out in a cascading manner, seemingly without rules and making them look like stars. Every single realm was like a star in itself. Yi Futian found where Emperor Xia's realm was and found Emperor Li's realm, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm at its left and right, respectively. Other than that, there were also other Renhuang's realms, clustered together like a region of stars, and there was actually a curved line circling them as if to mark them deliberately. There were words denoting the region, the Crimson Dragon region. The region you see Emperor Xia's realm in is known as the Crimson Dragon region, which includes Emperor Xia's realm, Emperor Li's realm, and many other Renhuang's realms in it. All of them are parts forming the Crimson Dragon region, and the topmost realm was the center of the Crimson Dragon region, the Crimson Dragon realm. Xia Qingyuan then elaborated. The Crimson Dragon realm is also the liveliest, most bustling realm within the region, attracting all manner of mighty ones there. Furthermore, it is a nexus connecting other regions. Every realm within the Crimson Dragon region has a grand teleportation matrix leading to the Crimson Dragon realm. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. What Xia Qingyuan meant was that there should have been one such matrix leading straight to Crimson Dragon realm in Emperor Xia's realm. If you want to find the Empress, you should use the Crimson Dragon realm as your springboard before venturing into other realms. Xia Qingyuan continued. Yi Futian nodded, saying, "Thank you, princess. Is the royal palace capable of sending me straight to Crimson Dragon realm?" "It is." Xia Qingyuan nodded. "If that is the case, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you again, princess," Yi Futian said. "No need to thank me. I'm going out on a pilgrimage myself as well, and I'll be heading to Crimson Dragon realm as well, so I'll be taking you with me," Xia Qingyuan said coldly. Yi Futian blinked. I'm afraid that would be rather awkward, Princess. Yifutian's eyes looked shifty. No one knew what the trip would have entailed, and Xianxia's status was special. If you're not going with me, then you figure out how to get there yourself. Xianxia shot a cold glance at Yifutian. Yifutian felt as if he was being crushed between her fingers and said in an exasperating tone, Sorry to trouble you then, Princess. Xianxia looked at him coldly. Since when did Yifutian get so polite? I'll head back and finish my preparations, Yifutian said and left right after. However, he stopped after taking several steps. He remembered that it was his actions of making use of the matrix before that led to all that had happened afterward. Now, he halted his steps and seemed to be steeped in deep thought. Xianxia looked at Yifutian's back and felt puzzled. What is he thinking now? She wondered. Yifutian stopped for a bit before turning around. He looked at Xianxia and asked, Princess, may I ask for a favor? Speak. Xianxia had no idea what was going through Yifutian's mind. This trip might be somewhat dangerous, and I think you should stay where you are, Yifutian said. Speak. Xianxia's tone turned even colder. That bastard. Yifutian spoke his mind, and Xianxia looked rather puzzled. Thoughts seemed to be running behind those bright eyes of hers, and she looked at Yifutian, saying after a while, I'll do the setup. Yifutian nodded before walking out of the princess residence. However, he was unable to make it far before someone else had gotten in his way. Princess Xi. Yifutian looked at the alluring figure before him and cupped his hands, greeting her. Why don't you come to visit my place since you're here at the royal palace, Sir Yi? You're telling me that you've forgotten all about me so quickly, Yaoshi said as she seductively looked at Yifutian. I have business to attend to. Help yourself around, Princess Xi. Yifutian cupped his hands and said, disappearing as soon as he finished. Emperor Xia had warned her before. They were in the royal palace and directly under the scrutiny of Emperor Xia. Yaoshi would not have dared to do anything to harm him. Best not get on the bad side of this woman, though. You afraid I'm going to eat you up or something? Yaoshi called out without caring where she was. Her eyes were sad and resentful. Many in the royal palace heard her voice and felt speechless. That Yifutian is one hell of a lucky asshole. The people from the cottage villa came to the royal palace in a low-profile manner several days later, hardly alerting anyone around them. The teleportation grand matrix in the royal palace lit up, and many disappeared from Emperor Xia's palace right away. Princess Xianxia left with them. It was not until Xianxia went off that someone, including Yaoshi, took notice, wondering where Xianxia had taken Yifutian. However, the ones guarding the matrix actually kept the whole thing a secret and did not say anything to anyone. In the royal palace of Dali dynasty several days later, Liao had seen some dark times after the incident with the seventh swordsman all those years ago. He had originally been a student of the imperial advisor in name and had gotten close to the imperial advisor's residence. However, due to the case with the seventh swordsman, he had almost turned against the imperial advisor and was at odds with them. He had even gotten the prince regent to act, yet the prince regent was blocked off by the imperial advisor, allowing Yifutian to leave alive. As such, Liao became the most downtrodden one in Dali dynasty. Both sides wanted to have nothing to do with him. Liao reflected on himself and trained in isolation since then, and was actually able to make it into Saint Plain at the start of year 10024 of Divine Prefecture calendar. That caused quite a commotion, and even Emperor Li took notice of him, thinking better of him. The third prince came to show goodwill as well. Liao began to get close to his third brother and the side of the royal members, cutting off contact with those from the imperial advisor altogether. Of course, it went without saying that the imperial advisor's residence was having quite a hard time. They were keeping a very low profile. Your Highness, a servant girl came to report. Who was it that allowed you to disturb me? Liao, who was training, opened his eyes and shot a cold glare at her. Having one's training interrupted was something extremely irksome. Your Highness, there is news from Emperor Xia's realm. The servant kneeled and said with a shuddering voice. Liao's eyes softened after he heard that it was news from Emperor Xia's realm. Bring them in. Yes, Your Highness. The servant girl left and quickly brought someone there. "Your Highness." That someone bowed. "What is it?" Liao glanced at the messenger, wondering if it had something to do with Yifutian, and if that man did something that would have astounded everyone yet again. There was news from Emperor Xia's palace saying that Yifutian and Xia Qingyuan activated the teleportation grand matrix in the royal palace, leaving Emperor Xia's realm, the messenger reported. "You sure about this?" Liao rose. "Yifutian and Xia Qingyuan both left Emperor Xia's realm?" The news could not be more true. Many knew of that news. Xia Qingyuan had indeed left with Yifutian. "Where have they headed to?" Liao asked. The Emperor Xia's palace sealed the news, but there were rumors saying that Yifutian and Xia Qingyuan might have gone to train in the Crimson Dragon Realm. The Crimson Dragon Realm? Liao's eyes sparkled. The Crimson Dragon region consisted of both Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm. The Crimson Dragon Realm was the primary realm of the Crimson Dragon region. It was not a place where both Yifutian and Xia Qingyuan could throw their weight around, yet they had actually left for that place. "Is the news reliable?" Liao asked again. "There shouldn't be a problem," the messenger replied. Liao was feeling rather restless by then. Despite having broken into Saint Plain, there were some obsessions that he was unable to lay to rest. The time he spent being duped by Yifutian proved to be the greatest insult he suffered in his life. He had to make Yifutian pay for that. Yifutian in Crimson Dragon Realm. Liao mumbled to himself and then left. Yifutian ventured outside with Xia Qingyuan, so Emperor Xia would have definitely sent powerful escorts to protect them along the way. Liao's current powers proved rather inadequate. However, it was a chance that he would absolutely not miss. The Crimson Dragon Realm was the primary realm of the Crimson Dragon region, and the central areas of many regions were connected to many realms, making them extremely prosperous and bustling with people. People of all realms in the region came to train and explore there. It went without saying that those who were capable of crossing realms to train were either extremely powerful people or people with highly notable backgrounds, for instance someone like Xia Qingyuan. Otherwise, the time that one would have spent crossing realms to train would have exceeded what ordinary cultivators were able to afford. Yifutian and his party were already at Crimson Dragon Realm, and for the past several days they were able to feel one thing about the place: it was hot. Crimson Dragon Realm was filled with intense, fiery aura throughout the place, like how the void aura permeated the entire empty realm. That place would have been a heaven for cultivators training in fire-related abilities. People who were versed in the will of the great path of fire would have been extremely suited to train at the Crimson Dragon Realm. Furthermore, the fiery aura of the Crimson Dragon Realm was more intense than the will of space found in the empty realm. As such, the place was very hot. But then again, cultivators cared little about their surrounding temperatures. It did not seem that the notion of spiritual qi in the upper worlds being abundant was an exaggeration. Furthermore, spiritual qi was not the only thing found in abundance. Yifutian even began to wonder what the true nature of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path actually was. Is it really like it is said in legends, that all realms are products born from the heavenly path shattering? He wondered. Yifutian was drinking at a restaurant in the Crimson Dragon Realm, feeling scorching heat welling up from within his body. It was as if flames were about to shoot through his throat. Fiery will of the great path in his body was invoked, causing him to feel himself being set ablaze. The booze here really is something indeed, he thought. He took the cup on his left and mumbled, "Some fine booze indeed. No wonder it's so expensive. One hell of a luxury this thing is." The liquor contained the power of the great path, making a true fine brew of the great path. The price of one bottle of liquor was calculated in sacred spirit stones as well. No common folk would have been able to afford such an item. It was no wonder that those of high birth had a natural edge to them right from birth. If one were to think about the cultivators of the lower worlds, they were indeed a miserable lot. They lacked resources to back their training and had to rely on themselves to make it far enough before being able to enjoy more resources. The difficulty of them doing so far eclipsed those who had an impressive background. Xia Qingyuan was seated across Yifutian. She remained dressed in men's clothing and looking dashing. Curiosity could be seen in her eyes. "How about you give it a go?" Yifutian looked at Xia Qingyuan and said. As a daughter of Ren Huang, Xia Qingyuan had naturally enjoyed all manner of resources, but she was a light drinker. She poured herself a cup after being urged by Yi Futian, before emptying it. As someone who had yet to make it to Saint Plain, she felt as if her internal organs were burning, and her body had been set on fire. Her face was burning red in an instant as well. She stared at Yi Futian. Her eyes looked like they were about to spit flames. Yi Futian looked at her and then said with a grin, "You don't look half bad like that at all. But don't drink so much in one go. It'd be quite a waste." He then took the bottle away from Xia Qingyuan and handed it to another woman sitting elsewhere, saying, "Phoenix, you, on the other hand, should drink more and don't let it go to waste. Phoenix trained in fire-type abilities." "Can I try too, master?" The black-winged condor stuck its head over, and Xia Qingyuan shot a look at the bird, who then lowered its head, lowering its neck. It was tough for a bird to get around. "How far are we away from Crimson Dragon City?" Yi Futian asked Xia Qingyuan. He did not look at the map of Crimson Dragon Realm carefully. Xia Qingyuan had one with her, after all. 2 to 3 days away, Xia Qingyuan replied. The Crimson Dragon City was the main city of Crimson Dragon Realm. It was located at the absolute center of the realm. "Crimson Dragon Realm is indeed a big place," Yi Futian mumbled. "Big and very hot." It was said that the Crimson Dragon Realm had 9 suns, and they took turns rising. There was no night in the realm, only day. There were rumors saying that the master of Crimson Dragon Realm, the Crimson Dragon Emperor, had a wife who was an empress. She spent her days basking in the sun. While the truth of the rumor remained to be seen, it nonetheless made Yi Futian realize how truly terrifying extremely highly trained cultivators were. He had never experienced how powerful cultivators of Renhuang Plain truly were, but saints were terrifying enough as they were. At the level of Renhuang, one could kill millions simply by being angry, practically causing a genocide. The Crimson Dragon Realm was at the center of the region. Cultivators from all realms gathered there, so it was only natural that the realm is huge. Not only is the place huge, but extremely powerful people are also practically everywhere. Your training doesn't seem to be much compared to these people. Xia Qingyuan took a look at Yi Futian and continued, "Furthermore, due to being the center of the region, Crimson Dragon Realm is a very messy place. Mighty people from all realms clash often, and martial arts are greatly proliferated here. There are many cities and training resources to be found. They are taken by people powerful enough to claim and keep them. Plundering often happens here." Yi Futian chuckled. His training was indeed considered weak if compared to those throughout the 3,000 realms. However, being a saint, he no doubt was qualified enough to venture throughout the world, and he was indeed no weakling. His powers had surpassed most people, after all. Saints were always able to find a place where they belonged in any realm. For instance, in Emperor Xia's realm, the Jueying Sword Saint was but an ordinary saint, yet he was nonetheless able to establish the Jueying Palace. Due to him usually being surrounded by people from top-notch forces, his sainthood training did not seem to stand out all that much. In truth, however, any saint would have been regarded as powerful people in any realm. While the place is messy, it presents a lot of opportunities. A voice was heard at that moment. Yi Futian and the others turned around, looking at the ones sitting at a table beside theirs. The one who spoke wore a blue shirt and looked to be around 30 years of age, yet he was brimming with superb bearing. It was apparent that he was a saint. None of the people around him had common bearings either. Yi Futian was naturally able to sense that their powers were very strong. He had taken notice of the group a while ago. However, with the Crimson Dragon Realm quite literally overflowing with powerful cultivators, they did not seem to be out of place. "I take it that you all are from other realms then?" the young man asked Yi Futian and his party. He was gauging the party as he asked. There was little need to say much about Yi Futian's bearing. Despite being dressed in men's clothing, Xia Qingyuan was nonetheless a beauty. The glass saint was, too, a top-class beauty. Yaya looked very young, but he was unable to tell what level her training was actually at, but she was definitely very powerful. Even the sages did not look to be ordinary folk, which meant that they were possibly of top-notch forces from other realms, who came all the way to the Crimson Dragon Realm to train. There were too many people like that in the Crimson Dragon realm. Many cultivators were coming from all realms to train every day, and every single one of them was of top-notch forces in their respective realms. Yeah. Yifutian nodded and said, "We're from other realms. The name's Xinjun, from Xianxia City. I just came from training at Fusang Valley. I'm getting ready to head back to Xianxia City. If you guys are heading to Crimson Dragon City, I'd say that it's quite a coincidence since we're heading there as well." The young man smiled and said, "Fusang Valley?" Xia Qingyuan turned her eyes at Xinjun. "So are the rumors concerning the Fusang Valley true?" Xia Qingyuan looked at Xinjun and asked, "I have heard that there is a Fusang tree in the Fusang Valley that shoots up to the heavens. 9 suns revolve around the tree as they rise and fall in sequence. The suns are, too, bathing in Fusang Valley. My level of training does not permit me to enter the center of Fusang Valley, so I have never seen it myself. But it might actually be true." Xinjun smiled and continued, "What plans do you have at Crimson Dragon City? By the way, have you found a place to stay? We're venturing out far away on a pilgrimage and have no specific goals. We plan to settle down at Crimson Dragon City first," Yifutian replied. "In that case, why don't we head there together, then? You could all settle down at Xianxia City. That would save you a lot of trouble. Xianxia City is not far away from Crimson Dragon City, after all." Xinjun extended an invitation. There are many small cities surrounding Crimson Dragon City, and it is said that most are private estates. Xia Qingyuan looked at Xinjun, "And you are looking at the young city lord of Xianxia City?" Xinjun smiled and replied. Xia Qingyuan nodded. Things sounded normal in that case. "Since you're so kind to extend such an invitation to us, Brother Xin, we shall not be standing on ceremony then." Yifutian agreed to the proposal. They saved themselves a lot of trouble with someone leading the way, and they did not need to look for somewhere to settle down. Xia Qingyuan took one look at Yifutian, thinking that he might have been too eager to accept such a proposal. Resources at the central region of Crimson Dragon Realm are all taken up by top-notch forces around. All of the cities had their masters, and they possess absolute rights in determining how their cities are run. The Crimson Dragon Emperor does not concern himself with any of those and lets the people of Crimson Dragon Realm quarrel among themselves. Being a young city lord means that Xinjun has some kind of background. He might be up to something, inviting us to the city, Xia Qingyuan said to Yifutian telepathically. "You're of some kind of background yourself, princess," Yifutian replied. "With this Xinjun guy leading the way, we'll be saving ourselves a lot of trouble. Regardless of his motives, I do not need to worry about anything, since you're around after all, princess." Xia Qingyuan glared at Yifutian. "Just what does that bastard take me for? Who is the valet here?" she thought. Yifutian ignored Xia Qingyuan's glare. "You're the one who insisted on coming after all. I'm not going to hold back then. That was quick. How may I address you?" Xinjun asked. "Name's Yifutian." Xinjun smiled and nodded, saying, "You, your wife, and the others will be pleased when you reach Xianxia City." "My wife?" Yifutian was dumbfounded. Xia Qingyuan saw Xinjun looking at her in a peculiar manner and retorted coldly, "I'm no wife of his. My bad." Xinjun cupped his hands and apologized. He was able to tell from how the two looked at each other that they had a solid relationship. He was simply testing things out by calling them husband and wife, and it did not really matter if he was right. However, Yifutian did not seem to have any intention of introducing Xia Qingyuan, and Xinjun found the relationship between the two puzzling. The black-winged condor opened its eyes wide and took one look at Xia Qingyuan, finding her to be oddly calm. The bird was praying deep down that the way those two were addressed earlier would never come true. My days would go down the gutter if that were to come true, it thought. "So, we're departing now?" Xinjun asked again. "No problem." Yifutian nodded. "All right, in that case, let's go then. It's quite a distance from here." Xinjun smiled and rose. All of them walked out of the restaurant and took to the air, continuing to head straight for the central region of the Crimson Dragon Realm. Yifutian looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky. Is it true that the Crimson Dragon Realm has 9 suns? He wondered. The Crimson Dragon realm was only the main realm of the Crimson Dragon region, and the fiery aura was already that intense. I wonder what the Supreme Path realm is like, he thought. Yifutian was getting increasingly curious about the world of cultivators. What would the eyes of an emperor be able to see indeed? The Crimson Dragon City served as the center of Crimson Dragon Realm, and many cities were surrounding it. There were people building cities outside Crimson Dragon City in the early days of the realm. As time passed, the number of cities grew, and the place became what it was at present. The Crimson Dragon Realm was at the center of Crimson Dragon region, and all manner of people were found in that realm. Other than cultivators native to Crimson Dragon Realm, there were also cultivators from other realms. Some were there for pilgrimage, and some settled down at the realm for good. As such, the Crimson Dragon Realm was extraordinarily prosperous and lively, in a manner that Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm were unable to compare to at all. The place was a main realm of the region, after all, gathering mighty ones from many other realms. As such, the many cities littered around Crimson Dragon City were also controlled by mighty ones from all places. Powerful cultivators took cities and called themselves king, as they became king of a city. There were those who gave it their all to manage their cities, making their respective cities forces that belonged entirely to themselves, and things continued to develop from there. Some made the cities a place of training for their clans and families, taking over the entire place but never bothering themselves to manage them. There was also an extremely rare bunch who went about taking one whole city for themselves only, making the place their private training ground. The Crimson Dragon Emperor did not concern himself with any of that and simply let things take their own courses. The turnaround of those cities was intense. Xianxia City was one of those cities and had been around for many years, becoming quite a place in itself. Two groups of people came from the air high above Xianxia City. It was the young city lord of Xianxia City, Xinjun, and Yifutian's party, coming to Xianxia City. Xia Qingyuan introduced what she knew about the Crimson Dragon Realm in detail to Yifutian along the way. Yifutian developed some knowledge about the realm. The main realm of the Crimson Dragon region was far more chaotic and intense than places like Emperor Xia's realm. The notion of the strong preying on the weak was shown in a more clear manner. Xinjun turned his eyes to Yifutian and the newcomer's party at that moment, saying, "You are here from other realms. Do you have any plans to stay here for long? If you people are indeed planning to stay here for some time, would you mind being the city lord's office's guests? Then, thank you, Brother Xin, but we're only here for training and will be leaving before long. There is no need to bother you any further." Yifutian refused. The way Xinjun put it, it seemed that he intended to get them to side with the city lord's office. However, there was no way they would become a part of other forces at the Crimson Dragon Realm. It was apparent that Xinjun had good eyes for gauging people, wanting to make them his people. Very well. Xinjun smiled and did not mind. He then continued, "We met at a restaurant out there, and since we're all now here at Xianxia City, I'll be your host. Let's go to the best restaurant in the city." "Thank you, Brother Xin." Yifutian smiled and agreed to it. Xia Qingyuan, who was at his side, glared at him and said telepathically, "This Xinjun guy is a young city lord and has quite a background. The way he is doing things with us makes it seem like he's trying to buy us over. There is no way we will do it, so why get so close to him? Princess, when one trains outside, the people one gets to know come from all corners of the world. Now that we're at a main realm and there are so many mighty ones around, if Xinjun proves to be of goodwill, then we have nothing to lose being friends with him. If he is up to no good, then we have nothing to fear either," Yifutian replied. They were only stopping by. It felt right to be at home everywhere since they were out on a pilgrimage after all. Seeing that Yifutian knew what he was doing so, Xia Qingyuan did not say anything further. Since they were away from Emperor Xia's realm, she did not seem to have that much of a say of things anymore despite being a princess. As such, she just let him be. The largest restaurant in Xianxia City was one of the businesses ran by the city lord's office. The scene at their place, above the stairs and below the pavilions, looked very elegant and one would have been lucky to look at the scene far away, drinking there. Xinjun then gave the people around him their orders. Several of them took flight and left. He then looked at Yifutian at his side, smiling and saying, I'd say that you, Brother Yi, definitely have exceptional talents, being able to become a saint at such a young age. I've just ordered someone to invite some young saints here, and we could talk about training. Sounds great. I'd like to meet the saints of Crimson Dragon City as well. Yifutian smiled and nodded. I have forgotten to ask. Which realm are you from? Shinjun asked again. I'm from Emperor Xia's realm. Yifutian answered truthfully. Shinjun nodded and said, I have heard of the realm, one that belongs to the Crimson Dragon region as well. But I have never left Crimson Dragon realm despite having been training for so long. That is one of my regrets. The Crimson Dragon realm is the main realm of the region itself. It's perfectly normal to have never left. If the trip is for training, I'm afraid you'll have to go to other realms that are more powerful. Yifutian smiled and said, Cultivators aimed for higher heights, so there was no way they would have ventured to weaker places instead. Having made it from the 9 states to the upper worlds of Emperor Xia's realm, there was no way Yifutian would have ventured to other lower worlds to train. It might have been possible if he were to be going to those places to temper his state of mind, though. You have a point, Shinjun smiled and said. He then looked at Xia Qingyuan and the others. The most attractive people in the group were all women. Since Yifutian did not introduce any of them to him, it would have been awkward for him to ask. He was still unable to discern the relationship between everyone. For instance, Xia Qingyuan had always behaved in a cold and aloof manner, looking haughty and prideful, which meant that she was of very high status within the party. She and Yifutian were always among the crowd, yet she was not Yifutian's wife, and there had never been an intimacy shown between the two. From the looks of it all, those people might have been people studying under the same teacher. Yifutian and Xia Qingyuan might have been holding core positions within the clan. Shinjun asked proactively after having that thought. I suppose your group is people studying in the same clan, Brother Yi? Yifutian knew that Shinjun was curious. He then smiled and said, You could say that. Most of us here do indeed study within the same clan. I suppose your teacher is extraordinary for being able to produce students such as yourself. Shinjun smiled and said. Yifutian smiled and said nothing more. Both of them chatted leisurely, and many below the restaurant looked up in their direction. Some were curious about the identities of Yifutian and his people. They were, after all, received personally by the young city lord, and they were still shrouded in mystery. The only thing known about them was that they all felt extraordinary. A figure came through the air at that moment. That person flew straight into the restaurant and arrived where they were with just a single step. That person wore a long robe, and his hair was pitch black. His eyes were brimming, and an overbearing aura emanated from him. Young city lord. He nodded to Shinjun as he greeted him. He then turned his eyes at Yifutian and the others, looking rather hostile. Emo-chan, Shinjun then said, This is Yifutian. We got to know each other when I was on my way back from Fusang Valley. Emo-chan took one look at Yifutian with a plain expression. One could describe him as cold. Yet another figure arrived where they were right there, and then it was a woman. Her sleeves and long hair billowed. She was of decent appearance, and there was an exceptional bearing about her. She wore plainly and looked clean and clear-cut. You're in quite a good mood, young city lord? The woman looked at Shinjun and said, Situ Yen, the eldest daughter of the Situ clan of Xianxia City, the youngest woman in St. Plain. Shinjun introduced each other. Even in Xianxia City, there were a few saints who were Yifutian's age. Other than resources, one also needed talent and the right state of mind to achieve much in cultivation. Accomplishing that also required time and experience. At that moment, an extremely hot aura was sensed. Everyone turned to look far away. A huge fiery beast appeared in the sky. It was the fiend, Xianxia. That demonic beast was humongous and was oozing rage and hostility. Black flames were burning all over its body, as if it was something that came from hell. A low-pitched roar was heard, and the fiend headed straight for the steps below. Many evaded, and a girl turned around and looked at the Xianxia that was about to descend, feeling terrified. Look out! Someone yelled. Stop it already! Situ Yen eyed the carriage on the Xianxia's back and shouted. However, the ones on it seemed to have heard nothing. The huge body continued to descend, and it seemed as if it was about to step onto the girl. Yifutian and his people frowned at the scene. He then stood up and disappeared. The fiend seemed to have been stopped by a formless will of the great path at the very moment it descended. A bolt of lightning flashed, and the little girl disappeared from where she was. The fiend descended with a loud boom. Many were still reeling from the shock. They turned around and looked at the steps above, seeing a silver-haired figure cradling the little girl in his arms, casting a cold glare before him. "It's okay." Yifutian lowered his head and looked at the trembling little girl, consoling her. "Ran." An elder ran up to him, and his face was ashen from fright. The little girl cried as she ran to the elder. Yifutian turned around and looked at the fiend. A voice was heard from it. "Will of the great path of space." The voice sounded slightly demonic. One figure after another clad in white flashed. All of them were pretty women, and it seemed that they were all very young, looking to be around 20 or so. They laid prostrate before the fiend as they landed. A young cultivator clad in white walked out of the carriage on the Xianxia's back. His white garb looked utterly stainless, and even his shoes looked spotless. That young face looked slightly demonic, and he had an extremely fair complexion. The man stepped out and walked by stepping onto the women. He walked to the front of the steps and looked at Yifutian. Yifutian looked at him as well with rather cold eyes. The world of cultivators had all manners of people in it, after all. The man did not mind and looked at the old man and the girl, saying, "She was lucky enough to survive. Send her over to the Bliss Palace tomorrow." The old man looked up in a trembling manner at the young man who spoke. His face was ashen, yet he lowered his head, saying, "Understood. No need for that, old man." Yifutian looked at the old man and said. The old man looked at Yifutian, wanting to say something, yet he ended up saying nothing. The young man smirked hearing Yifutian's words. He then looked at Yifutian and said, "You take pity on them, then? What do you think will happen to her in the end if she does not enter Bliss Palace?" "Not as bad as you make it seem," Yifutian replied. The other party smirked sarcastically. There were many people like that in the world of cultivators, no background and no one to look after them. Crimson Dragon Realm would not have ended up as much in the end. It was him being generous for allowing her to enter Bliss Palace. "All right, Brother Yi is a guest of mine." At that moment, Shinjun's voice was heard from the pavilion. The young man then moved his eyes away from Yifutian, looking at Shinjun and nodded. "Young city lord." Shinjun nodded and said, "Come on in." Yifutian glanced at the other party before turning around, settling back into his seat. That young man walked to the restaurant and sat somewhere. His demonic eyes had been lingering on Xia Qingyuan, the glass saint, and the women in the group when he turned to look at Yifutian. Xia Qingyuan frowned, her eyes looking colder than usual. "Brother Yi, this is the young palace lord of the Bliss Palace of Xianxia City, Bai Zhe. He has a habit of going about things his way. I hope you can forgive that," Shinjun said to Yifutian. He turned around to look at Bai Zhe. "Bai Zhe, it's best that you keep your eyes peeled on the future. If it had not been for Brother Yi making a move, your beast might have just stepped on her. She would be spared from having to experience the cruelty of the world in the future." Then, Bai Zhe's expression was calm. He seemingly did not feel anything wrong with what he did. Everyone has their own fate to deal with. Even if there are trials and tribulations in the future, it is their path to walk. There is no need for you to find an excuse for your cold-blooded nature. Situ Yen glanced at Bai Zhe and said, "Ms. Situ hails from a renowned clan and has never known the insignificance and despair felt by the weak." Bai Zhe looked at Situ Yen and replied. Situ Yen recalled her background when she heard what Bai Zhe said. It was said that Bai Zhe had been through a lot since young, and he was able to get as far as he did by climbing out of a sea of blood. That was why he had an obsession with cleanliness, with not a single speck of dust being found on him. He also liked young, pretty women, those who were brimming with the zest of life. It reminded him that his own blood was still warm. She was born in a place like Xianxia City, and none of her elders were able to serve as much of a backing for her. They were unable to even look after her. What do you think would have become of her from here on out? Bai Zhe elaborated without the slightest hint of emotion, sounding rather demonic. Regardless of the life she would be walking from here on out, it's not your place to decide for her, Yi Futian said coldly. But it is indeed my place. Bai Zhe turned to look at Yi Futian after hearing his words. Both men glared at each other, without either of them willing to look away. There is no need for you to argue, Xinjun then said. Brother Yi and his people came all the way from Emperor Xia's realm. I've invited you all here to drink, not fight. One's drinking companion is of the utmost importance. Forgive me, Brother Xin, I'm in no mood to drink with one such person, Yi Futian said coldly. I think it'd be awfully boring as well. Bai Zhe glanced at Yi Futian plainly before turning to Xia Qingyuan and the Glass Saint. But the two of you, would you like to have a drink? Get lost. Xia Qingyuan glanced at him in a cold, condescending manner, her eyes filled with contempt. As for the Glass Saint, she behaved as if she had never heard him in the first place, staying quiet. Bai Zhe's eyes continued to stare at the two of them. A plain grin was seen on his pale face, and it seemed as if he did not mind at all. Idiot! The bird shot a look of contempt at Bai Zhe. My master has yet to throw his weight around, and yet this dude thinks he owns the place now? Thought. While that demonic woman is indeed rather brutal, she is definitely not someone that asshole deserves to lay hands on, it thought. Xia Qingyuan's eyes softened somewhat when she looked at the black-winged condor. Where did the animal come from? Bai Zhe's eyes turned demonic as he shot a look at the bird. Plain pressure was emanated, and the black-winged condor sensed danger. However, its eyes continued to stare at him. It said, and I was thinking of telling you to call me Master. Several figures clad in black appeared behind Bai Zhe, looking cold and murderous. Well, since none of you people are willing to drink, I guess it would not be a bad thing to see you guys fight instead. But then again, don't go too far. Let's see what the ones who have yet to break into the Saint Plane are made of then. Xinjun said and looked at Yushang, Yi Wuchen, and the others behind Yi Futian. I'm completely fine with that. Bai Zhe's eyes remained on the black-winged condor. Call you master, eh? He thought. What do you think, Brother Yi? Xinjun looked at Yi Futian and asked. Yi Futian looked up and shot a thoughtful look at Xinjun, then said, those people are not qualified. He then rose and said to Xinjun, I have lost my mood today and I shall take my leave. Please excuse me, Brother Xin. Xinjun nodded after seeing Yi Futian and his people rise. He then asked, would you like me to see to accommodation arrangements for you? No need for that. I'll look for a place myself, Yi Futian said and ventured outside. He did not bother to even look at Bai Zhe on his way out, merely passing by his side. The others followed Yi Futian and left. He scanned the place a little bit after walking out of the restaurant before heading somewhere else. An old man and a little girl were walking in Xianxia City. They evaded anyone who they passed, looking exceptionally tiny and insignificant in the crowd. Old man. The old man halted his steps. He turned around and saw Yi Futian before bowing and saying, Greetings, young man. Uncle, the little girl called. Her eyes still looked sweet and innocent. Yi Futian walked up and patted the little girl's head, before turning to look at the old man, saying, I see that the young palace lord of Bliss Palace being a demonic guy who is up to no good. Just what kind of a place is Bliss Palace? The old man was alerted and scanned their surroundings after hearing Yi Futian's words. He lowered his voice and said, The cultivators of the Bliss Palace are indeed a very eerie, demonic bunch. The young palace lord is more so. He likes young girls and uses them as cauldrons to train. Why were you still willing to send her to the Bliss Palace, then? Yi Futian asked. What else could I do? I was once a servant of little Ran's parents. I've been looking after her ever since her parents died. In a place like Xianxia City, it would be best for little Ran here to be a servant girl for some larger force. While the young palace lord of the Bliss Palace is using girls as cauldrons for training, at least the girls around him are able to train with him nonetheless. I hope little Ran is of better talent. She might have better opportunities. The old man sighed. But then again, if you are willing to take her in, I would be able to die in peace. The old man then kneeled on the ground. The little girl wanted to kneel as well, but Yifutian stopped her. Yifutian remained speechless for quite some time. He had once how wonderful it would have been if people of the 9 states of the lower worlds, from places like the Eastern Barren Territory and the Nandu Nation, were able to train in the upper worlds. However, at that moment, he seemed to have realized that not everyone would have been able to be like him, capable of moving up step by step, and be able to be met with the best forces there were whenever he might have ended up in. The people of every realm had their own way of survival. Powerful people were able to stand out from the crowd. In contrast, in places where resources were abundant and cultivators were commonly powerful, weak people without backgrounds were destined to be marginalized, making even just surviving difficult. But then again, there was also an extreme handful who were able to struggle and survive, getting more powerful one step at a time. However, for someone like little Ran, who lost her parents, the possibility of such a thing happening was infinitely small. Worse still, the Crimson Dragon realm was extremely vast. Just struggling and breaking free of the place would have proven difficult. The Crimson Dragon realm was a chaotic place, which made conditions far harsher than places like Emperor Xia's realm. He was right, though. Maybe Bliss Palace is indeed not that bad of a choice for her. A voice was heard, and a woman arrived. It was none other than Situ Yen. The woman, who was the youngest saint in the Situ clan, was saying something that made Yifutian feel pitiful. However, there was nothing he was able to say to retort. We know that some things are wrong, but why do we console ourselves instead of righting said wrongs? Yifutian mumbled. It sounded like he was talking to Situ Yen, but at the same time it was like he was asking himself. A realm is vast. How much could even saints be able to change? How would we go about righting said wrongs? Situ Yen asked. The Ancient Ones had named plain levels of training of cultivators, with words like sages and saints. Did they mean only the magnitude of one's power when they said that? Yifutian asked again. Situ Yen was astonished. Everyone in the world knew that Renhuang, saint, and sage meant planes of training, after all. I could bring her to the Situ clan. However, I would only be able to change her fate by doing so. How would we be able to change the world of cultivators as a whole? Situ Yen took a good look at Yifutian. She found that the silver-haired cultivator who came to the Crimson Dragon realm from other realms seemed different from the others. The old man kneeled and kowtowed to Situ Yen, shedding tears. Thank you. Yifutian looked at Situ Yen and said, You're right. But then again, even though we might not be able to change the world of cultivators, we will at least be able to change what we can. What is the plane that the Palace Lord of Bliss Palace is at? Situ Yen stared at Yifutian, saying, He is an unblemished saint. What do you intend to do? Bliss Palace was a top-notch force in Xianxia City. The power of an unblemished saint would indeed be terrifying. Furthermore, there were many powerful saints to be found within the Bliss Palace. Yifutian turned to look at Yaya. Yaya was able to tell what Yifutian intended to do from the look in his eyes. She then nodded. He extended his hand and patted Yaya's head, smiling brimmingly. Yaya then glared at him. Third brother, what is more powerful than reasoning? Yifutian turned around and asked Gu Donglu. One's fist, Gu Donglu answered. The two brothers looked at each other. Their teacher had been propagating his ideals in the Eastern Barren Territory back then, but eventually found that he needed to rely on his fist to do the talking. As such, Yifutian came to admire Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing better. All great, lofty goals had to be built on the foundations of one's fist. Situ Yen looked at the backs of Yifutian and his people with a peculiar expression. Just what are these people trying to do here? She wondered. Bliss Palace had a great estate in Xianxia City. The majestic palace was towering constructs built in a cascading manner, extending into the clouds. That palace looked like something suspended in the air far away, looking majestic and magnificent. The golden gates of the Bliss Palace looked extremely lavish as well. A group of people came below Bliss Palace at that moment, standing before the gates. Yifutian stood at the forefront. Xiaxingyuan looked at him in silence, not bothering to stop him at all. If Yifutian liked the idea, it would not have mattered much even if he ended up crushing the entire Bliss Palace. "Who are you people?" A mighty one standing before the gates of the Bliss Palace scolded Yifutian and his party. Yifutian did not bother saying anything. He took a few steps forward, and towering sword will emanated from his body all of a sudden. The sword aura shot to the skies and howling in the heavens, turning into shapes of leaves and pulsed with the dazzling light of the sword, circling above the heads of everyone present. The guard of the Bliss Palace was dumbfounded. Someone else yelled, "Intruders!" Sword will rain down from above as soon as the one yelling finished. The attack streaked through space as they rained. The great golden gates of the Bliss Palace crumbled right away at the very next moment. The guards of Bliss Palace looked at what happened with astounded expressions. Thousands of sword will rained down and zipped past their sides. The might of the attacks continued to climb, and the buildings crumbled one after another as the attacks hit them. The place was quite literally turned into ruins within mere moments. One mighty one after another streaked through the sky, and powerful might of the saints were felt. The people from far away were shocked by the scene, and they all looked at the Bliss Palace's direction. What kind of people would destroy Bliss Palace just like that? Powerful might of the saint whipped up in one of the destroyed halls in Bliss Palace. A silver-robed figure's eyes pierced the air below. The figure stepped out and turned into a dazzling beam of silver light. He waved his sleeve, and terrifying devouring power shrouded the world around him, causing the sword wills to head straight for his sleeve. The silver figure continued to move forward as his long hair billowed. His entire body coursed with extremely dazzling silver light. Yifutian gradually lifted into the air and looked at the figure before him. At the very next moment, swords of Cassiopeia rained down on him as they tore through the space. The silver figure's expression twitched, and a rumbling noise was heard as he waved his sleeve about. A huge sleeve appeared and swept through their surroundings, sucking in the rain of swords into it. High-pitched cracking noises were heard, and the sleeve was torn apart right there and then. Swords of Cassiopeia shot out and severed his long sleeve, piercing through his arm. With a terrifying shriek, that person became blood-stained and his face ashen. "Who is it that dares to wreak havoc here?" A loud, booming voice was heard throughout their surroundings. Many streams of saintly pressure pressed forth, rolling at Yifutian. Yifutian's body remained standing tall in the sky, and sword will circled him. He turned to the people of the Bliss Palace and asked, "Where is Bai Zhe?" Many mighty ones from the Bliss Palace stepped outside, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, at that moment, there was another young woman who appeared behind Yifutian. A huge sword diagram appeared high in the sky. Boundless sword wills howled throughout the vast space, as they were melded into the sword diagram. The might of the sword shrouded the entire Bliss Palace as the sword diagram spun. The pulsing light of the swords appeared above the Bliss Palace, causing cracks to form everywhere. That scene caused the eyes of many saints in the Bliss Palace to be locked onto the sword diagram in the sky. Their expression looked grim after that. Their level of training naturally allowed them to sense the power latent within the sword diagram. If that sword were to be dropped, it would not have been something that saints of true self would be able to withstand. Furthermore, those people did not seem to be cultivators from Xianxia City. When did Bai Zhe end up offending such a powerful person? "Who are you people?" A voice was heard from the pinnacle of the Bliss Palace. Dazzling light glittered as they shot up to the heavens. A middle-aged man wearing a golden robe was seen standing there. Dazzling light seemed to be shining above his head, raining down onto his surroundings. The holy pressure seemed to have shrouded the vast space around him. His eyes felt sharper than swords as he cast his gaze at Yaya in the air. Yaya did not respond. The dazzling figure then lowered his head and looked at Yifutian below. A figure clad in white gradually rose to the air within Bliss Palace. His clothing was free of stains. He cast his gaze at Yifutian far away with icy eyes. He was astounded that someone he had met no long ago in that restaurant came crashing into Bliss Palace. Bai Zhe! Who is he? That glittering middle-aged man was none other than the Palace Lord of Bliss Palace. He asked while looking at Bai Zhe. "Teacher, he was someone I met not long ago in the restaurant." Someone from other realms. Bai Zhe responded and then turned to Yifutian, asking, "You're doing this for that girl? Did he come to Bliss Palace, one of the top forces in Xianxia City, for reasons like that?" Despite having been training for so many years, Bai Zhe had never met someone so ridiculously crazy before. Yifutian walked up to him and said, "You said that it was your place to decide whether she lives or dies. In that case, rather than to continue living a sinful life, I think it'd be better that you die. We shall see if you're fit to determine my fate." Bai Zhe stepped forward. Golden tablets appeared in the air as he stepped with runes carved onto them. Bliss. Countless tablets circled in the air, all of them imbued with terrifying holy might. One who gazed upon the myriad of tablets seemed to be about to hallucinate, sucking them into the world of the tablets. Illusions? Yifutian thought. A golden light shot out of Yifutian's eyes all of a sudden, enabling him to see through all that was ethereal. The tablets then shot at him in a frenzy. He stepped forward and was circled with sword wool all around him. When the tablets came, the swords of Cassiopeia tore right through them, causing them to crumble one after another. Bai Zhe waved his hands as he saw that dazzling figure coming up at him. An incredibly huge tablet that looked like it was from the heavens materialized out of nowhere, flying straight at Yifutian and making escape impossible. The swords of Cassiopeia appeared, yet was unable to pierce through that tablet. Boundless dazzling holy light burst from the tablet, causing multiple layers of illusions in all who saw it. Yifutian moved, and the space around him trembled as if every step he took weighed thousands of pounds. He extended his hand and focused the will of the great path into his fist, which then burst with glittering light. The will of the fist was launched before he had gotten close enough. One layer after another from the Huangting fist will was blasted at the tablet of the great path. Countless cracks formed on the tablet with his fists at the center within mere moments. The tablet then crumbled with a loud boom. He then lifted his hand and grabbed it in the air. Bai Zhe felt as if the space around him had been placed in a lockdown. He held a golden spear in his hand, shining with glittering light. At that moment, swords rained from nowhere, streaking through space and headed straight for Bai Zhe. He then waved the spear about and caused illusions to materialize. The swords were boundless, and with a tiny tearing sound, the swords managed to pierce Bai Zhe's body. However, at that moment the palace lord made his move. He grabbed with his hand and causing formless power placing Bai Zhe's body in a lockdown. The swords still rained in a frenzy, and yet they were unable to break through that barrier. The sword diagram in the sky unleashed towering sword will, and an extremely dazzling beam of the sword burst through the air in a frenzy, heading straight for the palace lord of Bliss Palace. The palace lord looked at the air and stepped out. His surroundings trembled with him, and everyone around felt their bodies trembling. The weather in the air changed, and countless tablets streaked through the air. Holy light filled the entire Bliss Palace, and countless holy sword wills rained from the sword diagram. All mighty ones were on guard, and there was a heaven-cleaving sword appearing in the middle, which tore through their surroundings and crushed all of the tablets as it went straight for the palace lord. The boundless golden tablets that streaked at Yaya seemed to have been transmuted into thousands of ancient seals, yet none of them were able to survive being shined on by the sword diagram. The palace lord then extended his palm. Boundless holy light shrouded his entire body, and the towering golden light was all turned into tablets. His body grew in size and melded with the boundless tablets. He then attempted to lash out at the sword that was piercing the space with his bare hand. Terrifying rumbles were heard everywhere as the sword and the hand clashed. The entire Bliss Palace was crumbling, and the towering building was quickly razed. The ground beneath the palace lord crumbled in a frenzy, with the cracks extending outward. Boom! Another rumble was heard, and everyone close enough to hear it felt as if their eardrums were about to rupture. Everyone then saw the palace lord take to the air and charge at Yaya. He lashed out with both arms, every strike seemingly able to cause a breakdown in reality. An unblemished saint. Yifutian looked at the battle taking place high in the sky. The palace lord's body glittered. The holy light looked flawless, and there seemed to be no weaknesses in the great path wielded to be found. The power was such that not even Yaya's sword matrix would have been able to take out with one strike. Kill him. Bai Zai's white garb was blood-stained. He glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes, and saints from Bliss Palace all turned to Yi Futian. No one but the Palace Lord of the Bliss Palace and Bai Zai shall be killed. The Bliss Palace shall be dismantled. Anyone who dares make a move shall be killed with extreme prejudice. Yi Futian declared with a brimming voice. His voice was heard throughout the air and managed to stun all mighty ones around them. The saints from Bliss Palace all gazed at Yi Futian, and none of them made a move. The battle raging in the sky was immensely terrifying. Every attack from the Palace Lord seemed to have caused the space around them to rumble. It seemed there were millions of tablets in the air, and none of them was still able to break through Yaya's sword. Furthermore, the sword diagram behind Yaya's back seemed to be growing still, blocking out the sky. The swords of many cultivators in Xianxia City streaked shot to the air and flew towards the diagram. The sword wills of the swordsmen seemed to be about to burst right through their bodies. The Palace Lord naturally knew something was off and brought increasingly raging power to bear with his attacks, seemingly about to bring about doomsday. I shall hand Bai Zai over to you people. A voice was heard, which made many shudder. Is the Palace Lord about to lose the fight? They wondered. Yaya stepped out as soon as his voice was heard. The light of the sword diagram moved alongside her body. There seemed to be a beam appearing high in the sky as if about to tear through everything in its path. The light of the sword burst and rained down. The countless tablets all crumbled at that moment. Their surroundings seemed to have ground to a halt, and many saw a beam of the light of the sword appear on the Palace Lord's imposing body, tearing right through it. He lifted his head and looked at the sky. Refusal to accept what was happening was in his imposing eyes. Am I about to die? He wondered. Unblemished saints were regarded as superpowerful people, even in the Crimson Dragon realm, but he ended up being killed before he knew what actually transpired. All of that sounded ridiculous. The Palace Lord was not alone. Many looked at what happened in the sky, and their eyes froze, finding the turn of events ridiculous. The scene was extremely shocking to them all. A dazzling beam of the sword felt blinding to all who saw it. At the very next moment, the Palace Lord's body crumbled under the beam of light of the sword, turning into nothing. No. Bai Zai looked at the sky, and his eyes remained open despite the scorching, blinding light. His eyes were fixed on the scene. He was unable to believe that his teacher had just been killed. The death of an unblemished saint was caused only by him ignoring the fate of a little girl. He was wondering if all that would have even added up in the first place. The Palace Lord of Bliss Palace was killed, and the place was falling apart, turning into ruins. What was happening right before them made them shudder deep down. What the hell is going on here? They wondered. Bai Zai seemed to have pissed off people he shouldn't have. There were only a handful of people who stood out like the Palace Lord of Bliss Palace in Xianxia City. No one would have expected that he was killed right there by someone who no one knew about. The woman who just killed him looked very young. From the looks of it, she seemed to be in her early 20s. However, her sword was no doubt earth-shattering. It seemed as if half of the swordsmen in Xianxia City had been alerted as soon as she brandished her sword. The saints of the Bliss Palace looked at what transpired speechlessly. They were rather angry, but the anger was directed at Bai Zai. How is that piece of shit capable of getting on the wrong side of a walking disaster like that? They thought. There was no doubt that it was the end of Bliss Palace. The place was razed. The silver-haired young man had also declared that he had no intention of killing anyone else. But Bliss Palace was not permitted to exist anymore. Yi Futian looked at it all with an uncaring expression. Ever since the Battle of the Empty Realm, Yaya had been at work restoring her former powers. She had once been a holiness of nirvana. Even though she still was unable to reach the pinnacle of her powers, she nonetheless was still capable of bringing combat capacity exceeding that of her current plane to bear. Furthermore, she was versed in sword matrix to begin with. From the looks of the battle, the only ones that Yaya would not have been able to do anything about were people at the holiness of nirvana level. Any lower than that She practically was capable of mopping the floor with them. As for the death of the palace lord, Yi Futian was hardly affected. Despite some being of extremely high plane of training, they were all the same to him. There was no doubt that Bai Zhe was evil. He had women served as cauldrons to facilitate his training and required young, pretty women to kneel beneath him whenever he went out. From how he had been going about his business, if it had not been for having reservations about Yi Futian's powers, it was highly possible that he would have made a move against Xia Qingyuan. He had no care for the lives of others when he did so. The palace lord was Bai Zhe's teacher, and he had made Bai Zhe the young palace lord. That spoke volumes of the palace lord's character, and it was definitely due to him that Bai Zhe dared to throw his weight around wherever he went. Yi Futian kept his eyes on Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe returned his gaze at that moment. He still felt the whole thing to be ridiculous even then. The prestige of an unblemished saint was not something that the title would have been able to fully cover. Yet one such saint was killed right there and then all the same. Since you think you could play with the lives of others as you fancy, then I assume that you wouldn't think that it would be unreasonable that I now am coming for your life. Yi Futian stepped out, and sword will continue to course about him. Bai Zhe looked at Yi Futian's eyes. He thought the way he conducted his affairs would have been considered unbridled and without restraint. Yet there Yi Futian was. He was another lunatic who went to raise the Bliss Palace and killed an unblemished saint all for a little girl. Just how crazy was he? Boom! Extremely forceful saintly power burst from him as he made his last stand. Sword will howled as Yi Futian pointed ahead. Boundless swords of space materialized in shapes of leaves, charging straight for Bai Zhe. High-pitched screeches of clashes were heard, and Bai Zhe's defense was quickly broken through. The swords punched right through his body, which trembled frantically. A flash of the sword came and went in an instant at his brow. Bai Zhe was standing completely still at the next moment. The sparkle in his eyes was wholly extinguished as he fell to the ground below. Both palace lords of Bliss Palace perished. The place that was known as Bliss Palace was completely razed in the great battle fought between Yaya and the palace lord prior. Sword will around Yi Futian dispelled, and he returned to Xia Qingyuan and the others. He then said, "Let's go." The group turned around and left soon after, leaving behind ruins. Bliss Palace, which stood tall in Xianxia City as a top-notch force, was razed in mere moments, reduced to the pages of history books. The cultivators of Bliss Palace did not even know what had happened. They flashed and began rummaging around the ruins. Many were baffled to find that the people of Bliss Palace began fighting a terrifying civil war among themselves shortly after. The infighting was caused by fighting over the training resources left over in the wake of the palace lord's death. They splintered into several factions in the infighting that ensued shortly after. Several saints perished, and many found what was happening to be utterly ridiculous. What happened on that very day was utterly ridiculous. Some began to look into what happened and who that silver-haired young man was, as well as how Bai Zhe came to be at odds with him. There was finally news saying that it could all be traced back to a meetup at a restaurant in Xianxia City. It was all caused by Bai Zhe's steed almost stomping a little girl to death. That incident led to the razing of Bliss Palace, which stirred quite a commotion in Xianxia City. The palace lord, who was an unblemished saint, died in battle. The people of Xianxia City were even more speechless after finding out the reason. Some people hate evil that much out there. However, all of that seemed to have reminded them to watch what they were doing from then on out. Bai Zhe probably never even expected in his dreams that his downfall would have been caused by him ignoring the fate of a little girl. That silver-haired young man from foreign realms was one hell of a brutal character. A figure flashed and arrived from far away. It was a woman, Situ Yen, who parted ways with Yi Futian not all that long ago. She came right away after sending the little girl to her clan. Her eyes froze as she looked at the ruins that had once been Bliss Palace. Her hair billowed in the air, looking messy, just like she felt deep down at the moment. He raised the Bliss Palace? Is he nuts or something? She wondered. The news spread all over Xianxia City, and the city lord's office naturally caught wind of the news. Xinjun stood within the city lord's office and listened to the reports of those who came, with a rather grim expression. The palace lord of the Bliss Palace is dead? Shinjun doubted his ears at the moment. Indeed, the one who came to report nodded. He was killed by that young woman at that party. She was adept at using sword matrices and had extremely powerful offensive capacities. Half of Xianxia City was able to sense the power of the sword emanating from her sword matrix. Yaya came to mind right there and then. He had been unable to sense anything about that young woman when he met her. He never expected her to have been so powerful, so much so he had to reevaluate the powers of Yi Futian's party. Bai Zhe died at Yi Futian's hands, I assume. What are his powers like? Shinjun asked. Swords as well. The one who came to report answered. Shinjun nodded. He seemed to have gotten a vague idea about things. If his speculations proved correct, those people were probably from top-notch forces adept at the way of the sword in Emperor Xiao's realm, and Yi Futian was probably the son or personal student of a master of a holy land of the sword. Bai Zhe, being a young palace lord, was incredibly powerful on his own. He would not have caught the palace lord's attention in the first place otherwise. The fact that Yi Futian was able to kill him made something clear. If Yaya and Yi Futian had both been able to bring such formidable combat prowess to bear, then the others were not bad either. It was no wonder why Yi Futian would have refused right on the spot when he invited Yi Futian into the city lord's office. If he were to be from a top-notch force in his native realm, then it was only natural that Yi Futian's seniors might have been holiness of nirvana level. Keep a close eye on them for the moment. Don't let them leave Xianxia City, Shinjun said. Understood. The one who came to report nodded. After Yi Futian killed Bai Zhe, they found an inn in Xianxia City to stay at. Due to having raised Bliss Palace, they attracted attention everywhere they went in Xianxia City. People were talking about them everywhere. The inn where they stayed in was quickly packed. The place was filled with people talking about them. The compound of the inn was huge, making it seem like a private palace instead. The group stuck together just about all the time. Xia Qingyuan then asked Yi Futian, "We're not leaving Xianxia City, then? Why would we want to leave?" Yi Futian asked in return. "Don't you think something is off?" Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian and asked again. Yi Futian then looked at Xia Qingyuan in the eyes and asked, "You think so?" Shinjun invited us to Xianxia City and received us at a restaurant. Why would he bother inviting Bai Zhe? Xia Qingyuan then commented, "I think he is up to something." Yi Futian nodded. His eyes looked rather cold. Shinjun was the young palace lord of Xianxia City, and it was apparent that he and Bai Zhe knew each other. There was no way he would not have known what Bai Zhe was like as a person. Bai Zhe liked young, pretty women, and there were top-notch beauties like Xia Qingyuan, the Glass Saint, and Phoenix with him. If Shinjun had been sincere in receiving them, he should have avoided letting them meet Bai Zhe. However, Shinjun did not do so. Or rather, he acted on his own and invited Bai Zhe, a young palace lord who was already a saint himself, having nothing to hide by doing all of that. That meant that even if the little girl was not there might have been a scuffle breaking out over other reasons. Bai Zhe had already asked Xia Qingyuan and the Glass Saint if they would have liked to drink with him at the restaurant. All that made Yi Futian doubt Shinjun, thinking the young palace lord to be up to no good. Shinjun might have wanted to test what we were capable of by using Bai Zhe, but I don't think he would have expected things to get this out of hand, Suke said lazily, and many nodded in agreement. What would he be up to? Gu Donglu asked in a low voice. What is he testing us out for? He wondered. What is Shinjun's deal for inviting us all to Xianxia City in the first place? Be it due to goodwill or ulterior motive, they were at least able to tell from how things went that Shinjun was not to be trusted. That is the key. Yi Futian then said, "That is why I don't want to leave the place even more. I want to see what Shinjun is trying to pull." Xia Qingyuan took one look at Yi Futian, thinking that he was not afraid of stirring up trouble. She, on the other hand, was reserved enough not to get herself into such boring troubles. However, since Yi Futian wanted to know so badly, she just let him be. If my speculations are correct, Shinjun might have his men staying here in the inn. I'm afraid he'd come looking for trouble with us soon enough. Yi Futian continued. If Shinjun had ulterior motives, then it stood to reason that he would not have let them leave Xianxia City easily. That meant that he would show up sooner or later. Just as Yifutian speculated, Xinjun brought his men to the inn they were staying in not long after that. One figure after another arrived, and the people in the entire inn looked up at the sky. Xinjun was seen there and stepped into the compound Yifutian, and the others were at. "Young city lord," Yifutian called as he saw Xinjun coming. "You've just got here, and yet you've already raised one of the top-notch forces in Xianxia City. You are making my job difficult." Xinjun looked at Yifutian and said, "As the city lord, it was technically within the jurisdiction of, or even a requirement for, the city lord's office to interfere. With a top-notch force within the city, the Bliss Palace, raised, the city lord's office naturally looked into it." Yifutian listened to Xinjun's words and replied, "I'm sure you saw how Bai Zhe paid no heed to the lives of others. Young city lord, I was unable to take it, so I went to kill him. The palace lord of Bliss Palace allowed his students to use women as cauldrons for training, and I think there are many in Xianxia City who resent them for it. Are you telling me none of that bothers you one bit?" Xinjun lowered his head and looked at the silver-haired young man below. The mood in the inn felt rather tense. However, moments later, Xinjun laughed and waved his arm a bit, bringing his people down to the compound. Xinjun walked up to Yifutian and said with a smile, "There have been people in the past who complained about Bliss Palace to the city lord's office, but they were still one of the top-notch forces in Xianxia City. What is past, and there is no need to delve into it further. But then again, you have caused Xianxia City to lose one top-notch power, and I suppose you'd have ways to make up for it." Yifutian's eyes sparkled with a peculiar expression in them. Xinjun indeed knew how to go about his business. When he first showed up, it seemed as if he was there to interrogate them. Yet he quickly turned his stance around, as if he deliberately let the matter slide altogether. It was as if he was making Yifutian owe him a favor. "How would you like us to compensate, young city lord?" Yifutian asked. Xinjun grinned and said, "Bai Zhe was the young palace lord of the Bliss Palace, and he was indeed mighty, but he ended up dying by your sword, brother Yi. Even someone as powerful as the palace lord himself had, too, perished by the hands of those of yours. I'm getting quite interested in your way of the sword, and I have brought several from the city lord's office. The lot usually has their eyes on top powers, and they are all swordsmen as well. It's quite a coincidence that your party practices the same type of arts. Would you care to spar with them for a bit?" Yifutian felt rather peculiar about the proposition. He thought Xinjun would have made his objective clear. He never expected just to spar. That did not seem to be a big deal. Or rather, Xinjun may have had other objectives. "All right, how would you like to go about it, young city lord?" Yifutian asked. "You too. Come over here." Xinjun turned around and said. Two people walked up to them. "Well, here is the lot I mentioned. They are both at the pinnacle of Sage Plane and mere steps away from breaking into Saint Plane. It's great that you have people from this plane in your group. Let them have a go at it and see what kind of guidance you can give as they fight," Xinjun elaborated casually. "Will do." Yifutian nodded. He wanted to see what Xinjun was up to. Yifutian turned around to look at Yi Wuchen and Suke. Both of them were swordsmen, and they were at the pinnacle of Sage Plane, especially Yi Wuchen, whose training had progressed by leaps and bounds ever since the swordmaster lent a sword to him. He was, too, one step away from sainthood. Suke, on the other hand, was somewhat lower in terms of plane level. He was not as blessed when it came to the availability of resources. Yi Wuchen had first acquired Sword Will of Renhuang and had the swordmaster lend a sword to him. Both occurrences were extremely rare for swordsmen. The swordmaster had borrowed a sword to Yi Wuchen, which allowed him to participate at the unblemished saint-level fight. He was able to experience firsthand in the Battle of Empty Realm how powerful sword arts at saint level was. Yi Wuchen and Suke stepped forward. Xinjun, Yifutian, and the others made way. Yi Wuchen and Suke stood against the two swordsmen from the city lord's office at the center of the crowd. One of those two was of more advanced age, who had grown a silver beard and looked sage-like. He wore a sword on his back. The other one was somewhat younger, and his eyes were pointed, lacking the reservation shown by the older swordsman. Yifutian looked at the two of them. If the fight was truly meant for him to give guidance to his juniors, there would not have been one whose age was more advanced. They were both explicitly selected for the fight. After you, both of them said to Yi Wuchen and Su Quebec, please. Yi Wuchen and Su Ke returned the gesture. Sword will filled their vicinity, and high-pitched ringing was heard. Boom! A raging sword will burst all of a sudden. The younger swordsman from the city lord's office burned like the sun and was basking in fire. His sword felt to be as scorching as the sun as beams of terrifying fire shot forth. Multiple sword wills were launched at Yi Wuchen, and Su Quebec. Yi Wuchen flashed and drew his sword. The younger swordsman felt like there were multiple illusions of Yi Wuchen flashing before his eyes at extremely high speeds. Every single illusion launched flashes of the sword at him, making it difficult for his eyes to track them. Sword aura burst in midair. The sword wills of fire were extinguished in a frenzy, and Yi Wuchen looked as if he never moved from where he stood, standing quietly where he was. Boom! The older swordsman made his move right there and then. The space they occupied turned scorching hot in an instant. It was as if the sun itself had descended, burning their surroundings. The older swordsman zipped about in flames like a gray mirage. Sword will flowed about the place in a frenzy. And yet, it looked as if he had yet to make a move. The younger swordsman stepped out, and his raging sword shot out again at both Yi Wuchen and Su Quebec. One of them at the forefront while the other behind the scenes. Both Yi Wuchen and Su Ke made their moves at the same time. Su Ke's body turned into mirages and melded within the darkness, flashing around the younger swordsman. Yi Wuchen turned into illusions as well, chasing after the older swordsman. The speed at which both of them moved was difficult to track with the naked eye. Everyone around them was unable to see both of them at work. What they saw was the shadows of their blades moving about as if the blades have clashed without making a sound. At that moment, stifling pressure of the sword loomed. All four of them burst at the same time. Su Ke and the younger swordsman of the city lord's office clashed. His killing sword brought forth a boundless gray aura of the sword in the dark, while his opponent turned into a furnace of sorts, lashing out with the sword of the sun. His blades seemed to be able to melt everything, tearing the gray aura apart. It continued until an extremely hot and huge sword clashed with another killing sword of equal size. Terrifying heat waves shot all over the place. Explosions were heard, and Su Ke's body was thrown backward. Holes were burned here and there on his clothes. His sleeves were torn, exposing the hand holding the blade. On the other side, Yi Wuchen and the older swordsman clashed without making a sound. Yet the confrontation between the two of them looked even more intense. It was as if there were two beams of light flickering about. At the very next moment, both stood with their backs against each other. Terrifying storms of the sword whipped about around them as if they were out to tear the space apart. The sword on the older swordsman's hand broke inch by inch. He grunted, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. Both confrontations ended with one win and one loss for both sides. However, that raging younger swordsman did not seem to have any intentions of stopping. He stepped out again and launched his sword while high, cleaving straight at Su Ke. Su Ke frowned and retreated in a hurry, yet that overbearing sword continued to pursue him. He waved his hand before him, and gray killing swords swept out, yet they were quickly pierced and burned. The raging sword came down from above and sent him reeling. Seems like the young city lord has overestimated you. You people are SOSO. Anyone else? The younger swordsman pointed his sword forward. Boom! The ground shook as soon as he said that. A tall, stout figure was seen walking out. That young man's eyes flashed as he looked forward. A raging figure stepped out right away at the very next moment. The ground continued to shake, and he felt tremendous pressure. He extended both hands and a terrifying fiery huge sword appeared, emanating intense flames in his surroundings as he raised both hands and brought the sword down. Boom! With another rumble, that figure actually charged at the sword that was coming down. Intense power was felt like that tower-like body of his. He then threw his arm forward, launching a punch that sent the heat waves reeling. The huge sword crumbled right there and then, reduced to nothing bit by bit. That younger swordsman's expression changed all of a sudden. His opponent's fist reflected clearly in his pupils. At that very next moment, the fist landed squarely on his chest, and crisp cracking sounds were heard. He felt his bones breaking and was sent flying limply. Blood spilled from his mouth after a grunt when he landed. His chest felt a burning pain. Xinjun lowered his head to look at the young man before turning his eyes at the stout figure. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Both swordsmen were specifically selected for the show, and they were anything but weak. One of them lost to Yi Wuqian's blade while the other was brought down with just a single punch. Splendid! Xinjun praised. Is this your fellow student as well, Brother Yi? I'm surprised that he isn't a swordsman. Yu Shang stepped down, Yi Futian said. That towering figure glanced forward and retreated to where he was before. Yi Futian took a look at Xinjun. That younger swordsman had probably been inciting them when he won. However, that young man probably had never expected Yu Shang to be so forceful. That one punch would have had him recuperating for a long time. There are some where I study in who are not swordsmen, Yi Futian smiled and said. If Xinjun was up to something, then it was only natural for him to keep from telling the truth all the time. Xinjun nodded and said, judging by the power of those two friends of yours, I'd say that they are top-notch figures even when compared with those in the cities of Crimson Dragon Realm. I take it they are here to make breakthroughs into St. Plain. You could say so, Yi Futian nodded and said. I have a suggestion. Is it not your intention to go to Crimson Dragon City? I'll be heading there myself in several days. There will be a party there at that time. If it's fine with you, how about we head there and have some fun? Furthermore, Yu Shang and the rest could meet the top-notch figures from Crimson Dragon Realm at their level and do a bit of sparring. Would you be interested? Yi Futian looked at Xinjun and wondered if that was what he was after. Yu Shang's level? Yi Futian asked. There would be saints as well, but only a handful. If you're interested, you'll get your chance so long as you're willing to stay behind at Crimson Dragon Realm. Furthermore, the event is not a common one, which is held only once a month. It's a great chance for one to test their abilities out. The way requires registration. Xinjun smiled and elaborated. A chance that is hard to come by, Yi Futian quipped with a low voice. Indeed. Xinjun nodded and continued. Every city has its quotas. If Yu Shang and the rest are interested, I'm happy to register for them. But then again, no need to force yourselves if you're not interested. You could just be there to watch the event then. Yu Shang, Wuqian, what do you think? Yi Futian turned around and asked. You call the shots, Yu Shang answered. None of the others said anything else. Yi Futian smiled and asked Xinjun, would there be any danger? Judging from what was displayed just moments ago, how dangerous do you think the sparring at their level could be, Brother Yi? Xinjun smiled and said casually. Well then, Yu Shang, Wuqian, Suke, Joga, go and see what guys are made of. Yi Futian nodded and said. Xinjun smiled and took out a crystal sphere and said, put a piece of your spiritual powers here. That will be all. What is this for? Yi Futian asked. The event is held at Crimson Dragon City, and the one at the very top is the Crimson Dragon Renhuang. So it's a pretty official event, requiring the contestants to confirm their participation. Saying, I'm in alone won't suffice. Xinjun said, relax, Brother Yi. There won't be a problem so long as you make it to the event in time. All right then. Yi Futian nodded and looked at Xia Qingyuan at his side. Xia Qingyuan had just told him something mere moments ago. Xinjun left as soon as she was done with all of that. Yi Futian sported a pondering face after he left. He never expected that Xinjun's objective never involved him personally. Xinjun was after Yu Shang, Wuqian, and the others around him instead. That was to say that when Xinjun already had such thoughts when they first met outside, so he invited all of them to Xianxia City and had Bai Zhe to test them out. However, the commotion the group of outsiders caused exceeded his expectations, as they went out to Rei's Bliss Palace right away. As such, Xinjun took the chance to test the capabilities of Yu Shang and the others, using sparring as an excuse. The event? He thought. He turned to Xia Qingyuan and asked, Is martial arts really that popular in Crimson Dragon Realm? This place is the main realm of the region, after all. Some imperial realms near the Crimson Dragon Realm would have even expanded their forces here. Furthermore, many mighty ones from foreign realms are here, too, and the Crimson Dragon Emperor himself favors martial arts. As such, martial arts are more popular here than they are back in Emperor Xia's realm. Xia Qingyuan replied, "There are places like the Jiutian Temple here as well." "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. "Seems like I'll need to take a good look at this place, then." Yushang, Wuchen, Huangzhouge, and the others were all at the pinnacle of Sage Plain. They deemed such an opportunity to be something not to be missed, so they agreed to Shinjun's proposal. But then again, that did not mean that Shinjun did not set them up. Shinjun's description was vastly different from the truth, after all. Sparring at their level? Do you really think that will be all? Some thought. People in the inn watched Yi Futian's party since they had appeared. Many called them idiots behind their backs when they found out what happened. That's outsiders for you, indeed. They might be extremely powerful, but they know too little about trickery and schemes, those people thought. There is no way the young city lord would go easy on this bunch. However, it was apparent that no one would have reminded Yi Futian of anything, as it would have turned out to be a slight against Shinjun after all. However, it was actually too late to caution Yi Futian's party of anything. With their spiritual powers linked to the crystal sphere, it enabled them to sense Yushang's whereabouts within a short period of time. If they were to not show up to the event, they would have suffered punishment in one form or another. Furthermore, it would not have been punishment from Xianxia City, but from the Crimson Dragon Army. Those were the rules laid down by the Crimson Dragon Emperor, after all, and no one would have dared to disobey them. Saints notwithstanding, as the king of the main realm of Crimson Dragon Realm, the Crimson Dragon Emperor was known to be the #1 mighty one in Crimson Emperor Realm, so not even a Renhuang of another realm would have dared to get on his bad side. There were someone who came to the inn to look for Yi Futian and his people. It was none other than Situ Yen. She did not come alone. She had the little girl that she took tagging along. Yi Futian smiled. The little girl had new clothes, looking clean and elegant, even resembling the daughters of well-to-do families. Her parents must have doted on her very much when they were alive. "Thank you," Yi Futian smiled and said to Situ Yen. Situ Yen looked at Yi Futian with a puzzled look in her eyes. This fellow raised the Bliss Palace for the kid, killing the palace lord and Bai Zhe for her sake. And yet, he is now so easily set up by Shinjun? What is the deal with him indeed? Situ Yen thought. "Uncle." The little girl flashed a brimming smile as she walked to Yi Futian's side. Her head reached Yi Futian's waist. Yi Futian extended his arms and picked her up, smiling and saying, "How are you doing? Ms. Situ has taken me as her student. Thank you for saving my life." The little girl lowered her head and said to Yi Futian. It was apparent that she had begun to learn the ways of the world. She knew that Yi Futian did more than just save her life. He had changed her fate and given her a future. "Little Ran, you should thank your teacher instead." Yi Futian smiled and said. He looked at Situ Yen with a smile, showing goodwill, and nodded as a gesture of gratitude. Situ Yen was a daughter of the Situ clan and the youngest woman saint of her clan. As such, her status was supreme. With little Ran becoming her student, her status would have naturally been far higher than that of a servant girl. "You're half the reason why I took her as my student," Situ Yen quipped honestly. If it had not been for what Yi Futian pulled, there was no way she would have picked a little girl out of nowhere to be her student. What he did had apparently triggered something within her. "I have heard that you agreed with the young city lord in letting them participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon." Situ Yen then said to Yi Futian, "Do you know what the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon actually is?" Yi Futian looked at Situ Yen with a puzzled look. It seemed that she had used little Ran as an excuse to meet him. Situ Yen was there to warn him. "I have heard things." Yi Futian nodded and answered. Situ Yen was puzzled by what he said. Seeing how Yi Futian remained calm and collected even after hearing her mentioning the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, she was wondering if he had truly understood, or that he was only putting up a front. Did Shinjun tell them about the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon? "You are from foreign realms. Are you sure you know about the battle of the sleeping dragon here at Crimson Dragon Realm? Situ Yan's expression turned somewhat solemn as she continued. Crimson Dragon Realm is a place where mighty ones from all realms gather, and the Crimson Dragon Realm itself is a huge place, to begin with. Other than Crimson Dragon City, which the Crimson Dragon Emperor resides in, other Renhuangs are carving out their own territories here. It is unknown how many mighty ones have gathered in the mightiest main city of the realm, the Crimson Dragon City. Given the background, there would be some extremely terrifying people participating in the battle of the sleeping dragon. You might be very confident in their powers, but you need to know, nonetheless, what it means to fight in the battle of the sleeping dragon. Situ Yan's voice sounded rather solemn. Her clan had been training in Xianxia City for generations, and there was no doubt that they knew the battle of the sleeping dragon very well. They knew how terrifying the battles would have been, and even someone who were from top-notch forces like her would not have participated without thinking things through. There were a great many cities like Xianxia City to be found in Crimson Dragon Realm. There were many top-notch forces to be found in the realm, and legendary figures were in abundance. As such, even someone of her caliber was hardly considered much of a genius in the realm. There were too many who were more extraordinary than she was. She speculated that Yi Futian and his people would have been legendary people back in Emperor Xia's realm, and as such were extremely confident in their own powers. The fact that they were able to raise Bliss Palace served as a testament of their powers, but they might have underestimated just how powerful mighty ones in Crimson Dragon Realm were. I know. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. Situ Yan looked at him feeling speechless, wondering if she had wasted her breath. She was unable to come up with words for some time, looking at him and not knowing what to say. Are you sure? Situ Yan asked again. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded still. I shall take my leave. Situ Yan took little Ran and left. She had no intention of saying more. Yi Futian had brought his people to raise Bliss Palace and kill the Palace Lord. That meant that he probably had a good idea of what he was doing. She had done her part to warn him. If Yi Futian were to continue to underestimate the battle of the sleeping dragon of the Crimson Realm, then the problem was his to deal with. He was a saint and things had been laid out to that extent. There was little need to say more. Goodbye, uncle. Little Ran took her to the air. She then turned around to wave goodbye to Yi Futian. Yi Futian waved at her as well, saying with a smile, Thank you, heroine. Situ Yan's arms twitched and her movements in the air stuttered for a bit. All of that lasted for a brief moment. She and little Ran turned into mirages and were out of sight soon after. A group of people came above the inn several days later. Many mighty ones from the city lord's office came together with Shinjun. The entourage was a grand one. Other than the people of the city lord's office, there were many members of top-notch forces arriving as well. Together with Shinjun, Yi Futian saw Emo-chan, who Shinjun had invited to the restaurant back then, among the crowd. It was a given that Situ Yan was there as well, but she was with her clansmen, and little Ran was not around. While the battle of the sleeping dragon was something held as frequently as once a month, it was nonetheless a great event of the martial arts in the Crimson Dragon Realm. At the same time, it was also a gathering of many members of top-notch forces in the Crimson Dragon Realm, although not all of them would participate in the event. Let's go, Brother Yi, Shinjun called while looking Yi Futian in the inn. All right. Yi Futian nodded and the group took to the air, meeting up with the group led by Shinjun. You'd be getting to Crimson Dragon City soon enough, Brother Yi, and you'd witness the grand event held once a month at the Crimson Dragon City, Shinjun said to Yi Futian after taking one good look at him. He had no idea if Yi Futian had learned what the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was by then. Of course, it did not matter if they knew or not. Everything was already set in stone. Shinjun did not bother with any of that. Even though Yi Futian might have learned of the deception, there was nothing they could have done about it. He speculated that Yi Futian and his party came from a top-notch holy land of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm. However, a powerful dragon cannot crush a snake in its old haunt. After all, while there were many cities like Xianxia City to be found in the Crimson Dragon Realm, being to reign over one city was a testament of status in itself. I'm sorry to trouble you, young city lord, Yi Futian replied plainly. Many around Shinjun went about gauging Yi Futian's party. especially Yi Futian and Yaya. The ones who caught their attention the most after that were Xia Yuan and the Glass Saint. Yi Futian's party had become legends in Xianxia City for having raised Bliss Palace and yet still been received by the young palace lord. They did not know if they should have been impressed or dismissive of those newcomers. Situ Yen took one look at Yi Futian's party and said nothing. She kept to the crowd among her clansmen. Nothing worth mentioning. Let's go, Shinjun said, and the crowd took flight, crossing the border and heading straight for Crimson Dragon City. The Crimson Dragon City was the #1 city in Crimson Dragon Realm. Some claimed that the Crimson Dragon City was the largest city to be found in the Crimson Dragon region. One could have only imagined how majestic and grand the place was. Countless powerful cultivators from all realms came to trade in that city, acquiring top-notch methods and arts, or treasures in some other forms. Yi Futian had only one feeling when he stepped into the Crimson Dragon City. The place was a majestic, regal one. Every single building had a history behind it. They felt as though they were historical annals in themselves, being passed through the generations. Even if realm wars were to break out in the Crimson Dragon region, Crimson Dragon Realm would have hardly been affected. That place was the main realm, after all. That was, unless a super war broke out between main realms in the same region. The city that was lauded to be the #1 city in the Crimson Dragon region was extremely vast. Yi Futian and the rest of the group stayed in the air for quite a long time before they found their destination of the trip. A towering castle was first seen, which was ring-shaped and surrounded an area at the center. There were countless mighty ones in the area. That place was the extremely renowned spot, the Rising Dragon Platform. One castle after another formed a ring, and in the middle of the ring of castles, there was a huge cylindrical screen of light. Brother Yi, tell Yu Shang to follow him. There is a special entrance for them, Shinjun said to Yi Futian. A saint stepped out to lead the way. Yi Futian nodded. Yu Shang and the rest of the participants followed the guide and headed for the lower parts of the castles. Shinjun brought Yi Futian and the ones who remained to the top of the ring of castles. Guards were verifying their identities. Shinjun said to Yi Futian, "Those who were brought by the city lords are allowed to watch the show from the very top." Yi Futian nodded, and everyone headed for the top of the castle and walked until they reached the edge. He took a look at the buildings before him, which consisted of huge castles connected in a ring pattern, and there was a huge space at the center. A layer of a formless pillar of light shrouded the entire place. It was completely transparent and did not hinder the view in any way. However, cultivators were all able to easily feel the barrier's presence. Every floor of the castles had corridors at the edges, enabling spectators to see the inside of the screen of light. There was where the Rising Dragon Platform was located. Yi Futian scanned the area and found that the corridors of the tall, majestic castles became swamped by crowds. Some of them were seen looking at the ones at the top of the castles, who were of the highest status. They did not even need to spend anything to watch the battles. The ones in the castles, however, were all required to pay for their tickets with sacred spirit stones before being able to make it into the internal space of the castles to watch the battles. There were quite a lot of people who looked up at Yi Futian's group. They, too, were all standing at the top of the castle, the ones from the city lords' offices of other cities in Crimson Dragon Realm. "There are people from Xianxia City who dare to go onto the Rising Dragon Platform?" A voice was heard not far away, and the one who spoke was a saint who was of the same age group as Shinjun. He, like Shinjun, was someone from the city lord office of another city. Shinjun took a look at the other party and said, "The ones from Xianxia City this time will be able to rise." "That's so?" The other party smirked and said, "Isn't that something to look forward to?" Indeed, more and more people arrived, and the numbers began to get so staggering that the place was boisterous. A group of people appeared at the top of the castle across from where Yi Futian was. They walked to the stands at the edge of their castle. Those people felt extremely extraordinary. A man and a woman took the lead, with the man looking extraordinarily handsome and dashing, while the woman's appearance seemed to be near perfection. Her body was of golden proportions, and that gorgeous face of hers had a demonic grace to it, making her look incredibly alluring. They took their seats, and many who looked in their direction mumbled to themselves. Are the siblings here to watch the battles? Are they here to see who will be their future opponents? They wondered. The two of them then turned their eyes below the cylinder of the rising dragon platform. The bronze gates leading from the castles to the cylinder remained shut, and the ones who participated in the battle of the sleeping dragon had yet to appear. Everyone wondered if there would be any top-notch fighters appearing. Your Highness, why does the princess need to come all the way here? Even if there are actually extraordinary ones among the fighters, how would they possibly be able to be of a match to the princess and you, Your Highness? I'm afraid there won't even be anyone capable of even getting to our level. Someone at the side quipped. His eyes were incredibly sharp, and his body seemed to be basking in golden light. Xiaolofeng, bear in mind that this is the Crimson Dragon realm and not the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Mighty ones are abundant here, and there are mighty ones from other imperial realms here as well. We can't afford to let our guard down, the woman with incredible beauty said. Her eyes, however, remained cold and aloof. The very reason they participated in the battle of the sleeping dragon was to break through their limits and see if they could make it to St. Plain. They treated the fight as an ordeal. It went without saying that since she was already there, she would give her all to be awarded by the Crimson Dragon Emperor. Yo! A familiar voice was heard from far away. Master, over there. That voice had Kong Xian lift up her head and turn in the direction where the voice came from. When she finally made clear of the silhouette of the one who had talked, her eyes froze. An icy aura emanated from her at that very next moment. However, both parties were separated by that formless cylinder of light. While it did nothing to hinder vision, it nonetheless blocked the aura. That filthy animal, she thought. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. She then spotted Yifutian, who was at the Black Wind Condor's side. Right away. Is he here at Crimson Dragon Realm? And his bearing. Wait, no, she thought. Boom! Extremely dazzling golden light burst from Xiaolofeng's body as killing intent burst, drawing attention from many around them. What is with the beast from Peacock City? Yifutian thought. Yifutian! Xiaolofeng roared, its killing intent laid bare for all to see. The insult that it suffered during the Battle of Empty Realm all those years ago could have never be forgotten. It was an insult like none other. Xiaolofeng had actually been enthralled by Yifutian and was made to turn against its own kind, causing the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm to be a laughingstock in that year's Battle of the Empty Realm. Kong? The Black Wind Condor was about to open its mouth when Yifutian slapped the bird, telling it to shut up. They were connected with a telepathic link, and he knew what that thing was trying to say. The bird was trying to say the same classic line that it had been harping all those years ago in the Empty Realm. Kong Xian, come and serve my master, the bird had once said. Is the bird getting addicted to yelling that back in the Empty Realm? Look at where we are now, you stupid thing, Yifutian thought. They were currently at the Crimson Dragon Realm. The fact that the Kong siblings were around meant that mighty ones surrounded them. If the bird were to harp that classic line, Kong Xian would have stopped at nothing until she killed the bird. Does this asshole think that we're still back in the battlefield in the Empty Realm? He had only allowed the bird to pull that back then to have the plans for the battle set up by inciting Kong Xian. There was currently no longer any need to get on the bad side of the princess of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. The Black Wind Condor shot a dejected look at Yifutian, wondering why his master allowed it to do all that back then. Yet not at the moment. Kong Xian shuddered at the very first word that the Black Wind Condor blurted, which almost made her leap out of her seat. That animal's voice had traumatized her back in the Empty Realm. The bird needs to work on its manners, and I've already given it a lesson. I've apologized for what happened during the Battle of Empty Realm, and I hope that you no longer hold any grudges over what happened. Yifutian nodded to Kong Xian as a gesture of apology, looking dashing as he did so. Kong Xian managed to calm herself down due to how he behaved. She glared at her with cold eyes and said nothing in return. She naturally noticed Xia Qingyuan as well. In the eyes of Kong Xian and her people, however, Yifutian and the bird had proven to attract more attention than she did. Xiaolofeng, who was at her side, still had thick killing intent oozing out of its eyes. Yifutian smiled and nodded after seeing that Kong Xian did not bother to reply, before turning his eyes away. Shinjun, who was at his side, shot a surprised look at Yifutian and asked, "You are acquainted with Princess Kong Xian, brother Yi? Emperor Xia's realm is right beside the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. We have fought in the Battle of Empty Realm. Despite both of us being participants of that battle, we were on opposing sides, which is why they hold a grudge." Yifutian replied, and Shinjun nodded. He did at least know that Emperor Xia's realm was neighbors with the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. It was no surprise why Yifutian apologized right there and then. It seemed that he had gotten on Kong Xian's bad side back then. With both parties currently at Crimson Dragon Realm, he was naturally wary that Kong Xian sought revenge. Kong Xian was able to rise on the Rising Dragon platform in last month's Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. No one else had been able to shine more brilliantly than she did. "I do hope Yushang and the others would be able to do the same this time," Shinjun said, and there was a peculiar look in his eyes. If Yifutian was on Kong Xian's bad side before, then we will probably have to say our condolences to Yushang and the others, Shinjun thought. "You have offended Kong Xian before?" Situ Yen asked Yifutian telepathically. "Indeed," Yifutian replied. "Several demonic beasts participated in last month's battle. The Kong siblings burst with their 9-colored light of the peacock, and they were almost invincible. They were tremendously powerful," Situ Yen reminded him. "I've fought her myself," Yifutian replied. Kong Xian was indeed extremely powerful back in the Battle of Empty Realm. She was the daughter of the Demon Peacock Emperor, after all. Kong Xian was probably at the pinnacle among the sages in the pinnacle stage. She was simply a step away from becoming a saint, so she was probably there to try to make a breakthrough into Saint Plane. However, if she were to end up fighting Yushang, Sita Yen did not say anything more, hoping that luck would be with Yushang and the others. She hoped that there were not any fighters who were too powerful in that Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. They might have ended up dead in the battle otherwise. Shinjun did not have any good intentions in baiting Yushang and the rest to participate in the battle. He was doing all of that for himself. If there were anyone among Yushang's party who managed to rise, they would have participated as members of Xianxia City. As such, the award from Crimson Dragon Emperor would have fallen into Xianxia City's hands. As for the price of losing, Shinjun probably paid no heed to that. Deafening sounds were heard at that moment, and the countless crowds in the castles were in an uproar. Low rumble of dragons seemed to be heard, and dazzling matrices on the ground seemed to have lit up. Matrix diagrams were activated, and at the very next moment a huge, imposing figure was seen on the diagram. That huge figure had a fiery crimson color all over it. It was a crimson dragon and a demon saint. The dragon rose to the top, and with a deafening roar, the heavens shook, and it shot up to the top, circling in the air. The Rising Dragon Platform. A human voice was heard from the Crimson Dragon, howling at the ones below, and the bronze gates were opened. Blinding light burst, and from with the gates in different corners came cultivators who had participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, emerging one after another. The tension in the group of castles hit a critical point within a mere instant. Deafening cheers were heard everywhere, seeming out to rupture people's eardrums. Yifutian turned his eyes and saw Yushang's group walking to the Rising Dragon platform. There was only a single battle within the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, one where all mighty ones were to fight a brutal battle at the same time. The castles around the Rising Dragon platform were in an uproar. The countless people in the ring of castles all looked at the ones below. The castles served as places to watch the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, and the huge cylindrical area had been blocked off by a screen of light from the matrices, which served to isolate attacks, as well as preventing participants from running away from battle. The battlefield was completely sealed off. There was only one opening, which was at the very top, where the Crimson Dragon kept watch. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was a battle where all of its participants were caged within the vicinity of the Rising Dragon platform. Only a handful of the most extraordinary was able to make it out from the opening where the Crimson Dragon kept watch. That was known as the Rise of the Dragon, where the caged or sleeping dragon emerged. If a participant lacked in powers displayed within the battlefield, one could only keep fighting at the platform. If one were to rise and escape, that demon saint-level Crimson Dragon would have then acted to slap anyone who dared to make that attempt. There had even been cases in the history of the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, where only one was eventually left standing. The last survivor attempted to leave and was still clapped down by the demon saint above. What that meant was no one had been deemed fit enough to rise. Other than that, the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was one where life and death were totally up to the participants. It was very common to see deaths on that battlefield. The participants were, after all, trapped in one place to battle. If there were anyone out to claim someone's life, there would have been no escape, and the target could have only ended up killing or be killed. As such, the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon had always been known for its extreme brutality. After years where it had been held, only top-notch warriors dared to participate in the battles. One would have easily ended up as cannon fodder and stood no chance of making it out alive. It was a good thing that the mighty ones from Crimson Dragon Realm were powerful enough. Mighty ones from all realms gathered at Crimson Dragon Realm, and powerful people kept showing up to test themselves out. Top-notch geniuses from all realms wanted to test themselves in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was a symbol of Crimson Dragon City, as a testament to the popularity of martial arts in Crimson Dragon Realm. One who sought perfection in the arts they practiced would have cornered themselves, battling top-notch figures from all realms. Anyone capable of accomplishing the rise of the dragon would have been awarded. They were even given the right to be a part of the Crimson Dragon army that served directly under the Crimson Dragon Emperor, becoming a part of the strongest army in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Under such a background, the top-notch forces from the cities surrounding the Crimson Dragon City hardly ever let their younger generations participate in the battle unless said younger generation members were extreme geniuses who were tremendously confident in their powers. While Shinjun was the young city lord of Xianxia City, it was equally difficult for him to get fighters to participate in the battle. Even less so when it came to finding ones capable of rising from the battle. That was why he deliberately got near Yi Futian's party when he first met them, and it was why he wanted to test them out later. He went so far as to dupe Yi Futian into letting Yu Shang and the others participate in the battle. A figure descended from the opening above the rising dragon platform at the moment, shrouded in holy light as he scanned the vast area surrounded by castles. He briefly announced the rules of the battle. "Young City Lord, the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon sure sounds very dangerous," Yi Futian said to Shinjun, who was by his side. That was not what Shinjun told him before. "Don't you believe in their capabilities, Brother Yi?" Shinjun smiled and asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded after seeing the smile in Shinjun's eyes. He then turned his eyes back at the rising dragon platform and did not say more. The two whom Shinjun had selected to fight with Yu Shang and the others did not participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. So it was easy to tell how tricky Shinjun was. He had already been scheming against them right from the first time he met them. If they were of insufficient strength, they would have been in danger after their scuffle with Bai Zhe back then. Shinjun would have had other plans for them if that were to happen, such as taking them in as his subordinates. Yi Futian did not know that even at that very moment, Shinjun still had such thoughts playing out in his head. It did not matter if they were to die in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. However, if any of them were able to rise, they would have gotten on someone's bad side one way or another. All of them still would not have been able to escape from his plans eventually. That saint who was basking in dazzling light on the back of that crimson dragon took out a list and opened it. He then declared the names of the participants one by one. That list had actually been announced to the public prior to the battle, and many knew who the participants were. However, everyone remained attentive in listening. Every name read went along with a beam of light shining on a participant below, drawing the attention of the spectators. The noisy environment had surprisingly turned completely silent. Everyone was listening and watching. Pang Xiao of Crimson Cloud City. A beam of light shone on one of the participants when the name was read. He was wearing golden, lavish clothing, which was emblazoned with fiery images. He looked steady and stood like a mountain. Pang Xiao of Crimson Cloud City finally participated in the battle. The spectators were on the lookout for notable top-notch figures from every city before every battle of the Sleeping Dragon was held. speculating who was going to participate in the battle. Crimson Cloud City was more than just a city in Crimson Dragon Realm. It was also one that was established and managed by a renhuang from someone from an imperial realm in the Crimson Dragon region near the Crimson Dragon Realm. It served as said realm's territory in Crimson Dragon Realm. Such situations were not all that rare, and there were many places like that in Crimson Dragon Realm. The surname Pang of Crimson Cloud City was the surname of a renhuang. Pang Xiao was of renhuang blood and a direct descendant of a renhuang. Despite Pang Xiao's extraordinary background, there was a possibility of someone like him showing up in every battle of the Sleeping Dragon. As such, his appearance was hardly surprising. That was how prosperous and powerful the primary realm of a region was. It also showed how intense the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was. In the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon held last month, the Kong siblings from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had brought several powerful demonic beasts and almost reigned supreme in that battle. Who would be the ones to do so this time? Pang Xiao was the most renowned participant of the month. The saint continued to announce the names, and when he called Yen Tong of Flaming Prison City, the crowd gasped yet again, looking at the stout figure who was dressed in red. Yen Tong was the son of the city lord of Flaming Prison City, and he was now participating in the battle. It was said that he possessed invincible combat capacity in his current plane. There was hardly anyone below the Saint plane in Flaming Prison City capable of withstanding his attacks. Other than that, there was yet another extremely powerful figure participating in the month's battle of the Sleeping Dragon, Zhuo Su of the Black Flame Clan. He was a descendant of the Black Flame Emperor, which made him yet another of royal blood. It was a testament to his terrifying power. Pang Xiao of Crimson Cloud City, Yen Tong of Flaming Prison City, and Zhuo Su of Black Flame Clan were the three most highly anticipated participants on the list. Many claimed if the three of them were not to end up fighting each other in the Battle of Sleeping Dragon, all three of them would have been able to rise. Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, Huang Zhouge, Su Kei, and Qin Zhuang of Xianxia City. The names were read, and a beam shot down on them. The ones who participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon that time were the five of them. Gu Donglu felt that what he lacked was not something to be found in actual battles, so he did not participate. As for the others, their powers were lacking, and there was no need for them to participate. In truth, other than Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen was the only one who was notably stronger among the remaining four. Huang Zhouge, Su Kei, and Qin Zhuang stood little chance of actually standing out in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Qin Zhuang was considered extremely powerful in the 9 states, but they were in Crimson Dragon Realm. Knowing the background and identities of the participants would have given anyone a good idea of how difficult and terrifying the battle was. There are 5 from Xianxia City? Many from other cities looked puzzled, finding the occurrence to be odd. They looked at the 5 led by Yushang and had no idea which force of Xianxia City they belonged to. They were wondering if those 5 had death wishes. Some knew Shinjun personally and looked at him, feeling puzzled. Did Shinjun dupe them into participating in the battle? Only Kong Xian took Yushang and the other 4 seriously. There was no doubt that Yi Fuqian had been the brightest star in the Battle of Empty Realm back then, but Yushang and the rest were still able to ambush Emperor Li's city and took the imperial flag, after all, which was a testament to their immense power. With Yi Fuqian daring to let Yushang and the others participate in the battle, she was, unlike many others, thinking that there was a high possibility of Yushang's party being able to stand out and to rise from the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The saint who had been reading the names closed the list when he was done and said, "You may place your bets on the dragons now." One figure after another stepped into the castles as soon as he finished. What he meant by placing bets on the dragons was to bet who would be able to achieve the rise of the dragon. The rules were simple. The list had been read, and one was allowed to place a bet on the participants one thought the most possible of making the rise. The odds were 1 to 1. The rules were easy, as the likes of Pang Xiao and Yen Tong had an extremely high possibility of success in making the rise. In truth, however, with so many mighty ones participating in the battles, unforeseen circumstances were also very common. Judging from the statistics in every battle, the biggest winner had always been the banker. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon and the Rising Dragon platform were both properties of the Crimson Dragon Emperor. While he did not lack such resources, he nonetheless needed support from such properties to maintain the greatest army in Crimson Dragon Realm. The Emperor couldn't spend all his money. As such, those properties were managed by those serving the Emperor. Furthermore, absolute fairness was practiced. The Emperor was of such status that he couldn't tell the dragon to get in the way of those who had earned the right to rise. No one would have dared rub dirt on the Emperor's face in public, after all. Place the bets on Yushang of Xianxia City. Kong Xian ordered the ones behind her and handed the person a storage ring. It was apparent that she wanted to join in the fun. She turned her eyes to look at Yifutian, who was sitting across her. While she hated Yifutian for letting her lose in such an insulting manner in the Battle of the Empty Realm, she nonetheless had complete faith in his capabilities. Such was her respect for the one who had bested her. Place a bet on Yushang. Shinjun, who was at Yifutian's side, said as well. Judging from the results of the test at that inn in Xianxia City, he was confident that Yushang would be capable of rising. Yifutian took a look at Shinjun and asked, "How large of a bet can you place?" "They take bets in any amount under imperial level," Shinjun answered. However, few would have placed crazy bets. Any accident would have resulted in dire consequences, after all. There were all manner of tricks that could have been played in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Anything could have happened, and no one would have had absolute certainty of anything. "Could I borrow some?" Yifutian looked at Xia Qingyuan as he asked. Xia Qingyuan glared at him and handed him a storage ring. Yifutian smiled and said with a low voice, "Damn pity I'm poor. I would have bankrupted them otherwise." There was no way he would have missed out on such an opportunity, so he bet everything he had on Yushang. Shinjun looked at Yifutian with a puzzled expression. He had placed his bet on Yushang, so he naturally knew that Yushang was powerful. However, while it was entirely normal for Yifutian to want to place his bet on Yushang, he went so far as to borrow money from the woman at his side. But then again, Shinjun simply chuckled and paid no further attention to any of it. If Yifutian wanted to have fun, it was none of his business. Don't get too carried away. It's difficult to rise from the platform. After all, Situyen heard what Yifutian said and reminded him of the stakes. "Go and bet on Yushang. Place however much you can," Yifutian replied to Situyen. Situyen looked at him in a somewhat exasperated manner before saying telepathically, "All right, I'll chip in and bet on Yushang. Again, don't get carried away." She then headed to the place to place bets in the castle after that. However, her expression remained cold after she returned, not saying another word to Yifutian. No wonder he went to Tear Bliss Palace apart. This guy is nuts. He went and bet everything he got, she thought. She shuddered when the sacred spirit stones and treasures that he bet with came to mind. Those things were not something that a doctrine saint would have been able to fork over. In truth, not even unblemished saints would have been able to spend that much on a bet, as those were not things they could have afforded to lose. He sure is a daredevil. And an insane one, she thought. You have bet too little. Put more in. How about telling your clan to chip in as well? Yifutian said, trying to persuade Situyen, who was at his side. Situyen's face remained cold, and she did not bother with him. She was thinking that she had been concerned about him for nothing and that she had been wasting her time. "This is a rare chance, you know," Yifutian said again. Situyen glared at him hard, and then walked away, pretending as if she did not know him. Yifutian shrugged and felt it to be a pity, thinking she had been missing out on a chance of a lifetime. As a top-notch clan in Xianxia City, the Situ clan must have been wealthy. Yifutian was thinking how splendid it would have been if they were just to bet everything they had, their lives included. It was a pity that Situyen stopped paying him any attention. Why won't she trust me on this? He thought. Everyone returned to their seats, and the eyes of the spectators changed when they looked at the rising dragon platform at that time. Those who placed their bets were unsurprisingly in a different mood. They all had their eyes fixed on the ones whom they placed their bets on, having expectations for their respective candidates. Pang Xiao, Yen Tong, and Zhuosu were naturally the three with the highest amount of bets placed on them. Many placed heavy bets on those three, especially those from their respective clans. As for Yushang and the others, other than a handful of people, Yifutian, Kongxian, Xinjun, and a few others, no one would have bet on them. Other than Pang Xiao, Yen Tong, and Zhuosu, some others were extremely renowned from other cities on the Rising Dragon platform. A low rumble of the dragon was heard, and the saint who stood on the back of the Crimson Dragon left the platform. Formless powers emanated from above that cylindrical screen of light. Matrices were activated to isolate aftershocks from attacks. Crimson glow showered on the space below. Countless in the castles waited solemnly for the battle that was about to begin. All of them stared at the Crimson Dragon that was circling the opening above the platform. The dragon then said, "Let the battle of the sleeping dragon begin." One figure after another on the Rising Dragon platform below, looking very serious, as none of them dared to let their guard down. All those who participated in the battle of the sleeping dragon were sages at the pinnacle of their training, which practically meant that all of them had one foot in St. Plain already. The meaning of that battle was to be trapped in a crisis, battling many others who were at the top. None who lacked courage would have dared enter the battlefield. While it was not to say that one would die if they proved to be of inferior powers, but in principle at least the battle was not one where life and death fights were prohibited. If a participant was heavily injured, the risk of getting killed would be very high, making the battle one where people put their life on the line. Powerful, terrifying aura burst, and the Rising Dragon platform was like it was being set on fire. Mighty ones continued to burst with their power. The pressure within the platform became earth-shattering within mere moments. Some participants began to make a move after finding their opponents, attacking right there and then. The show has started. The spectators were tense as they looked at the battlefield. Formidable fighters in a free-for-all battle burst in an instant, making the scene exhilarating. It was a scene like none other on the Rising Dragon platform. Pang Xiao of Crimson Cloud City burst with golden light all over him as his arts were unleashed. Golden beams shot out with a force that could have torn everything in their path apart. Yen Tong of Flaming Prison City was even more ferocious than he was. Yen Tong unleashed his life spirit right away, a terrifying fiery giant, which looked like it was a devil from hell. Yen Tong melded with his life spirit into a single being, and his entire body grew to enormous sizes, becoming a god of war forged in the fires of hell. Every inch of his enormous body was covered in flames, which moved about like liquid, resembling lava out to melt everything. That pressure alone was extremely forceful. That huge hand of Yen Tong swatted away at a participant before him, who sensed extremely frightening pressure and burst with towering might of the sword. Thousands of sword will flowed about him as they lashed out at their target. When that enormous hand came down, the flowing liquid felt as if it had frozen over within an instant. Those swords were frozen in place at the same time, and the liquid fire solidified right away. Everything in that space was locked in place in an instant, and the swords were slowly being melted away. That swordsman was able to react quickly and unleash his life spirit, melding with his sword into one, and it seemed as if his physical body was transformed into a sword. The overflowing sword will merged into a single entity, and a flash of lightning zipped past. The frozen fiery lava exploded and crumbled as the sword attack surprisingly tore through Yen Tong's moves. The extremely sharp sword charged forward without stopping, heading straight for the head of that huge, fiery god of war. Boom! Yen Tong's foot stomped on the ground, and a wall of fire was thrown up before him. The entire space was solidified into a sturdy firewall. A huge fiery punch was thrown with extremely massive force. It was apparent he was versed in more than just the power of fire. The sword continued forward, but it was still melted and broken eventually. That powerful swordsman ended up dead within the flames. His body was burned until there was nothing left. Yen Tong swept his eyes at the battlefield around him and continued stepping out with overbearing force. There were heaven-splitting cheers heard everywhere. Those within the castles who had placed their bets on Yen Tong felt their blood boiling. He really is a mighty one from the City Lord's office of Flaming Prison City, indeed, they thought. Zhuosu, a descendant of the Black Flame Emperor, displayed extremely formidable combat capacity as well. Boundless black flames surrounded his body, and where his fingers pointed, boundless black flames shot in a frenzy. The black flames were extremely overpowering, and they were capable of easily killing anyone they touched. Soon, 3 extremely formidable participants were killed by Zhuosu. The battle had only been going on for mere moments, and yet everyone was able to feel how intense and brutal the battle of the sleeping dragon was. It was just too wild and crazy. The great figures standing at the top of the castles watched in silence. Unless there were those of their losing or dying in battle, none of them would have shown many emotions. Yifutian was watching the battle as well. The cultivators of Crimson Dragon Realm who were versed in fire-based powers were clearly of a higher ratio. The realm was said to have 9 suns, after all, and the entire realm was filled with a thick aura of flames everywhere. As for the battle of the sleeping dragon, Shinjun had the gall to tell him that it wasn't very dangerous, fooling them into participating in the battle. It was easy to tell that Shinjun never had the slightest care for their lives to begin with. He was simply using them to achieve his objective. From that point alone, it was easy to tell that Shinjun and Baizhe were fundamentally similar. It was just that Baizhe never bothered to conceal his cold-blooded nature. Shinjun, on the other hand, had a knack for manipulating others through plain chatter, so long as the ones before him would have been of use to him. Yifutian's eyes were on that battlefield, and his heart felt rather cold. Shinjun had been scheming against them right from the first time they met, making it apparent that Shinjun saw those from other imperial realms as little more than prey. But then again, the score was not one needed to be settled in a hurry. He had plenty of time to get to that. Yi Wuchen, Huang Zhouge, Su Ke, and Qin Zhuang all made their moves on the battlefield, picking their respective targets. Their goal of participating in the battle of the sleeping dragon was mainly to test themselves out, without the slightest intention of killing their targets. They only wanted to know just how powerful those at the pinnacle of Crimson Dragon Realm were. Yushang did not move. He stood at the center where the battles of the other 4 had taken place. He simply stood there alone and watched the other 4 fight. He was there to keep the situation under control for all 4 of them. His current level was such that mere fights between sages would have done him little good in allowing him to further his endeavors to break through the Saint Plane. "What is Yushang doing?" Shinjun said. "They should be joining hands to take others down." Since all 5 of them were of the same gang, it was naturally best that they join hands, enabling them to have an easier time overwhelming the others. The possibility of Yushang making it out eventually was very high, and Shinjun would have been able to see his objectives achieved, creating a win-win situation. "He knows what he is doing," Yifutian replied. Shinjun frowned. His intentions could have been vaguely told by the position he took. He was there to keep the situation controlled for the other 4. That was simply insane. By doing so, his battle at later stages would be extremely stressful. The possibility of him losing would have been great. However, since the battle was already underway, none of the spectators would have been able to do anything to affect the situation. They were able to watch from the sides. The coldness on Shinjun's face became apparent, and he seemed less friendly already. Yushang began to slowly move at that moment. He had been keeping himself at the center of the 4 battles around, just so that he was able to support any of the 4 at any given moment. He was naturally keeping a close eye on the 4 battles as well. Yi Wuchen's side did not seem to be of much of a problem, and he was able to handle things. He, at that moment, had the edge over his opponent. However, those on the battlefield simply would not have let Yushang just watch and do nothing. One mighty one went up to Yushang at that moment. Yushang sensed the hostility from the other party, and he glared at that person with an overbearing look, uttering 2 words, "Get lost!" That person narrowed his eyes. "One hell of a cocky asshole." He thought. A dazzling image appeared before him as he launched himself at Yushang within an instant, bursting with terrifying killing force. He intended to bury Yushang's entire body within the image. Killing light rained down on Yushang, and yet the man remained standing where he was, quietly. The light that coursed about his body felt like he had been wearing an armor fused with both Buddhist and demonic powers, letting the killing force rain on him while he stood around doing nothing. Boom! That person accelerated all of a sudden and brought dazzling images on Yushang right there and then. His eyes were filled with wonder, wondering if Yushang had a death wish. However, he saw Yushang move at the very next moment. Yushang bent his legs and stepped out with a loud rumble. That space shook violently, and a punch was thrown at the very next moment. That person had not been able to react in time. His images were penetrated by the dark golden fist, which then landed on his chest. He was sent flying with just one single attack. The one attack from Yushang drew the attention of a small number of people. That guy seems very powerful as well, they thought. Furthermore, he never bothered going out to fight on his own. Shenjun was somewhat relieved. Those two he had deployed to test Yi Futian's party out were half-saints and were very proficient with the art of the blade. Yushang was so terrifying that he had ended one of them within mere moments. That was the reason why he bet on Yushang. From his perspective, so long as Yushang practiced caution and worked with those around him, there was a significant chance that he would end up breaking through. Thus, he was worthy of being bet on. Yushang did not bother following up with his attacks after sending that one person who came at him flying. He also did not seek to fight any of the others, and simply remained behind, holding the fort down. The other four were doing fine with their respective battles at the moment. Yi Wuqian had even defeated his opponent and continued to fight others. Suke had some problems with his side, but the situation was still in control for the time being. Injuries and deaths were common in that chaotic battlefield. Some battles inspired awe among the spectators. The battles were unusually brutal, and many were already covered in blood. Yushang saw a group of people closing in on their battlefield at the moment. Several mighty ones were teaming up in that group, and few of them were extremely formidable. While many had participated in the battle of the sleeping dragon to seek trials in crisis, it was not to say that there were not others who participated for other purposes. Those who were able to rise would have been rewarded or allowed to join the Crimson Dragon army of the Crimson Dragon Emperor. Of course, there was also the thing about winning bets. As such, team-ups were commonly seen in every battle of the Sleeping Dragon. For instance, Yushang and the other four could team up right from the start if they wished to do so. But then again, those people would not have gone too far, and the number within such teams was always kept small. It would have quickly drawn the ire of others on the battlefield, prompting those people to team up and get rid of them first. As such, those who went about teaming up would keep a low profile to avoid drawing attention, targeting, and getting rid of those who were of little renown. There was also yet another situation which, while rare, came with a greater risk. That was a situation known as the hunt for the dragon. The hunt had destroyed many top-notch figures for the dragon on the battlefield of the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. No one knew if the hunt would have occurred on this battlefield. Someone from Tian'in City. Yushang was not the only one who noticed. Many in the castles noticed the presence of that group. Team-ups were more apparent, and as such more noticeable. That's Bai Qianluo. Shenjun turned gloomy. Bai Qianluo was a son of the city lord of Tian'in City and a very renowned figure among the sages at his level. While he was not comparable to the likes of Pang Xiao, Yen Tong, and Zhuo Su, he was nonetheless a legend in his own right, and many had high expectations for him. More importantly, he was not the only one from Tian'in City who participated in the battle. There were others around who were there as his support. It was obvious that those of Tian'in City intended to have Bai Qianluo make the breakthrough. Furthermore, Bai Qianluo and his people were heading straight for Yushang. The first target was the battle that Suke was fighting in. Shenjun cursed at Yushang deep down for being a cocky bastard. They didn't bother teaming up, and now Bai Qianluo of Tian'in City was teaming up with others to take them down. Suke, stand back. Yushang began to run as soon as he said so. His steps made the platform shake. Suke did as told by Yushang and retreated right away, getting ready to shake off his opponent and leave the battlefield. The one who fought Suke sensed the looming danger and did not stop Suke, as he was about to retreat himself. Clang. Terrifying killing intent filled their surroundings in that very instant. Formless sound waves that were out to take everything down seeped into the minds of everyone present. Suke and the one he fought before felt their brains shaking as they were attacked by the will of the great path of sound. Yushang's brain felt just as rattled. He felt as if he was being assaulted with formless cutting threads of spiritual powers coming at him, lashing out in a frenzy and trying to wipe out his spiritual will. Boom! Not only did he not stop, but he accelerated instead as he headed for where Suke was. A group of people came at him at that very moment. Formless power swept over the place in an instant, as drumbeats out to crumble the space around them were heard. The formless killing sounds lashed out at the same time. Cracking sounds were heard as the one who fought Suke before was being attacked by the formless sound attacks, shaken, shuddering, and blood spluttering from his orifices. Clang! The killing sounds swept out again, and the group of people zipped past the person who dropped before. That person was then shaken so violently that his body was quickly reduced to dust. He was killed right there and then. Those who teamed up did not typically bother showing mercy, as they were concerned about their opponents teaming up with others to retaliate. As such, people in such teams were usually quick to act, and they would kill their opponents right away, giving nobody a chance whatsoever. Suke quickly turned into a gray mirage, and yet, he was unable to move faster than sound. He grunted, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. The other team ran at him like a raging torrent of formless killing power, intending to wipe him out like they did the last person. At that moment, however, a stout figure appeared before Quebec. The raging attacks beat on his body in a frenzy, causing his black clothes to billow and crack. Tearing sounds were heard during the attack. However, that imposing figure wearing dark golden armor did not budge at all, taking all the hits from the terrifying vibrations head-on, preventing any of them from reaching Quebec. As such, Suke only had to withstand the sounds and not the force. The ones at the front saw Yusheng appear right before Suke, and they did not bother stopping. They continued moving forward and waved their arms at the same time. Drumbeats were heard and swept the place with the killing sound before. Raging torrents in their surroundings pummeled at Yusheng without mercy and with extremely overbearing force. Boom! 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 Thundering rumble was heard from Yusheng's body as the attacks continued to hit him, one wave after another. Yet, Yusheng continued standing where he was without budging at all. Bai Qianluo frowned at the scene before him. The team-up would have allowed them to generate chord resonances, and their power would have multiplied several times over. He stands there and takes it all in? They thought. That killing music circled Yusheng's body at the same time, with high-pitched noises heard in the air, attempting to tear Yusheng's body apart. Be it spiritual will or physical attacks, Yusheng remained standing and taking everything. His eyes were locked onto Bai Qianluo as well. A terrifying whirlpool appeared above that raging body of his, resembling a black hole out to devour all of the powers from their attacks. Black aura swept throughout the place and shrouded the entire area. Bai Qianluo sensed a looming danger ahead. Boom! Yusheng took one step forward, taking on their attacks while charging at them. Raging aura swept from within his body, and rumbling drum beats were heard. He threw a punch which caused the winds to howl. His dark golden fist was wrapped in that same raging drum beats as well. It was as if the power of the great path that they had brought to bear on Yusheng earlier was then being used to attack them. A hurricane was whipped up, and the group was being bombarded intensely. Punches were flashing in the air, and their bodies were all being penetrated by the flashes of the fist. Bloody holes were seen on all of them, their faces ashen as they looked down at their bodies. They teamed up, yet their attacks proved inadequate to make him budge. Yusheng, on the other hand, was able to punch right through all of them with one punch. The raging attacks caused Bai Qianluo to falter and back away. Yusheng then took a huge step, causing their surroundings to shake. It was as if he was able to overwhelm the space around them with just a single step. It was none other than the footwork of Xianyuan. He took several steps continuously, and Bai Qianluo felt stifling pressure looming all over him. He burst with his life spirit and waved his arms about. A gale whipped about as the power of the great path roared like thunder. The drum beats shattered the space around them as they headed for Yusheng. Yusheng stopped and let out an earth-shattering roar as if he was out to burst through the drum beats through sheer force. He threw another punch, and it seemed as if a god of war launched together with his body. The opposing power of the great path was blasted onto him, resulting in a loud rumble, and yet that still proved inadequate to make him stop his advances. A stout figure was seen zipping through the air. Boom! A loud rumble was heard as his fist shattered the space before him, landing hard on Bai Qianluo's body. Bai Qianluo's organs ruptured within a split second. His body dropped to the ground limply, and his eyes were filled with despair. The look in his eyes seemed to be asking, who the hell was that before him? The mighty ones from Tianyin City, who were at the top of a castle somewhere, all sported gloomy looks, seeing the scene before them. Bai Qianluo was extremely powerful, and they had even deliberately allowed a group to participate in the battle with him as supports. As such, they had high hopes for him in that battle of the sleeping dragon, getting ready to send Bai Qianluo into the Crimson Dragon army. However, none of them would have expected that the whole group was brought down by a single person, Yushang. Is that fellow from Xianxia City? They thought. They looked up and cast their gaze elsewhere. Looking at Shinjun was shaken deep down as well and breathed a sigh of relief. Yushang did not let him down. He was ferocious enough even to overwhelm someone as powerful as Bai Qianluo. He seemed to have sensed something and looked up, catching the looks from the mighty ones from Tianyin City. He did not mind any of that, though. That was what naturally would have happened in the battle of the sleeping dragon. Yushang was drawing the enmity of others. He was wondering how Yi Fuqian's party would be able to leave Xianxia City after that. That battle drew the attention of many, and they began to take Yushang seriously. That is some fighter, they thought. He was also one who stood a chance of rising from the platform. There were indeed many dark horses in the battle of the sleeping dragon. Situ Yen was shaken deep down, and she took a look at Yi Fuqian with a peculiar expression. It is no surprise that he is so confident. It seems like Yushang is indeed more powerful than expected. Indeed, she thought. Am I missing out on something here? But then again, it was still too early to tell. The battle of the sleeping dragon had only just warmed up by then. She was still thinking that Yi Fuqian's action of betting everything he had on Yushang was too risky. While he might have had a lot of confidence in Yushang's powers, he should not have behaved so recklessly. The battle of the sleeping dragon continued to rage on the rising dragon platform. There were fewer and fewer fighters on the stage. Injured and dead ones were everywhere, and clashes of the titans continued to break out. The intensity of the fights was such that even they had even caught the attention of the saints. Those below Saint Plain were even more pumped up. Final showdowns would have taken place soon enough. Everyone in the castles looked at that battlefield, where fights were being fought both on the ground and in the air. Other than dead fighters, others who have lost the ability to fight due to severe injuries went to hide on the side, not daring to continue. As those fighters lost the ability to fight, the others would not have deliberately fight them, unless someone had a grudge or a score to settle. At present, there were only tens of mighty ones who were still capable of continuing to fight. The strongest few were still around, such as the highly anticipated Pang Shao, Yen Tong, and Zhuosu. Many placed massive bets on the three of them. Those who had bet on them all seemed rather anxious, seeing all three of them still around, getting increasingly close to the goal. When there were 10 on the battlefield left standing, they were then allowed to try to rise from the platform. So long as the Crimson Dragon above approved of them, it would let them pass. All three of them had very good chances of earning such approval. Other than the three of them, the most eye-catching ones were Yushang and the others around him, especially Yi Wuqian, Huang Zhoge, Su Ke Va Qin Zhuang. After he had single-handedly wrecked the whole team of mighty ones from Tianyin City, few went to fight them. Some tried to challenge Yushang, and all of them ended up being practically run over without mercy. While Yushang would have refrained from killing anyone, as he did not bear any grudge against them, having some bones broken and eliminated from the battle was inevitable. The other 4 from Xianxia City who came with Yushang were all still on the battlefield, and that earned the ire of many. While everyone acknowledged Yushang's strength among the 5, Su Ke was weaker than the rest, while there was a considerable gap between Qin Zhuang, Huang Zhoge, and those top-notch powers. Among the ones who had fallen in battle, some were stronger than the few of them, yet all 5 led by Yushang remained standing. There was no other reason why they were still around other than that Yushang was there to hold down the fort. If any one of the other 4 were in danger, he would have saved them. Anyone who proved powerful enough would have had to take all 5 of them down at once. One fighter after another took to the sky, and the fighters gradually stopped fighting one another. It was as if they had come to some consensus. Pang Xiao took a look at Yusheng's party, and then at Yen Tong, Xue Su, and the others, saying, "How about we take them out first before continuing our fight?" "Good idea." Yen Tong nodded at Pang Xiao. He did not object to the suggestion. "Will do." Black flames gleamed and flickered in Xue Su's eyes, emanating an extremely dangerous aura. Yusheng frowned. A terrifying aura was sensed everywhere around him. It was not just Pang Xiao and the other 2. Even all others who were left standing seemed to have agreed on the idea of removing Yusheng's party first. Boom! Yen Tong stepped forward like a fiery god of war, every step causing the rising dragon platform to shake as he charged at Yusheng. Fiery heat waves swept all over the place, turning into a firestorm out to drown Yusheng. Pang Xiao and the others made a move as well, charging with Yen Tong and emanating terrifying aura. Xue Su turned into a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Yu Wuxian. If Pang Xiao and Yen Tong intended to move against Yusheng, who was the strongest of the 5, he saw no reason not to let them be. It would have been best if both sides ended up injured and eliminated from the fight, while he went on to take out the others first. Boom! Yusheng stepped out in midair, causing the rising dragon platform to shudder. His raging form charged straight at Yen Tong's overbearing form of a fiery god of war without fear. Both sides came near each other, and Yen Tong threw his arm forward. The punch thrown by the fiery god of war seemed like a red-hot fiery hammer. It was harsh and overbearing, and lava-like fires were seen coursing about it. Yusheng's arm streaked through the air, and his body seemed to be expanding as well, which seemed to be his battle form manifesting. The dark golden Buddhist and demonic punch burst into a myriad of illusions before coalescing into a single punch again. Rumbles were heard everywhere as terrifying fiery waves swept all over the place, but none of them retreated. Pang Xiao's attack seemed to be about to connect at that moment. A flaming halberd appeared in his hand, streaking through the air like a halberd of heavenly gods as it was launched at its target. However, the target was not Yusheng, but Yen Tong. The eyes of many froze as their hearts raced. They all seemed to have stopped breathing. There was indeed no trust in the battle of the sleeping dragon, and alliances were forged for the sake of convenience only. Pang Xiao was not only out to fight, he was aiming to win as well. At the moment he lashed out, one figure after another zipped past and attacked at the same time. Several fighters were attacking Pang Xiao at once. That caused the spectators' eyes to freeze again after they snapped out of their dazed state. Surprises kept coming. Boom! Yen Tong and Yusheng distanced themselves. Yen Tong's entire body of lava fires solidified and was out to devour everything. When Pang Xiao's fiery halberd was about to reach its target, deafening high-pitched noises were heard. It still managed to tear through the solidified lava and sink bit by bit into the body of the fiery god of war. The charged hit was exceptionally powerful, giving no chance to Yen Tong at all. As the fiery halberd tore through its target, the raging body of the fiery god of war crumbled. However, a figure shot out from it, basking in flames. He lashed out both arms at Pang Xiao at the same time, sending fires of lava at his opponent. Pang Xiao's expression changed. He thrust away with his halberd, tearing through the lava fires, but at the same time, attacks from several top-notch mighty ones were there as well, blasting straight at him. Hunt for the dragon. That term flashed in the heads of countless people in the castles. That was the hunt for the dragon plan in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The hunt for the dragon referred to a group of people teaming up in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, but would not have exposed themselves in earlier stages. They would not have stood out until key battles at later stages. It was only then the target realized that those who had been fighting their respective battles had been of the same gang. However, it was difficult for the hunt for the dragon plan to be implemented, as few would have been able to make sure that they stayed until the late stages. There were more who chose to team up right from the start, but there were many who did so drawing the attention of others and were quickly wiped out. Many laid out hunt for the dragon plans and never got to execute them, as there was no way of doing so. However, no one would have expected that the one to do so to be Yen Tong, the young city lord of Flaming Prison City, who was of great renown and highly anticipated right from the start. He was hell-bent on getting through the battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Yen Tong needed to win the battle, as his clan had placed heavy bets on him. Furthermore, as a native resident of Crimson Dragon Realm, he needed an opportunity. While Pang Xiao was someone from the City Lord's office of Crimson Cloud City and a descendant of a Ren Huang, but his main forces lied in other realms. As such, he was not as familiar with Crimson Dragon Realm as those from Flaming Prison City. Many spectators found that those who participated in Yen Tong's hunt for the Dragon Plan were top-notch figures from many other cities in the Crimson Dragon Realm, instead of originating from Flaming Prison City. It was, however, apparent that they were all fighting Yen Tong. One could have easily deduced just what kind of a hefty price did Flaming Prison City paid to participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The eyes of many spectators turned in the direction of the mighty ones from Flaming Prison City. If those people had paid such a hefty price to get the hunt for the Dragon Plan's execution, then Flaming Prison City would have definitely placed heavy bets on that battle. Many who had bet on Pang Xiao looked extraordinarily gloomy. Rumbles were continuously heard from the battlefield at that moment, as Pang Xiao was being ganged up on. However, dazzling light from his golden armor on his body held strong. Yang Tong turned into a fiery god of war yet again, throwing his punches at Pang Xiao, whose defenses eventually gave altogether. He spat blood from his mouth and was pinned to the ground from the air. Terrifying, devastating powers raged in his body, and he became severely injured. However, Yen Tong did not kill him, for he was still a descendant of a Ren Huang, and Yen Tong saw it fit to show mercy. The atmosphere in the castles felt rather glum. Pang Xiao sneaked up on Yen Tong, and yet he was the one who ended up pummeled. Of the three most highly anticipated candidates, one was officially out of the game. Many who had bet on him suffered losses. However, that was how the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was. At that moment, there were also the ones who cheered and howled excitedly in the castles, the ones who had placed their bets on Yen Tong. The game was set by then. Zhuosu, who was fighting Yi Wuchen, retreated and distanced himself from his opponent, a tight frown on his face. Shinjun, who was on the top of a castle, frowned and felt something was off. If Yen Tong went to such lengths to execute the hunt, then there is no way he will go home empty-handed. He would have begun sweeping everyone out from then on out then. Only by doing so would he be able to show his powers and then rise. Situ Yen mumbled in a low voice as if saying to Yi Futian deliberately. That was what Shinjun was thinking as well. Things had just gotten tricky. Yen Tong turned his eyes and looked at Zhuosu, saying, "Does anyone in their midst belong to you? Other than his men and the 5 led by Yushang, there was also a group that teamed up right away." Furthermore, he sensed that he had been locked onto by hostile auras, alerting him. The mantis stalking the cicada was unaware of the oriole behind it. Clever. Zhuosu smirked and one figure after another zipped past, gathering at Zhuosu's side. Many spectators were shocked at that scene. 2 top-notch figures were executing the hunt for the Dragon Plan, and both parties managed to stay to the very last stages. There was still a group of people on the battlefield who did not belong to any side, and they all looked glum at that moment. "How about we take them out before we have our final showdown?" Yen Tong said. "Sure." Zhuosu nodded. Mighty ones from both sides acted at the same time, but they did not team up. All fighters who were of one side or another went out to fight those without a side of their own, defeating and overwhelming all of them. That went on until those from both parties, as well as the 5 led by Yushang, were left standing. It seemed that the final showdown would have broken out between Yen Tong and Zhuosu, or maybe both of them would have gained recognition as well. Shinjun was despaired, seeing how things on the battlefield turned out. That was indeed the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. He schemed against Yi Futian, yet the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was nonetheless filled with unpredictable elements. Yi Futian, too, lowered his head and looked below, finding people from both sides charging at the 5 led by Yushang. The 5 no longer split at that moment, standing in a wedge-shaped formation, with Yushang at the forefront, Yi Wuchen and Huang Zhouge at the flanks, and finally Qin Zhuang and Su Ke taking the rear, looking at the mighty ones from both sides coming. The ones on the castles took one look at those people around Yen Tong, who was, at the moment, walking towards Yushang. There were several of them who were top-notch figures from the city lord's offices. What more could one do with a situation like this? It seemed like the 5 from Xianxia City were about to go down hard. They were only wondering if Yen Tong and Zhuosu would have been kind enough to spare the 5 of them, after defeating them. However, many looked forward to such an ending to the battle. After the 5 from Xianxia City got eliminated, Yen Tong of Flaming Prison City and Zhuosu of the Black Flame Clan would have fought for the right to rise, and there would have been a great battle. The winner would have been able to rise from the Rising Dragon platform. About 1/3 of the spectators lost their money after Pang Xiao was eliminated, but there were still over half of them who had bet on Yen Tong and Zhuosu. A great many would have been able to get rich regardless of whichever side ended up winning. As such, both sides looked forward to the upcoming battle very much. At present, they needed first to eliminate the 5 from Xianxia City. "Do it!" Yen Tong said and stepped out right away. His huge flaming body was filled with overbearing might. Terrifying flames shot from his eyes. The place where Yushang and the other 4 were in became shrouded by intense will of the great path of flames. It felt as if that place had just turned into a purgatory. At the same time, those by Yen Tong's side charged at Yushang's group from the flanks at blitzing speed, bursting with terrifying pressure. The incoming assailants saw that Yushang was not bothering to evade and stepped out right away, charging at the ones coming at them. Yen Tong grabbed at the space before him, and the purgatorial fires in that space turned into that spouting from lava, which were then gradually solidified, trapping Yushang. Conventional pinnacle sages would have easily been burnt to a crisp with such a move. Close! Someone above extended their hand, and golden diagrams appeared one after another, closing in on Yushang, trying to trap him inside the purgatory. Yet another person, who was versed in the will of the great path of space, froze the space Yushang was in. In that instant, the step that Yushang had taken seemed to have stopped altogether, with him being completely trapped. The others around lashed out at the same time. One of them held a golden spear and thrust into the air, aiming straight for Yushang's body. Another threw a punch of the great path, tearing through space as it headed straight for Yushang. The crowd heard nothing but continuous rumbles as if that space was frozen altogether. Everyone threw whatever they had at Yushang, intending to crush him with their attacks. Zhuosu chose to continue to attack Yi Wuqian. Boundless eerie black flames gushed around him, emanating terrifying, burning might. It was as if auras of death had blocked out the sky and shrouded the area as he headed straight for Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian stepped out, and dazzling light was seen emanating from his brow. Boundless sword will surrounded him, and thousands of sword aura manifested above, with every sliver containing the power of the path of shredding. His will of great path was infused within every single sword will, and rules flowed as if they had grown eyes of their own and attacked the black flames blocking out the sky, tearing them apart gradually. However, the black flames were extraordinarily overbearing and were capable of burning off the sword will, which ended in continuous mutual destruction. Several moved in from the flanks. Qin Zhuang invoked his sword with a small sword diagram appearing behind him. The sword will from Su Ke flowed into him in a frenzy. He lent his sword to Qin Zhuang, as he had not been training in the way of the sword as long as Qin Zhuang did. Qin Zhuang had been able to touch the great path as well, and he was well on his way to becoming a saint. Qin Zhuang waved his hand when an assailant attacked. The small sword diagram zipped out and streaked through space. At the same time, Huang Zhouge's Runhuang Bao life spirit appeared, bursting with extremely brilliant light. It contained some powers of the imperial path. While he was still lacking in his development and had yet to be able to develop will of the great path, the burst of might through his lineage of Renhuang was not that much weaker, compared to Qin Zhuang, who had developed such powers of great path. 9 arrows were shot one after another, tearing through space like rainbows, holding off the assailants. The few of them were more on the defensive. At that moment, terrifying destructive aura burst, and Zhuosu was seen standing with a black shadow behind his back, which was tall and mighty, as well as shrouded in black flames. Zhuosu was a descendant of the Black Flame Emperor. If he were to reach Renhuang plane level, he would have been able to pass on the powers of the Great Path to his descendants, infused within their life spirits. As such, those who were born from genius parents had it easier in developing comprehension of the Great Path. Yi Futian, for instance, had it far easier in his processes of developing such comprehensions. Furthermore, he was able to develop a myriad of wills of the Great Path and interconnecting them. Zhuosu extended his hand forward and grabbed at Yi Wuqian. His pitch-black hand blocked out the sky like some devastating black hole, which was forged from boundless black flame auras. When Yi Wuqian's sword wills touched the black hand, they were burnt down right there and then. Yi Wuqian wore a solemn expression as a sword shot from his brow, ringing as it emerged containing the will of the Great Path. Sword wills in their surroundings flowed in a frenzy right there and then. Thousands of sharp swords condensed, with tens of thousands compressed into thousands, then hundreds, and the number continued to shrink. Yi Wuqian's body was shrouded with the light of the sword. The path of the swords merged into a single entity and fused with the sword before him. However, that devastating sword will was still found everywhere. "Go!" Yi Wuqian uttered. The sword shot forth and came to his enemy within an instant. The sword and the black hand clashed, which ended up with the black hole-like hand exploding and crumbling right away. However, the terrifying might infused within the sword was weakened as well, returning before Yi Wuqian. The act of the swordmaster of Lihan lending his sword to Yi Wuqian told the younger swordsman that the way of the sword was more than just expansion. It was one of contraction as well. One sword could have multiplied into 2, then 3, then up to 10,000. That was the way of the sword. Having 10,000 swords compressed into one was, too, a way of the sword. In yet another battlefield, many mighty ones were bombarding Yushang at the same time, intending to destroy his body, which was trapped inside their attacks. However, none of them were able to see that the dark golden shimmer glowing on that body was turning increasingly bright. That terrifying lava fire of hell remained incapable of melting down his body. The intense offensive powers from all those around him were, too, unable to break his body. A physical body of such strength? Countless spectators on the castles who watched the battle shuddered. The attacks from Yentong and the others were absolutely near that of Saint levels, after all. They were all baffled to find that they were unable to destroy his body. Just what kind of a physical body is this? They wondered. Yi Futian's expression was a calm one. When the medicine saint went to the Holy Ji Palace at the lower worlds back then, many had taken medicine baths, and Yushang went through with the whole course. Furthermore, Yushang was a warrior whose innate forte was his very own body, which was even stronger than Yi Futian's. Yushang, whose body had been innately infused with the power of the Great Path, had grown to be infinitely near that of a saint at the moment. Boom! The solidified lava fires, dazzling golden diagrams, and other powers keeping him trapped, all crumbled. Yushang burst with dark golden light, and slivers of terrifying light of the demons swept through the entire place. Terrifying demonic storms blown on the ones surrounded him, enabling them to have a taste of unparalleled might. Yushang's body hovered in the air. Dark demonic might coursed in a frenzy around him, shrouding the entire area and spreading out to the rising dragon platform. Many looked at their sides and found dark demonic might brushing through them, making them feel chills all over their bodies. Yushang's pitch-black eyes shimmered with demonic light. They were extremely overbearing. It was as if anyone who so much as looking at them would have been cast into boundless darkness, compelled to bow before him. The terrifying demonic aura gushed at his body in a frenzy, making that body of his look increasingly huge. It was as if he was constructing his battle form right there and then. A devil battle form appeared before long, standing tall in the air. "Kill!" One of the assailants waved their hand, and a golden spear was launched at him, banging hard on the body of the demonic battle form and crumbling right away. Yushang extended his hand, coalescing flowing dark aura at the center of his palm, and a pitch-black devil axe materialized. Boom! He stepped into the air and shook the entire place. Everyone was able to sense that overbearing might of the great path emanating from him, coming down with his steps. Yushang stepped forward and appeared right before one of them, swinging his axe down as if to cleave the heavens apart. That person was terrified, throwing their hands with great force, bringing boundless golden diagrams to place the space before them in lockdown. However, at the very moment when the axe came down, cracking noises were heard as the golden diagrams were cleaved apart right there and then. The one who had made a move against Yushang before everyone else was cut down right away. Their blood splattered all over the place. The roaring, noisy castles quieted down once again, as if that axe had cleaved onto their hearts. What kind of power is this? They asked themselves. Powerful will of the great path of space came down on Yushang at that moment. He turned around and looked at someone. He then seemed to have crushed that will of the great path with only a single step. There was a magnitude difference to powers of the great path after all. Boom! He took yet another step and his opponent's body seemed to have been locked right away, practically pinned down. Yushang lifted his arm and brought the axe down again. His opponent roared and shook off that overbearing power and retreated. A flash of the axe was seen brought down. Cracking, high-pitched noises were heard. A gash was seen on that person's body as blood was spilled. They then yelled, "I give up." Technically speaking, there was no giving up in the battle of the sleeping dragon. If Yushang wished to continue, he would have been able to cut his opponent down easily. However, Yushang shot his opponent a dull look before turning to the others. All of those sages at the pinnacle of their training from the significant cities felt a faint hint of fear, while Yushang did little than shoot a look at them. Those pitch-black eyes of his were tremendously deep. It was as if they were able to see a devil like none other, looking down at everything in the world. They were all top-notch figures and were very confident with their own powers. They would not have participated in the battle of the sleeping dragon otherwise. However, for some reason, they seemed to have lost all of their confidence right there and then. It was as if there were indeed people that they would have stood no chance against right from the start. That person right before their eyes was one such being. Boom! Yushang stepped out again, shaking their minds. "I give up. I yield." One fighter after another was seen leaving the battlefield. They gave up on their battles and retreated. None of them wanted to face that axe of his. While the battle of the sleeping dragon was perilous to begin with, and the chance of losing one's life was very high, but no one truly wanted to die. They were all there to fight for an opportunity. However, right at that moment it became clear that they stood no chance against that monster, and struggling would have been pointless. As for what they have promised the flaming prison city, none of that would have worth throwing their lives away for. Let Yen Tong fight this monster alone, they thought. The spectators within the castles were thoroughly shaken. One man with a two-sided axe was able to force that many top-notch figures just to give up and run. Are Yen Tong and Zhuo Su going to win this? Will one of them be able to rise from the platform? They wondered. There had always been people who went on to break expectations of others in the battle of the sleeping dragon. There had been a lot of precedences. It was yet another day for something like that to happen again, and it happened in such a frightening manner. Yen Tong was the only one left in that area of the battlefield. Yen Tong's fiery god of war form stared at the devil battle form that was equally as huge. Yen Tong's form, which was basking in fiery light, seemed to be in stark contrast with the demonic colors of Yushang's form. It was as if they were destined to become archenemies. Boundless lava fire coursed and coalesced around him, which later solidified. A huge fiery hammer of the fiery god of war gradually coalesced before Yen Tong. It was crimson all over and was a startlingly high temperature. He then swung his arm and stepped out, heading straight for Yushang. Boom! Yushang stepped and walked towards Yen Tong as well. Both men were cultivators wielding extremely overwhelming powers, and it seemed as if they planned to clash head-on. Boom! 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 Both of them stepped onto the air continuously, causing their surroundings to shake. Yushang moved according to the moves shown in the footwork of Shenyuan, incorporating suppressing will of the great path into his steps, bringing extremely high pressure to bear. Heat waves swept across the air and hit Yushang's body. The fires of lava seemed to be out to burn the heavens away, but Yushang, who was literally covered in fire, continued to press forward, breaking everything in his path. He swung the devilish axe down, and there seemed to be dark demonic glimmer appearing in their surroundings, containing unparalleled power. Yen Tong shouted and swung the fiery hammer in his hand out, clashing with the axe. The sense of power emanating from it caused all to keep their eyes fixed at the battlefield without blinking. Boom! Heaven-splitting clashes were heard, and everyone saw Yen Tong's body being brought down, dropping to the ground at high speeds. That devil-like body continued to head straight for the ground, and yet another strike from the axe was lashed out. It was as if it was to bring down the gods. Yen Tong's blood was boiling, and his arms shaking, yet he continued to swing his hammer with all his might, clashing against the axe coming down at him. With another intense rumble, the fiery hammer was surprisingly split open. The axe continued to come down. It landed onto the fiery god of war's body. Yen Tong's battle form crumbled with a loud boom, and his body accelerated as it dropped. He spat blood and crashed hard onto the ground below. Boom! Another rumble was heard. Yen Tong was unable to react in time before the heavenly godlike body of his opponent stepped onto him. He even closed his eyes when he saw the axe coming down, waiting, in despair, for the moment of death. However, he opened his eyes moments later and saw Yusheng shoot a cold glance at him. Yusheng then lifted the axe and charged elsewhere, not cutting him down. It was perhaps due to Yusheng not wanting to cause too much trouble on the battlefield. They were at Crimson Dragon Realm after all. Yen Tong, who had been able to survive, did not feel fortunate. He was simply rendered dazed. He was confident that his powers were already at the top of his plane. His powers were strong, and he was halfway into the Saint Plane. Even attacks from his life spirit had been extremely overbearing. Yet on that day he met someone else who was even more overpowering than he was, who went on to pummel him to the ground using the most direct and raging means. He had been well prepared for the battle of the sleeping dragon, yet he lost all the same. Furthermore, he knew how much his clan had done to foster him and how massive their bets were on him. There was no way he could have lost. Yet, at that moment, everything was over for him. It was not just him. All those who had bet on him turned pale at that moment. The three most highly anticipated figures consisted of over 90% of the bets placed. At that moment, however, there was only one of the three left on the rising dragon platform, Zhuosu. How long would he be able to last before Yusheng? Yusheng's extremely raging silhouette, like that of Devil, left a lasting impression on those who saw him. It was as if there was no way to take him down at all. Yusheng did not stop after taking down Yen Tong. He headed to another area of the battlefield right away. Yi Wuchen continued to fight Zhuosu. While he was by no means at an advantage, he was, nonetheless, able to hold his own. As such, Yusheng did not help him out. He headed somewhere else instead. Huang Zhouge, Qin Zhuang, and Su Ke were at a disadvantage and stayed on the defensive, as they were being surrounded and attacked by several others. However, when Yusheng finally came, the hearts of those few sank, and they looked glum. All of them saw what happened in the battle in the other corner. There was no way they would have been able to fight someone who had been able to overpower someone as mighty as Yen Tong. There had been another top-notch figure from the city who had been cleaved right away. Huge number of other fighters lost without even putting up a fight. "I yield," one of them said, and was getting ready to leave the battlefield. The others made their stance clear right away as well. Yusheng took a look at Qin Zhuang, Huang Zhouge, and Su Quebec. His pitch-black eyes were icy. He switched the axe up, having the blunt side facing all of them before stepping out. Those who had yielded were frightened, wondering what was Yusheng up to, and they quickly found what he was up to. Sounds of bones cracking continued to be heard. Their internal organs seemed as if they had been ruptured, and all of them soon dropped to the ground, looking like having one foot in their coffins. Yusheng did not kill them, but their current state meant that it would have taken them months before they were able to get up again. "We're done for." Those who had bet on Zhuosu looked despaired, finding themselves completely done for. Almost everyone lost in that battle of the sleeping dragon. A dark horse emerged out of nowhere and stole everyone else's thunder. However, no one would have been insane enough to bet on someone who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Citoyenne had placed her bets, but she hardly felt happy at all. She looked at Yushang and then at Yi Futian. She then recalled what Yi Futian said to her before. He told her to bet everything she had on Yushang, and she took him for a lunatic back then. But looking back, she wondered who had been the lunatic and who had been the idiot. While she had placed her bet and she won, she nonetheless felt that she had missed out on a once-in-a-lifetime chance. But then again, who dared to do that back then? Two others placed their bets on Yushang Shenjun and Kong Xian. Shenjun seemed to have achieved his objective. Despite not having placed that huge of a bet, he earned considerably from it, which made it worthwhile for him to have laid such schemes in place. However, he was still concerned. Yushang was too powerful. Furthermore, it was not just Yushang. He felt something out of the ordinary with Yi Wuchen, and even Huang Zhouge as well. Those people did not seem to be people studying under the same teacher. Kong Xian, on the other hand, had a very good idea of who they were. However, unlike Shenjun, she simply watched Yushang fight. She came to realize that he was yet another person who would be able to threaten her. She lost to Yi Fuqian back in the Battle of Empty Realm, and she had always seen that defeat to be an insult. However, she never expected Yushang to be just as formidable. He seemed to be invincible under Saint Plain. At that moment on the battlefield, Zhuosu gave up all of a sudden and took flight. There were only 6 people left standing on the battlefield. According to the rules, they were free to attempt to rise so long as the Crimson Dragon above approved. However, Yushang and the rest did not let him. They began making a move as soon as Zhuosu shot to the air, heading out and intercepting him above. Yushang blocked his way and brought his axe down on Zhuosu. Yi Wuchen's sword arrived as well, penetrating through his body. Zhuosu was bloodstained and dropped to the ground. Seeing Zhuosu dropping to the ground severely injured and losing all capacity for combat, the last hope for many in the castles was snuffed out right there and then. It was a crushing defeat. Almost every single one of the native residents from all over Crimson Dragon Realm lost their bets, earning nothing. "We're rich," Yi Futian mumbled to himself. "Man, this feels good," he thought. It was said that participants were not allowed to continuously participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, which he found to be a pity. He would have bankrupted the Crimson Dragon Emperor otherwise. He would have been willing to stay around and bet for a decade or so. What a shame. What a shame indeed. He came to wonder if the Crimson Dragon Emperor were able to read his thoughts. Would the Emperor clap him to death right there and then? Yushang and the other 4 remained standing in the air above the rising dragon platform. They lifted their heads to look at the opening where the Crimson Dragon was seen circling above. Yushang stepped out, and the others followed, heading upwards. They were rising from the platform. The Crimson Dragon's colossal body circled the opening. It looked at Yushang and Yi Wuchen with its huge head, saying, "You both shall pass." Other than Yushang, Yi Wuchen had also performed admirably, for he had been able to fight Zhuosu, qualifying him for the rise. While Huang Zhouge, Su Ke, and Qin Zhuang showed decent performance, they were nonetheless lacking. "All 5 of us are together," Yushing said. "Please make way, senior." "No." The Holy Dragon looked at them with its huge eyes and said coldly. Yushang stared at the dragon, and demonic might was seen overflowing. He still held onto his devil S. Boom! The air shook as Yushang stepped out, heading straight for the huge Crimson Dragon, shocking the spectators. Yushang then brought his axe down onto the Crimson Dragon. Everyone watched in shock. What the hell is happening here? Is that guy trying to cut Dragon Demon Saint open? They wondered incredulously. Woo-ah! When everyone realized what was happening, those in the castles who did not place bets and were simply there to watch the battle cheered with booming voices. This is awesome, they thought. Yushang is just a true devil. He is going to cut anyone down who stands in his way, and demon saints are no exception. Many had only realized that he still had the axe in his hand, and his devil battle form was never dispelled. Had he been getting ready for this? That asshole knew what was coming and headed straight for the demon saint. This is just ridiculous, they thought. Many even began to curse and jeer, not knowing what words could describe their current thoughts. You're going too far. The Crimson Dragon berated him, and terrifying flames were seen circling its huge eyes. It lashed out with its claws right at Yushang. Yi Wuchen and Qin Zhuang's swords headed for the dragon's eyes. The Crimson Dragon roared angrily, opening its mouth. It breathed holy fire capable of burning everything down. Its claws clashed with the axe. The dragon then pulled its claws back, and Yushang was thrown behind as well. The dragon then whipped its tail at Yushang. Boom! Yushang's devil battle form was hit with a loud boom, but he stuck to the tail and grabbed it, latching on to the Crimson Dragon's tail with both hands. What happened at the very next moment shocked everyone. Yushang looked at the sky above and roared, hoisting the dragon up with all his might with both arms, which were still grabbing the dragon's tail. He then flung the demon saint dragon away. Go! Yushang said. Yi Wuchen and the others took the chance and charged for the opening, taking only a split second to emerge outside. The dragon roared in rage, turning its head around. It breathed flames capable of burning everything down at Yushang. Yushang let go of the dragon's body while he stepped outside, charging like a bolt of lightning while still burning with fires of the great path. The holy flames ended up only burning down his armor. All 5 of them emerged outside. Countless in the castles watched the scene unfold and were silent for a brief moment before cheers erupted all over the place. What happened right there and then was immensely shocking to all of them. The screen of light from the matrix crumbled when the rise was made. It was as if something was broken. Blinding light was then seen showering below. Countless eyes in the castles were all focused at one single spot, the place where the 5 stood above the Crimson Dragon. Yushang drew a great majority of the attention. All 5 of them rose from the Rising Dragon platform. The rules of the Rising Dragon platform at the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon said anyone capable of breaking out of the opening was considered to have succeeded. A sacred beast-level demon saint was guarding the place, and without its permission, none who were deemed qualified were allowed to make it through the opening. The Crimson Dragon deemed that the other 3 were inadequate, while only Yushang and Yi Wuchen made the cut. However, Yushang managed to fling a demon saint away using his overwhelming strength, barging outside with all of the other 4. No one dared to do something like that in the past. What Yushang did right there was challenging the rules, and yet he was still playing by the rules. That Crimson Dragon glared at Yushang, having the great urge to chomp down on him and swallow him right there and then. It was an insult like none other. The dragon was actually flung away by a challenger of the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, whom it was tasked to guard against. The higher-ups were probably going to blame the dragon for slacking off. However, that man's strength was comparable to a saint's, as it would not have been able to fling something with its size away otherwise. Furthermore, his defense capacity was infinitely near that of a saint's as well. The flames of the Great Path were unable to burn him down, after all. Yushang lowered his head and looked at the dragon. There was no fear to be found in those pitch-black eyes of his. The dragon refused to let them pass, so he resorted to doing it the hard way instead. You really are something. A voice was heard from the Crimson Dragon before it headed below. The image on the ground lit up. It went into the matrix and disappeared. The saint who had been announcing the rules previously appeared once again in the air. He looked at all 5 of them and took out 5 tags, which he then handed to them. Congratulations. These are the Rising Dragon tags. Hold on to them. Regardless of what methods they used to achieve the objective, they had played by the rules of the Crimson Dragon realm, and it was only the outcome that mattered. Yushang and the rest put their tags away, and many below St. Plain looked at them with envious eyes. With Rising Dragon tags in their hands, they were able to join the Crimson Dragon army anytime if they were willing. Everyone who made it through the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was awarded a Rising Dragon tag. That saint who gave them the tags did not explain what the tags were for. Anyone in Crimson Dragon realm would have known anyway. There was no need to elaborate. It was given that they were the ones participating in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The saint who handed them the Rising Dragon tag scanned the castles and left soon after. One silhouette after another was seen taking to the air from the platform, heading for the castles. They were all people who survived on the battlefield. As for those perished, people would go to pick up their bodies. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon had about a quarter of its participants die. The death count was very harrowing, and it served as a testament to the battle's brutality. Furthermore, those were all top-notch fighters to begin with. However, there was always someone stronger. For instance, Yushang managed to overpower extremely formidable ones, like Yentong and Zhuasu. Yushang and the others headed to where the ones from Xianxia City were. Yi Futian and the others were able to sense many cold eyes clearly, and they did not seem friendly. In truth, Yushang had gone easy on everyone during the later stages of the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, instead of being as brutal as he could have been. Yentong and the others had been out to kill Yushang right from the start, yet Yushang pummeled them to the ground instead of killing them. Regardless, both Flaming Prison City and the Black Flame Clan had invested a great deal in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The losses they suffered were harrowing. All of that happened because Yushang showed up. Other than that, the group of mighty ones from Tianyin City, who had been out to kill Su Ke earlier, including by Chen Luo of the City Lord's office, were all cut down by Yushang. All of that made for a score that remained to be settled. Rest assured, Brother Yi, the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon has been held for many years, and all participants were participating out of their own will. They knew that there would be casualties, and there were grudges. But then again, most forces were still able to tell that they were inferior, so even if there were grudges, since Yushang and the others were participating as representatives of Xianxia City, those forces will not go wage wars between cities. Shinjun spoke to Yi Futian with an amicable tone, peering friendly. Yi Futian looked at him and was thinking that Shinjun was a snake for having duped Yushang into participating in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. If he were to lose, there was the risk of dying. If he were to win, he would have definitely offended someone. If they offended someone, they would need protection from Xianxia City to ensure their safety, as the cities in Crimson Dragon City had come to some consensus a long time ago. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon had been held for too many years, after all. Unless there was a party proving capable of gobbling up other cities, wars would not happen. But then again, there was still another option, joining the Crimson Dragon army. Thank you for your hospitality, young city lord. Yi Futian smiled and said, that would be my duty as host. Yushang and the others performed perfectly this time. Xianxia City will be able to reap benefits for having you all participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. I should be the one thanking you instead, Brother Yi. I shall throw a feast for all forces in Xianxia City when I return and introduce you to them. Welcoming you to the city once again, Shinjun said with a smile. Peculiar look was seen deep in Yi Futian's eyes. Shinjun seemed to have been a lot more polite, and he seemed to have been more sincere. He had previously duped them into participating in the event, and yet he made it clear that Xianxia City had something to gain from it. If things had gone that far, Yi Futian was ready to keep playing along. Right? I see that Yushang, Huang Zhouge, and the others are practicing different arts. It seems like my speculation before had proven erroneous. I take it that you all are not of the same force, Brother Yi? Shinjun asked in a probing manner. Due to Yi Futian and Yaya being sword-wielders, and later seeing Yi Wuchen and Su Ke being swordsmen as well, Shinjun thought all of those people came from some top-notch holy land of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm. Most of us are, and there are some who are friends coming on the same trip. Yi Futian smiled and said, most of them came from the Holy Ji Palace. Right? Huang Zhouge emanated quite an extraordinary aura. I assume he is from some extraordinary clan then. Shinjun took a look at Huang Zhouge and continued to probe. Yi Futian smirked deep down. It seemed that Yushang's frightening powers, as well as the abilities shown by Wuchen, Zhouge, and the others, had made Shinjun concerned. He then went about beating around the bush, trying to get to know who they really were. He had some mystical encounters. Yi Futian smiled and replied, not bothering to go into detail. Yi Futian just did not bother to deal with putting up an act that looked sincere. Yi Futian. A voice was heard at that moment. Yi Futian and the others turned around and saw a group of people at the castle across them, coming their way and then hovering before them. The group was none other than those from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. The one who took the lead was Kong Xian. Her alluring body looked flawless. Her perfect curves, long legs, intricate features sporting a feral grace, were astonishing to any graced by her beauty. Princess Kong Xian of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm was someone of the same status as Xia Qingyuan in Emperor Xia's realm. "What brings you here, Princess Kong Xian?" Yi Futian called with a smile. Kong Xian seemed to have gotten a good grip on her emotions, refraining from fighting him right there and then. Back in Empty Realm all those years ago, Kong Xian was practically looking at him with eyes saying that she wanted to flay him alive. That went for the bird as well. They had been inciting Kong Xian one too many times after all. The eyes of the black-winged condor at the side sparkled. It missed the days back in the Empty Realm. It no longer dared to say anything it had said back then, for the power difference between them did not allow it to. Jialo Feng, who was at the side, had eyes filled with murderous intent, but it kept it in check nonetheless. It wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Futian and the animal apart. However, as it came to sense Yi Futian's aura up close, it found that he had indeed become a saint. If they were actually to fight, it would have probably lost. If Jialo Feng were to be the princess, it would have ordered them all to fight right there and then. "Yi Futian, you all serve Emperor Xia's realm, and I wonder what the realm has given you? How about you come to the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm? What Emperor Xia's realm can give you, we at Demon Peacock Emperor's realm will be able to give you more. Furthermore, we shall do away with our past grudges," Kong Xian said, and Yi Futian felt somewhat surprised. He never expected the princess of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm to be there to recruit them instead. Kong Xian once lost to Yi Futian, and he had been able to steer the direction of the battle of the Empty Realm single-handedly. Now that he became a saint, there was little to say about his powers and talents. Yu Shang had crushed everyone else single-handedly and overwhelmed many top-notch figures in the Crimson Dragon realm, going so far as to toss a dragon demon saint aside, just to make way for Yi Wuchen and the others. The unnaturally powerful fighting prowess displayed by the two of them alone made it worthwhile for her to try to take them to her side. Those two would have definitely become top-notch fighters spoken about in legends. Xia Qingyuan frowned and glared at Kong Xian with cold eyes. "Are you here to recruit my people?" she thought, bewildered. A cold aura was faintly sensed emanating from her. There was no way Yi Futian would have agreed to Kong Xian's proposal. There was no doubt about it. Speaking of Kong Xian's invitation, Emperor Li's realm had been very generous to Yi Futian as well. The imperial advisor of Dali had taken Yi Futian in as his student and taught him the deed of thorough comprehension. Emperor Li of the Dali dynasty had wanted to marry off his daughter to him to make him a son-in-law to the emperor. Conditions, eh? Just what kind of conditions could Kong Xian offer? Is she going to offer herself to me? Yi Futian thought. If you're willing to become his servant girl, we might consider it. Xia Qingyuan replied coldly. Damn! The black-winged condor blinked as it looked at Xia Qingyuan. The bird was thinking that she was indeed quite the devil, stealing a line that it wanted to say but dared not to. Kong Xian's eyes were cold, and there seemed to be divine light shining in them. She locked gazes with Xia Qingyuan, and formless fighting intent seemed to have spread all over the place. Thank you for your invitation, Princess Kong Xian, but I'm doing rather fine in Emperor Xia's realm. Yi Futian smiled and replied. Kong Xian had only pulled her gaze back and looked at Yi Futian, saying, Fine then, we'll see about that. She then took her people and left soon after. Xia Qingyuan shot a cold look at Yi Futian after she left. Shinjun's eyes shifted around those before him. He was relieved deep down. It seemed that Yi Futian did not lie to him. Yi Futian was indeed from Emperor Xia's realm, and he was not a member of royalty. He was instead a subordinate serving Emperor Xia. But then again, he would have probably among those close to the royal members, which explained why Kong Xian would want him to switch sides. As for Xia Qingyuan, there was no way she would have been Yi Futian's wife. However, there were secrets between the two of them, as she was very naturally hostile against that beautiful princess from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. However, Shinjun did not go so far as to deduce Xia Qingyuan's status as a princess of Emperor Xia's realm. Yi Futian was the one who called the shots in the group, after all, which made him the leader. Even Xia Qingyuan was standing by his side while he was at the center. If Xia Qingyuan were the princess, this would have really been a mess. Yifutian went to collect his winnings. Almost everyone who had bet lost. Yifutian, Kong Xian, Xinjun, and Situ Yen were the only ones who won. In the past battles of the Sleeping Dragon, there had been several very highly anticipated participants as well. While the battles might have had many variables, most of the time, one of the highly anticipated ones was capable of succeeding. What happened right there in that battle was comparatively rare. It was a total loss for the spectators. Yifutian was wondering how much the Crimson Dragon Emperor had been able to earn in that one battle of the Sleeping Dragon. It was no wonder why the event was held once a month. If I were the one holding the event, I'd have made it once every 3 days instead, he thought. But then again, while the Crimson Dragon Emperor might not have cared about those training resources himself, the ones serving him would have consumed such resources in massive quantities. You want to return to Xianxia City, Brother Yi? Xinjun's attitude towards Yifutian was a lot more polite. While he would not have thought Xia Qingyuan to be a princess, being someone who was valued by royal members of both Emperor Xia's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, there was no doubt about his extraordinary talents. Yu Shang's performance had been startling as well. As such, Xinjun's attitude towards those people changed. He would have avoided offending those people as best as he could. Even if they might not have been people serving Emperor Xia directly, they might be very trusted subordinates nonetheless. Furthermore, if he were to be able to befriend those people, that connection might prove useful in the future. Sure. How about you, heroine from Situ clan? Yifutian looked at Situ Yen and said. Situ Yen glared at him, wondering why he was speaking in such a frivolous manner despite being a saint. How about we all return together? I'm thinking of throwing a feast to welcome Brother Yi again. There will be a feast in several days at the city lord's office. Please do show up. Xinjun smiled and said. Those from Xianxia City all nodded. They needed to give that much face, at least. The group took flight and headed towards Xianxia City. Yifutian then headed to the border of the Situ clan and said to Situ Yen, I'll pay a visit to the Situ clan later. I'll check on little Ran along the way. Sure. Situ Yen nodded and said, It'd be a great honor to the Situ clan to have you with us, Brother Yi. An elder from the Situ clan said with a smile. Yu Shang's performance at the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon notwithstanding, the fact that Yifutian and his party had destroyed the Bliss Palace was impressive enough. Both the Situ clan and the Bliss Palace were both top-notch forces in Xianxia City, and both were not all that different in terms of powers. You're too kind, senior. Yifutian smiled and nodded. You're a man of passion, Brother Yi. Xinjun, who was at the front, turned around, smiled, and quipped. He found it surprising that Yifutian was still concerned about the little girl. While he found that action to be disagreeable, he admitted that Yifutian had superior character compared to him. Surviving in a chaotic place like Crimson Dragon Realm meant that cultivators were mostly preoccupied with enhancing their powers, using all means to strengthen themselves to gain control of greater resources. There was no way weaklings would have been able to survive at the Crimson Dragon Realm. What are you going to do at the Situ clan? Xia Qingyuan asked Yifutian telepathically. To pay a visit to the clan leader of the Situ clan, Yifutian replied. Xia Qingyuan nodded and did not ask any further. We'd like you to visit the Mo clan as well if you have the time. An elder of the clan, Mo-chun, extended his invitation as well. The Mo clan was also a top-notch force in Xianxia City. Sure, I'd pay a visit. Yifutian smiled and replied. That settles it then. That mighty one did not expect Yifutian to agree in such a forthright manner, which he found surprising. That settles it. Yifutian flashed a beaming, warm smile, which made those around him feel comfortable. You should come by Xianxia City often in the future, Brother Yi. It'd do you a lot of good to visit the place more often. I'm prepared to introduce you to the forces throughout the city. By the way, Xinjun smiled and said, Thank you for your hospitality, Yifutian replied. That's nothing. You're one of us from here on out. If you run into any trouble in Xianxia City, you're welcome to look for me always, Xinjun answered in a very polite manner. Right, I do have a favor to ask from you, Brother Xin. I'm afraid I have to bother you at the city lord's office at a later date. Yi Futian nodded and said seriously. No problem. Shinjun smiled and said. He was wondering if Yi Futian would have just let the grudge the newcomer had with him slide. It was apparent that Yi Futian resented him for one thing or another. It would have been nice if Yi Futian needed a favor, and he would have done all in his power to help. After returning to Xianxia City from Crimson Dragon City, everyone returned to their home. Shinjun returned to the city lord's office, while Yi Futian returned to the inn. The news with the battle of the sleeping dragon spread all over the place and shocked many. No one would have expected the group that had destroyed the Bliss Palace would have had someone so terrifying among their sages, who practically mopped the floor with the top-notch figures who participated in the battle of the sleeping dragon that time. Yi Futian and Yu Shang become two very, very renowned names in Xianxia City. Yi Futian took several people to pay a visit to the Situ clan the next day. Many in the Situ clan came to receive him. Situ Yen appeared with little Ran as well. Uncle Yen. The little girl called obediently and smiled. Yi Futian hugged little Ran for a bit, and then turned to the people of the Situ clan. Thank you for all you've done. We have an honored guest here, and the feast is ready. Please help yourself, Sir Yi. Someone among them said. Yi Futian nodded and smiled. He walked to Situ Yan's side and said, I'd like to pay a visit to the leader of the Situ clan. Sure. I'll tell grandfather. Situ Yen nodded and said. Everyone took their seats at the feast at the Situ clan shortly after. A very old-looking elder stepped out, emanating an esteemed, imposing aura. Yi Futian rose and bowed. I'm Yi Futian. Pleased to meet you, senior. Situ Zhong then nodded with a smile, saying, Your name has reached my ears in the clan, Brother Yi. No need for formalities. Please take a seat. Thank you, senior. Yi Futian then said, Ms. Situ here is valiant and forthcoming. Now that I meet her grandfather, I hardly find it surprising at all. You're too kind. Being able to destroy the Bliss Palace for just one little girl is one hell of a feat. We old folks are just older than you guys are. The place will belong to your generation sooner or later. Situ Zhong's voice was brimming and unbridled, making him sound like a grand bell and filled with spirit. It was done on a whim. Yi Futian then smiled and said, I just found what Bai Zhe did to be too disagreeable. Trampling on the lives of others without care is indeed despicable. But then again, that has always been the case with the world of cultivators. Even if you intend to change things, I wonder how many you could kill. Cultivators who have reached an age like Situ Zhong had long seen what the world was like. There were many types of cultivators in the world. Indeed, Yi Futian nodded. But since I happened to see something happening right in front of me, I just did what I could. It is for this matter that I come to visit you. How so? Situ Zhong looked at Yi Futian. The Crimson Dragon realm is strong, and people from all realms gather here. So there are many extraordinarily talented people around. They might lack opportunities. I'm thinking of setting up a place for cultivation here in Xianxia City. What do you think, senior? Yi Futian said. Situ Zhong's expression was peculiar upon hearing what Yi Futian said. It was apparent that he was surprised. Cultivators came and went throughout the cities of the Crimson Dragon realm because so many from all realms gathered there. Even someone who held control over a city might have just left the place any time to train elsewhere. What Yi Futian put forth was hardly seen in Crimson Dragon realm. It was especially so with how things were in the cities of the Crimson Dragon realm, which were very unstable. There were few who would have bothered wasting resources to establish such places of training. Brother Yi, things at Crimson Dragon realm are complicated, and the people traveling between cities are in a very unstable state. It will take a very long time before results are seen. In Xianxia City, by the way, those who stay here for long are only clans that have taken root here, Situ Zhong said. It is precisely for that reason that I come to you, senior. Propagating the path and cultivation would do immense good for the development of Xianxia City. If a force like the Situ clan were willing to join, when Xianxia City becomes strong, the Situ clan would prosper along with the city. What prompted you to go that far? Situ Zhong asked. None of that seemed to be doing much for Yi Futian himself. I'd like to see the powers of Xianxia City consolidated. and to make Xianxia City the topmost city in all of Crimson Dragon Realm in the future. Yi Futian answered, "But then again, I might not be the one doing all that. Those are my thoughts. This might require cooperation from the city lord. I'm afraid the Situ clan still falls short of pulling off something like that," Situ Zhong said. He was able to vaguely sense that Yi Futian might have wanted to do something else to get this off the ground. Furthermore, there was still a lack of a true reason from Yi Futian. Why would he want to consolidate powers and develop Xianxia City? "I'd like to introduce you to someone, senior." Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyun by his side and said, "This is the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyun." Situ Zhong was dumbfounded and took a look at Xia Qingyun. He was vaguely able to understand why Yi Futian wanted to do what he said he wanted to do. If that proved to be the case, then the reasons were indeed more than enough. There were many imperial realms from the Crimson Dragon region coming to set up shop and expand their forces at Crimson Dragon Realm. For instance, the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm that Kong Xian belonged to reigned over Peacock City. If Emperor Xia's realm were to be a part of a city, it would have been a sufficient reason for developing the powers of a city. Situ Yen looked at Xia Qingyun, feeling shocked. Many others from the clan shared the sentiment. Xia Qingyun, the woman who had been following Yi Futian around, is a princess of Emperor Xia's realm? She thought. None of them saw that coming. They wondered what kind of status Yi Futian had back at Emperor Xia's realm. Even the princess is at his side, they thought. Situ Yen realized all of a sudden that, if that had never occurred to her, then it would have never occurred to Shinjun as well. From the looks of things, the conversation between Yi Futian and Shinjun the day before had a lot going on between the lines. Is Emperor Xia's realm planning to expand in Xianxia City? Situ Zhong looked at Xia Qingyun and asked. "I'd like your kind assistance, senior," Xia Qingyun answered. Situ Zhong was silent for a bit. His position naturally compelled him to consider his clan's interests, to see if the proposal would have done the clan good or harm. Yi Futian's character suggested that he was a man of his word, that he was a comparatively upright man and would not scheme against them. If Emperor Xia's realm indeed intended to expand its influence in Xianxia City, then it would be more influential and powerful than the current city lord's office. "I'm glad to be of service, princess." Situ Zhong raised his cup and said, "Thank you, senior." Xia Qingyun and Yi Futian both raised their cups at the answer. The deal was considered sealed by then. They naturally needed support from top-notch forces in Xianxia City if they wanted to set up shop there instead of just beating everyone down. Diplomacy served better at times. Yi Futian paid a visit to the Mo clan after he was done paying a visit to the Situ clan. Since it was the Mo clan that had extended the invitation, he did not see the need to hold back. It did not matter what the Mo clan thought of the proposal. It would have been great if they were able to agree to it. Even if they were to not agree to the proposal, there was no way the Mo clan would have leaked the news anyway. Before the Bliss Palace was destroyed, the top-notch forces in Xianxia City would have only dared to stay neutral. While it was said that the mighty dragon was no match for the native serpent, that still depended on the dragon. If the other imperial realms were to take a city by force, they could have done so quickly. However, some imperial realms were reluctant to do so, as not only was the trip difficult to make, but taking down a city meant that they would have had to leave a powerful force behind to manage the taken city. With conflict being a common sight in the Crimson Dragon realm, they might have run into all sorts of problems. As such, not all Renhuangs would have been willing to carve out a piece of the land for themselves in the Crimson Dragon realm. This time, however, they could have taken the opportunity to do so. The city lord's office organized a banquet several days later, inviting all major forces throughout the city to participate. It was said to be thrown to celebrate Yushang and the others, as well as to welcome Yi Futian and his party officially. Everyone in Xianxia City, however, was able to tell that the young city lord wanted to get close to Yi Futian's party. But then again, their talents were so extraordinary that it was indeed worth the effort. Guests gathered at the city lord's office that day. Somewhat inferior forces showed up early and waited at the place where the banquet was held. A group of people was received into the city lord's office, and many went up to cup their hands in greeting. "Greetings, Senior Situ. You're all being too kind." Situ Zhong cupped his hands and returned the gesture. Many were surprised that even the clan leader of the Situ clan, Situzhong, showed up personally. It seemed that he held the banquet in very high regard. However, one who was able to destroy the Bliss Palace was indeed worth being taken seriously by the top-notch forces in Xianxia City. If Yi Futian and his people were to stay in Xianxia City for prolonged periods, they would have become legends in the city. Senior Situ. Shinjun brought his people and walked up to him, bowing politely to him. He said, "I did not expect that you would show, Senior. I would have greeted you outside if I knew you were coming. No need for formalities, young city lord. It's quite an event in Xianxia City, and so I just thought to come and sit around for a bit." Situzhong smiled and replied. The people in the Situ clan all smiled, and there was nothing out of place with them. "Situ Yen, why didn't you notify me that the elder was coming?" Shinjun smiled and asked Situ Yen. Situ Yen smiled and said nothing. Shinjun then said, "Please, Senior, have a seat." "Great." Situzhong nodded and took a seat at one of the privileged seats. Many who showed up and greeted everyone, making the scene very lively. The mighty ones from the Mo clan showed up shortly after. What was even more surprising was that the clan leader of the Mo clan was there as well. Many noted that all the big shots in Xianxia City seemed to have all made it to the banquet. "Sir Yi is here." A voice was heard at that moment, and many turned to look in that direction. It was none other than Yi Futian and his group. They all walked forward, and people from many forces in Xianxia City rose. Some smiled and said, "Your name has been all over the place, Sir Yi, and you look more extraordinary than you're said to be." Yi Futian nodded faintly with a plain expression. Many forces had brought their women with them to the banquet, and they were all very beautiful, exceptional members of the younger generations. Their eyes sparkled when they saw Yi Futian, thinking how handsome that legend known all over the city was. That full head of silver hair of his looked very charismatic, and they all thought he must have had quite a colorful past. However, Yi Futian walked straight ahead without taking one look at them. After seeing what Xia Qingyuan and the glass saint looked like, all of them thought that they were ridiculous for having thought anything in the first place. Yi Futian naturally did not know what was going on in their heads. He walked forward, and Shinjun rose as well. He said with a smile, "You're all that is left now. Please take a seat, Brother Yi." However, Shinjun did not see any smile on Yi Futian's face. Instead, he looked different from before. His silver hair billowed, and his white robe looked flawless. His chiseled face looked cold, and those deep eyes of his seemed to be able to see through people. "Shinjun." Yi Futian went up and halted his steps. The others stood behind him, and they all looked solemn. The atmosphere changed within an instant. The smiles on the faces of everyone present rescinded. It was apparent that they all sensed something different was going on. Yi Futian called Shinjun by his name. Furthermore, his eyes were aloof and cold, seeming condescending, even. At that moment, Yi Futian emanated the might of a saint and looked somewhat supreme. Situ Yan's eyes sparkled. Yi Futian's bearing seemed to have changed within that instant. He appeared utterly different. "What is the meaning of this, Brother Yi?" Shinjun had noticed Yi Futian's changes as well. He seemed to sense a looming danger ahead. He came to hold Yi Futian in high regard at the moment. He had been treating him with respect in hopes of reconciling the conflict between him and Yi Futian. While both parties had been amicable and did not turn on each other, he knew what he did to Yi Futian before, and Yi Futian harbored resentment over it. As such, he did his best to reconcile and mend the relations between the two of them. He no longer had any thoughts of using him. However, it seemed to be too late. He had invited various forces in Xianxia City and thrown a banquet to welcome Yi Futian, but Yi Futian did not seem to be of an attitude befitting that of a guest. He felt that Yi Futian was there to interrogate him instead. "We knew each other somewhere out there, and you invited us to Xianxia City. You then set up a meeting between Bai Zhe and us, then followed up with testing Yushang and the others, baiting us into participating in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. If Yushang was of inferior powers, he might have ended up killed by Yen Tong and the others. Was that what you meant by the battle being harmless?" Yi Futian looked at Shinjun and said. Shinjun frowned after hearing that Yi Futian questioned him in front of everyone. Yi Futian was indeed there to hold him responsible. Participation in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was entirely voluntary. I don't remember forcing any of you to participate. Shinjun then said coldly. I have gone all the way to welcome you, Brother Yi. So what do you mean by this? If we lost in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, it would have been our people who would have died. If we won, you'd be the one to get awarded, no? Yi Futian asked. Since when have we become your subordinates? Shinjun? How about we let the past be the past, Brother Yi? We'll drink and let it all slide. You're free to name whatever compensation you want. If you'd like the rewards from the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, you're free to have them. We'll end things at that. How about it? Shinjun said with a glum face, apparently trying to make compromises. The lord of a city was lower than that of a Renhuang force, meaning that he was at a disadvantage. However, he did not know how much power Yi Futian was capable of mobilizing. I want Xianxia City. Are you going to give the city to me? Yi Futian asked. Shinjun's expression turned completely cold. He glared at Yi Futian and said, Don't go too far, Brother Yi. You might be highly valued by the Renhuang of Emperor Xia's realm, but this is still the Crimson Dragon realm. Both men glared at each other for a while. A stifling atmosphere washed all over the place in an instant before the banquet had even started. Two saintly auras clashed, and all who were present at the banquet shuddered. Some knew what was going on, and those who did not know dared not get in the middle haphazardly. The situation was tense enough for people to know it was to better wait and see, instead of doing anything immediately. Yi Futian took one step out, and it was all that was needed to bring a stormy aura of the saints sweeping all over the place. A formless gale swept the entire banquet. Shinjun's expression was gloomy and dark, finding it baffling that Yi Futian dared to make a move against him in the city lord's office. What is his backing for doing all this? He thought. There were few others behind Shinjun who stepped forward, with one of them emanating a very powerful aura. Yaya stepped from behind Yi Futian as well. A formless gust of sword aura washed all over the space. The cups in the banquet shattered within an instant. The tables and chairs were then destroyed bit by bit. Mighty ones from all forces unleashed powerful saintly might for protection. They all retreated. That terrifying storm swept all over the place, and every miscellaneous item crumbled instantly. Powerful auras burst within the city lord's office and swept all over the place. They looked up at the sky and felt many powerful auras descending from above all of a sudden. They all flashed, intending to leave the banquet. The figures that appeared high in the air descended, sealing the place and landed on the buildings at the city lord's office. All of them were surprisingly saints. Shinjun's expression turned especially gloomy. Yi Futian had brought people of Emperor Xia's realm here? The figures that appeared turned their eyes and looked at the place where the banquet was held. They all bowed in the direction where Xiaxing was and said, Greetings, Princess. Princess. The eyes of many froze, and Shinjun felt a shudder running all over him. His face seemed rather ashen. How could this possibly be? He thought. There is a princess from Emperor Xia's realm in Yi Futian's group? He turned around and saw the figures behind Yi Futian. He eventually turned to Xiaxing. He recalled the conversation between Xiaxing and Kong Xian at that very instant. There was only one line to be had, and he did not think too much about it as a result. Xiaxing had just tagged along with Yi Futian after all. He had only discovered that he made a grave mistake at that moment. Women who were in love would not have cared about their status. They would have been willing to stand by the sides of their beloved as secondary characters, even if the woman in question was a high and mighty daughter of a Renhuang. If he were to know that the princess of Emperor Xia's realm was in their midst, he might have apologized right away instead of trying to mend their relations through drinking at a banquet. It was apparent that Yi Futian never intended to give him any chance. He made a move right after showing up. Xiaxing turned her eyes to the air and nodded lightly, which seemed to have confirmed the speculations of Shinjun and the others. She is indeed a princess of Emperor Xia's realm, they thought. What does it mean for a daughter of Renhuang willingly standing behind a young cultivator in Emperor Xia's realm anyway? If they were to be told that Xia Qingyuan had no thoughts about Yi Futian, none of them would have believed that. Xinjun is done for this time. A thought crossed in the minds of many present. It was no surprise why that group of people was so extraordinary and dared to wipe out the palace lord of the Bliss Palace without considering the consequences. They had backing from someone even more powerful. Yi Futian dared to attack Bliss Palace not only because of Yaya. After all, for him to destroy the Bliss Palace, other things needed to be considered. It seemed the City Lord office requested an explanation. Xia Qingyuan came to the Crimson Dragon realm from Emperor Xia's realm to conduct trials. It was impossible that she would not have strong cultivators accompany her. What was more, this time, the request from Yi Futian for Xia Qingyuan's help had a purpose in itself. Everyone, help me take them down. The expression on Xinjun's face changed again and again. His eyes turned to the cultivators at the banquet. Many cultivators had descended upon the City Lord's office, and Yi Futian was going to make a move against their City Lord's office at Xianxia City. As Yi Futian said before, what if I wanted to take Xianxia City? Well, this matter could not have a satisfying ending, but if Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan were both taken, then there was still a chance to turn the tides. No one paid any attention to Xinjun. Several top principalities had already been talked to by Yi Futian, so they were all aware and remained calm and collected because they had previously anticipated the situation at the moment. In the cities of Crimson Dragon Realm, changeovers of ownership were commonplace. Plundering and infightings with one another continuously, and eruptions of occasional battles of various sizes were not unheard of. Under such circumstances, for the forces in the city to be loyal to the City Lord's office was, obviously, an impossibility. Right now, the opponent of the City Lord's office of Xianxia City was the people from Renhuang's realm. In the Crimson Dragon realm, many from the Renhuang realm came here to expand their power, and those were relatively strong individuals. Even on other matters, where Renhuang was not allowed to interfere with the goings-on in the Crimson Dragon realm, the underlings of Renhuang were more than capable of taking over a city. Under this circumstance, the most they could do was to remain neutral, so how could they help the City Lord's office? With the destruction of Bliss Palace fresh in their memory, who would want a repeat of it? Young City Lord, today's matter was caused by many injustices, Situ Zhong said with a clear voice. The people of Situ clan stood up and suddenly seemed to surround Xinjun and others with a blooming pressure. The people of Xianxia City looked at him. This old guy had picked a side. Xinjun looked pale. In this space, his people now were at an absolute disadvantage. The Situ clan had committed treason by supporting Yi Futian. Yi Futian walked toward Xinjun, and he said in a cold voice, Xinjun, since you invited me to Xianxia City, I won't hold back. Bang. Xinjun stepped out. His body soared into the sky, and the might of the Saint Plane was fully released. In an instant, flames filled the sky and shrouded the firmament. Yi Futian looked up slightly. He took a similar step, turning into lightning that shuttled through the void, and headed straight to Xinjun. Xinjun stood above the void. His hands were forming a seal as he bathed in a dazzling luster of flame. Many immense flaming dragons roared angrily and rushed out with incredible speed toward Yi Futian. With the divine brilliance upon his body, Yi Futian seemed to be covered with a layer of sacred starry armor, and the flames swallowed him up but did not burn him. The immense body of the fire dragon impacted him, and a powerful roaring sound came out. That brilliant golden body penetrated that of the dragon, like a golden streamer, sacred but bright, aiming directly toward Xinjun roar. Another angry roar trembled between heaven and the earth, and an extremely fierce nine-headed crimson flame dragon appeared behind Xinjun. The sacred light of fire surrounded it. The nine-headed dragon moved at the same time, wanting to swallow Yi Futian in one gulp. Yi Futian did not stop at all. His spinning body turned into real lightning, and the golden lightning sliced through the void and rushed into the mouth of the dragon. Suddenly, a dazzling radiance erupted above the dragon's body, and the shrill sound of gurgling was heard. The immense body of the dragon exploded and shattered, and a figure emerged from the endless sword might. Its body shot straight toward Xinjun. Xinjun's face was pale. He had been extremely confident in his offense, but it was directly crushed and broken. The magnificent streamer magnified in the pupil. He saw Yi Futian raise his arms. Huangting fist will burst forth, breaking through the void. It penetrated Xinjun's last defense until it blasted upon his chest. Clack! The sound of the bones exploding was so clear that everyone below could hear it, and the people from the city lord's office wanted to come to his aid. However, Yaya, Situzhong, and the others were standing there, so who could intervene? Xinjun spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, and his body flew backward. Yi Futian took a step forward, and his arm, flowing with pure brilliance, struck out again. For a moment, the aurora of the fists pierced through the void and kept blasting on Xinjun's body. It was like rays of golden light pierced through his chest to his back. Xinjun's body, like rootless duckweed, was blasted weakly, flying mindlessly in the air. Yi Futian slapped a large palm print down until he was blasted on a building. The building collapsed and shattered, and Xinjun's body fell right into the ruins. There was no strength, and his hands lay weakly there. Yi Futian's figure drifted down to the ground. He stood in front of Xinjun and looked down at the figure that lay on the ground. Xinjun coughed up blood, but even the coughs sounded weak, and his eyes were still open, watching the figure that was standing in front of him and looking down at him. Those eyes, at that moment, were so proud yet scornful of his existence. Xinjun realized that he had been using Yi Futian and treated him like a clown. But in fact, he was the clown in the eyes of the others. From the start, Yi Futian had never really cared about his existence. Everything that he had done was more like a joke. His long silver hair blowing in the wind, and Yi Futian didn't say a word to him but looked straight ahead. An extremely forceful breath was blooming. At the moment when the breath was released, the entire city lord's office became extremely oppressed. It was unclear when Yaya had come in front of Yi Futian. It seemed the pressure of the might was giving her considerable tension, and her pair of sharp eyes stared steadily ahead. There was a sensation of extreme heat. A middle-aged man clad in a robe decorated with flames stood there quietly. His pupils seemed to be burning with fire. When he looked up into the void, the vast sky suddenly turned fiery red, and the sky was burning. Within the circumference of several hundred miles from the city lord's office, everyone felt hot and uncomfortable. When they looked up at the sky that was burning red, they were all shocked. What was happening at the city lord's office? This seemed to be the breath of the city lord. However, the city lord of Xianxia City was said to be cultivating alone. The affairs of Xianxia City were left to the young city lord, and he had not been seen for a long time. And today seemed to be the day that the young city lord hosted a dinner banquet in honor of Yi Futian. But for some reason, it seemed like a terrifying battle had blown up. Crimson Dragon City, the main city of Crimson Dragon Realm, was under the direct command of the Crimson Dragon Emperor. The surrounding cities were filled with top personalities who not only had to compete with top cultivators from other major interfaces, but sometimes their opponents were from all walks of life directly under the command of the emperors of other realms. Under such circumstances, the people in charge of the main cities around Crimson Dragon City today were truly from the existence of Top Saint Plain. They were either born of the cultivators of the Crimson Dragon Realm or originated from travelers from all parts of the Crimson Dragon Realm, who eventually settled here or in other principalities of emperors. The city lords of every city in this central area belonged to Nirvana Plain. If these lords were placed within each Renhuang's realm of the Crimson Dragon Realm, they were all giants who, alone, could deter a major force. Anyone who was not the best of the best had already been eliminated in the fiercely competitive environment of Crimson Dragon Realm and had no qualification to control a city at all. Shun Tianzhan, city lord of Xianxia City, likewise, was also such a fearsome presence. He immersed himself in cultivation and possessed tremendous strength. If he intervened, it must have been that he had encountered a powerful opponent. It was highly likely that someone would come to seize the city. At this moment in the city lord's office, Shun Tianzhan looked up at the sky. He stood there casually, like a god, with his body as the center, and a burst of hot glow erupted. However, as strong as Shun Tianzhan was, his look toward the sky seemed extremely grave. He said, If my son offended anyone, I am responsible for the lack of discipline, and I apologize on his behalf." In the distance, Yi Futian's body floated in the air, looking at that proud figure. The existence of Nirvana Plane was astounding. He looked up into the void and saw a figure drift down from above. The man was dressed in a white cloak. He appeared very mysterious. He held a scepter in his hand, and his aura wasn't too great. But, by merely standing there, he seemed to pose a great threat to the city lord of Xianxia City. The figure in white in the void looked at Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian. He asked, "Princess, what shall we do?" Xia Qingyuan came to Yi Futian's side in a flash. She whispered, "You decide." Yi Futian looked at the front. He knew who came this time. In the land of 9 states, the first person in the legendary saint ranking list, the great shaman. In his hand was the number 1 divine implement scepter of control. Many years ago, the great shaman followed Emperor Xia in Cultivation and remained at the side of Emperor Xia. He became Emperor Xia's confidant. This trip, he was tasked to guard the safety of Xia Qingyuan. The strength of the great shaman was unquestionable. The land of 9 states had finally produced a figure of great acclaim. Yi Futian looked to Shen Tianzhan and said, "Shenjun invited us to Xianxia City and used us without regard for our lives. That being the case, now Xianxia City is changing hands. If you want to leave, we will not detain you, but Shenjun stays. If you stay, you can help us manage Xianxia City. In the future, when the time is right, we will grant you another city in return. Either choice, no matter which, Shenjun would not be released. Otherwise, the departure of Xianxia City Lord Shen Tianzhan would be a hidden concern." Shen Tianzhan looked toward Yi Futian, and his eyes seemed to be burning with terrible flames. At first glance, Yi Futian felt his eyes tingle. It was as if the sensation of flames had rushed directly into his pupils. But in the next moment, Shen Tianzhan looked away and turned his attention to the great shaman once more, saying, "Shen Tianzhan of Xianxia City, please enlighten me." The great shaman bowed his head. His eyes landed on Shen Tianzhan, and he introduced himself, "The great shaman of Emperor Xia's realm." At the moment when the voices of the 2 men faded, a fiery hot sensation shrouded the infinite space, and both the sky and the earth turned red. Yi Futian lowered his head and glanced down. The earth seemed to be roasting, and there was a vague and surreal feel to it. Just how strong was the saint of Nirvana Plane? Perhaps a single thought was enough to destroy a city. Boom! Flames were ignited in the sky and the earth, and all the cultivators released their power to shield their bodies against that invisible force. Shen Tianzhan's body was bathed in a radiant sacred fire. In an instant, his body skyrocketed. Above the sky, an immense and boundless flaming dragon opened its enormous mouth. It emerged from the burning red sky and moved toward the great shaman. Countless people on the ground looked up at the sky, their hearts trembling violently. They felt tiny in front of the dragon. It was as if a breath from the dragon could burn them to nothing. The great shaman stood there quietly, and his body did not sway. Above his cloaked body, countless bright, golden lights lit up, like countless golden threads, moving toward his body at high speed. In an instant, those endless golden threads, like a divine net of space, winding upwards, covered the sky and the sun, winding on the body of the dragon. The sacred flaming dragon continued to dive down, but the divine net of space expanded, and the golden threads entangled it within. Great shaman raised the scepter, and the endless lines of space cut through the void and the dragon's body, cutting it into countless pieces. For a moment, the immense sacred dragon turned into endless fire and rained down. Boom! The ground exploded and shattered madly, and infinite flames shot from above the sky, condensing together, and fierce roaring sounds were heard. Shen Tianzhan stood proudly above the sky. Both of his hands were forming a seal, and many flaming gods of war that stood a few thousand meters tall appeared in the sky, surrounding the great shaman. The palms of Shen Tianzhan, with the formed seal, blasted out. Suddenly, all the flaming gods of war accompanied his movement and blasted shocking flaming palm prints, covering the sky and destroying the void. The great shaman stood in the center of these flaming gods of war, appearing extremely insignificant, like a gnat. At this moment, above the great shaman, a more brilliant light bloomed forth. A golden lotus appeared under his feet, and the lotus petals released an endless glow. The golden lotus rotated and expanded continuously. The lotus petals opened and closed, and instantly wrapped his body in it, turning it into a lotus light screen, shrouded him within. Bang, bang, bang. The godlike flaming palm prince blasted attacks, and the lotus petals sunk inward as if to melt in destruction. But the glow was shining, and the giant golden lotus continued rotating. The petals perished and were reborn with even more brilliant light. They bloomed toward heaven and the earth. Giant lotus appeared one after another, continually expanding, and an unparalleled golden glow was emitted at the same time. The space was drowning in dazzling light, and the bodies of the flame gods of war were penetrated, torn, and shattered. The void in which the great shaman was located had been completely transformed into a world of fire, and those flames seemed to be slightly surreal, burning up the sky. Countless people on the ground looked up at the sky. If they had stood there, they would probably be turned into nothingness. The sun's rays sprinkled down and reflected on that flame space as if interspersed with each other. The sun's rays also turned into part of fire, so that the way merged with the heaven, and the fire of the great path now one with the sun. Boom! The world of flames suddenly erupted, and the space in which the great shaman was started burning. It turned into a true solar furnace, smelting all existence. However, the great shaman still stood there, wearing a cape, and his eyes were as calm as they were before. He raised his foot and walked forward calmly. Every step was taken very slowly but extremely steadily. Lotus petals surrounded him. Each petal opened and closed to give rise to other lotus flowers. These lotus flowers were much like in a space of their own. In the moments of opening and closing, it had devoured the fire of the great path. The great shaman walked toward Xianxia, step by step. He looked up slightly, and his eyes were extremely demonic. It was as if they could captivate and capture those who looked into them. Xianxia looked at those eyes and frowned. A horrific spiritual power invaded him, and instantly, a space divine matrix seemed to have appeared in his mind. Behind the great shaman, a radiant matrix appeared, and radiant brilliance bloomed upon the matrix with countless golden threads penetrating the void, covering Xianxia's body. Xianxia retreated, but the golden threads increased, and the matrix elevated toward the sky. Above the firmament, it turned into a matrix of space that sheltered the sky. With the endless space radiance now falling downward, Xianxia had nowhere to go, as the world was blocked. The crowd below looked up at the sky in horror. At the level of nirvana, it all depended on whose attack was the stronger, and Xianxia did not have the strength to destroy the great shaman. At this moment, could Xianxia bear the counterattack of the great shaman? The great shaman's body floated in the air, rising higher and higher until he was integrated into the divine matrix that was above the sky. He raised the scepter and looked down at Xianxia, saying, "This is the art of judgment. Do you still want to continue the fight?" Xianxia looked up at the great shaman. His body still emitted the majesty of might, but he knew in his heart that he had already lost the battle, and he was not sure that he could bear the attack of the great shaman. For a moment, the fire of the sky dissipated, and the sensation of extreme heat disappeared immediately. The heated sky and earth restored as they were before. Seeing this scene, the great shaman lowered his hand and retracted the scepter. The divine light of space also disappeared, and his eyes were no longer terrible. The crowd below exhaled a sigh of relief. The battle that just occurred was like a dream. Xianxia City Lord Xianxia was defeated. Everyone said secretly in their hearts. Xianxia City would be officially changing hands. This great shaman should be the top figure in Emperor Xia's realm. The top existence cultivated by the emperors was indeed awesome. Among the many cities in Crimson Dragon Realm, only a few city lords who were at the peak of their power could fight such figures. There were several peak existence cultivators in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Even though they claimed to be standing on the top of Nirvana Plane, There were rumors that some Nirvana saints had offended Ren Huang, which accounted for their flight to the Crimson Dragon Realm to become the master of a city. Other Ren Huang of the realm could come to the Crimson Dragon Realm, but they could not wreak havoc on its territory. Of course, the dispatch of the saints was not something the Crimson Dragon Emperor cared much about. Shun Tianzhan descended and landed on the ruins of the city lord's office in front of Yi Futian. He glanced down at Shinjun, who was gravely injured, and saw despair in his eyes. His father, who was also defeated, was implicated because of him, and now the entire city lord's office was lost. All this was because he had wanted to use Yi Futian and his people. Now, it was not so easy to send away the deity that he had invited in. Yi Futian wanted Xianxia City. Shun Tianzhan picked up Shin Jun's body. Yi Futian stood aside and did not stop him. The great shaman drifted down and descended next to Xia Qingyuan. They just wanted Xianxia City and were not worried that Shin Tianzhan would go to the extreme. There was no need for it when he had already cultivated to this level. Turning around, Shin Tianzhan stopped and said, "I will stay." Then he took Shinjun going deeper into the city lord's office, which by now was half in ruins. "Great shaman, take over the city lord's office," Xia Qingyuan said to him, and the great shaman nodded. The next step would be to firmly control the city lord's office. Since Shin Tianzhan chose to stay, he did not need to help, but he must not be given a chance to add to the chaos. "Who will be the city lord?" Xia Qingyuan said, looking at Yi Futian. "Naturally you, princess." Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan. "I'm not interested," Xia Qingyuan said lightly. "You'll take over." Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan but saw that her eyes were focused far away. No one knew what she was thinking. "Princess, in the future, Xianxia City could be the foundation of Xia Emperor Xia's realm in Crimson Dragon Realm." "I am not suited for this duty," Yi Futian said. "Aren't you always complaining that you have no place in Emperor Xia's realm? Now you will be named as the city lord of Xianxia City. I will ask my father the emperor to make it official, and father will not object," said Xia Qingyuan, looking at Yi Futian. Previously, Yi Futian was just a bodyguard for the princess. Yi Futian was speechless. Since when did he complain? Women did not make any sense. But it was much better sounding than being the bodyguard of the princess. "Boss, this she-devil must have been traumatized by Kong Xian." The voice of Black Wind Condor resounded in Yi Futian's mind. Not long ago, Kong Xian came to poach him. However, this clown had learned his lesson and dared not say it out loud, but only said it secretly to Yi Futian. "Want to get beat up again?" Yi Futian smiled at the little condor, and immediately he behaved. "Very well, I will take over temporarily, but if I leave, I will give up the position," Yi Futian said, but Xia Qingyuan ignored him. Next was to straighten out Xianxia City. What happened at Xianxia City soon came to pass, and all the cities knew that Yushang came from Emperor Xia's realm, and now Emperor Xia's realm had also seized a city in Crimson Dragon Realm. However, although it was known at this time, it had not caused much disturbance. After all, these kinds of occurrences happened often in the Crimson Dragon Realm, and the top figures had seen it all. At this time, inside a city in Crimson Dragon Realm, there was a group of people in a palace. One of them was well known to Yi Futian, the crown prince of Dali dynasty, Liao. After hearing the news brought to him by the messenger in front of him, Liao flashed a coldness in his eyes. Was it the great shaman of Emperor Xia's realm, who personally accompanied to guard? Now, they had even taken a city in Crimson Dragon Realm. His Royal Highness, the strength of this great shaman is unfathomable. He has been following Emperor Xia all these years and is definitely one of the peaks power of Emperor Xia's realm, said a nobleman clad in a golden python robe behind him. Liao nodded, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It seems that there will be a need for our imperial advisor of Dali." Xianxia City began the reorganization process with the full support of the Situ clan. Shun Tianzhan was still staying in the city lord's office to cultivate. The old alliances of the city lord's office had all yielded in submission. Gradually, cultivators of the St. Plains who came with the great shaman took control of the city lord's office and even planned to mobilize more help from Emperor Xia's realm. Since they had now taken a city in Crimson Dragon Realm, naturally it would need to be managed with care. Afterward, the city lord's office built an academy of cultivation in the center of Xianxia city, and it caused a lot of talk in the surrounding cities. An academy of cultivation was not suitable for other cities in the Crimson Dragon Realm save for the Crimson Dragon City. These cities were continually warring with one another and changed hands often, so the construction of an academy was a waste of time, energy, and resources. The cultivators that came out of the academy would likely end up being used by another. Only the Crimson Dragon City under the direct control of the Crimson Dragon Emperor was a suitable location. Because it was Xianxia City, everyone just laughed it off. At the same time, in Emperor Li's realm within the Crimson Dragon region, Dali Dynasty, Emperor Li's Way, Imperial Advisor's residence. At this time, the Imperial Advisor was standing with his hands folded behind his back, staring at the sky. Xianxia stood quietly next to the Imperial Advisor without disturbing him. At this time there were footsteps. It was a few disciples of the Imperial Advisor. Yan Yuan, Mr. Nanzhai, Mu Chunyang, and the others had arrived. Master! Yan Yuan and the others bowed. You all knew, right? The master lowered his head and spoke to them. Yan Yuan nodded. Li Yao and the Prince Regent both reported to the Emperor at the same time to ask the Imperial Advisor of Dali to go to the Crimson Dragon Realm and create a territory there. At the same time, it was requested to assassinate someone in the Crimson Dragon Realm, the seventh swordsman, who was undercover in the Dali dynasty, the same as Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm. This action of Li Yao and the Prince Regent were suspicious. Back then, they both suggested punishing the Imperial Advisor, but Emperor Li suppressed the matter, and the Imperial Advisor made concessions by resigning as the head of the Dali Academy. Moreover, when the Imperial Advisor and Yan Yuan released Yi Futian and sent him away, they had betrayed the Dali dynasty. And he had also said that he was the seventh swordsman in Dali dynasty, and only when he returned to Emperor Xia's dynasty would he be Yi Futian once again. He was the seventh swordsman at the time, so the Imperial Advisor's residence considered the relationship between master and apprentice. But now, for that matter, although Emperor Li did not blame the Imperial Advisor, the situation in the Dali dynasty had changed subtly, and there must have been a seed of doubt planted in Emperor Li's heart. Now, this was an opportunity for the Imperial Advisor of Dali to prove himself. If he killed Yi Futian, then the Imperial Advisor was still the same as he was before, below one man and above all the rest. Master, His Majesty wanted to test you, Yan Yuan said, and everyone else was silent. Of course, they were all too clear on this point. The Imperial Advisor of Dali's heart was also as clear as a mirror. Since that time, he had been cultivating at Imperial Advisor's residence and had rarely asked about any matters of Dali. Emperor Li wanted to find a pretext to get him to come out again and take control of Dali. Surely, there would no longer be any resistance then, and no one would dare to object. Naturally, this was because he valued the Imperial Advisor, but at the same time, it was also a test for him to see whether or not he was loyal to Dali dynasty. In a certain sense, he served as the Imperial Advisor with great power, and Emperor Li treated him well. Yi Futian was only a disciple. As a person of the opposing realm, there should be no hesitation, and there was no question about Emperor Li's action. However, that disciple for such a short time was the one he admired the most besides Yan Yuan. Although their positions were different, ultimately, it was difficult to make a move against him. "What do you think?" asked the Imperial Advisor. "Master, go," Yan Yuan said. His Majesty had already commanded them. If they did not obey, what would the Emperor think? The seventh swordsman gave up the opportunity and chose to return to Emperor Xia's realm. With his state of comprehension, seventh swordsman will understand and respect the master's choice. Mr. Nanzhai also advised. The others did not speak, and Lu Chuan sighed. This time it was all manipulated by Li Yao. Whatever happened before had a great impact on Li Yao. So, his report to Emperor Li this time was full of vitriol and bad intentions. Whatever choice they made would be the wrong one. The Imperial Advisor of Dali had been reluctant to get involved because if he killed Yi Futian, judging from the value that Emperor Xia placed on Yi Futian, it would leave the Imperial Advisor's residence with little choice. If he didn't go, it would suggest that he had a difference in opinion. Now, from Emperor Li to everyone in Dali dynasty, they were all of one mind, and he wanted the imperial advisor to go. Even the supporters of the imperial advisor had hoped that the imperial advisor could wash his name by killing Yi Futian and regain the power he once had in Dali. Under these circumstances, there was almost no other choice. Liao had counted on this too. "Dad," Fei Xue called out. Her voice was a little low as she bowed her head slightly, and those eyes that were not seen were filled with tears. She knew the difficulties her father was facing about whether to go or not. However, did she wanted her father to face off with the seventh swordsman? The imperial advisor of Dali turned around. He smiled at Yan Yuan and the others. He then stroked Fei Xue's long hair, whispering, "I am the imperial advisor of Dali, and as His Majesty had commanded me, I shall fight. Will you kill him?" Fei Xue looked up slightly, facing the imperial advisor. Those from Emperor Xia's realm were escorted and protected by the great shaman. "How do you know that Dali would win the battle between Emperor Li's and Emperor Xia's realm in the Crimson Dragon realm?" The imperial advisor said with a smile. "Maybe the seventh swordsman will give us a surprise. In this battle, everyone had their stance and he would do his best. This was his duty as the imperial advisor of Dali. Back when we sent him to Emperor Xia's realm, I said that in the future, if we ever met again on the battlefield, I would not be merciful," Yan Yuan said. Now they would meet on the battlefield. How did he answer? Imperial advisor asked Yan Yuan because he had never mentioned this before. "He said he would," Yan Yuan replied. The imperial advisor of Dali was stunned for a moment. He walked forward with a great laugh, saying, "Nanzhai, you stay here to take care of Fei Xue. The others will follow me to the palace." "Yes," the disciples nodded. "Dad, I'll go with you," Fei Xue cried out. The imperial advisor glanced back at her and said softly, "Nanzhai will take good care of you." As he finished, he continued to walk. Yan Yuan and the others followed closely behind. Mr. Nanzhai and Fei Xue stayed, watching them as they left. Mr. Nanzhai secretly sighed. This trip, whether it was a good omen or an evil one, perhaps the master already knew. As for Fei Xue, how could the master possibly take her along? If the master did that, Emperor Li would question his motive of taking his family away. "Second brother, will Dad and the seventh swordsman both be okay?" Fei Xue whispered in the direction of the departure of the imperial advisor. Her heart was extremely conflicted. This time meeting on the battlefield, she did not wish for either side to be hurt. But was this possible? Mr. Nanzhai looked down at Fei Xue and said softly, "Fei Xue, don't worry too much." Fei Xue said nothing and could only pray in her heart. This trip, it was best there was no fighting. If they fought, the hope was for everything to end peacefully. The imperial advisor had gone to Dali Palace for permission to depart, and the news caused great shock. Everyone knew the significance of this trip was far more than just killing Yi Futian. There was much significance behind it. What had happened with the seventh swordsman at the time had a significant impact on the imperial advisor of Dali and even affected the structure of Dali dynasty. The Prince Regent had once again regained power and led the nobles of Dali to the epitome of their power in Dali dynasty. The trip of the imperial advisor of Dali could change the situation, so naturally, many were observing closely. To the imperial advisor of Dali, one step forward in the right direction meant that everything would open up. But a false step may destroy the myth of Dali henceforth. After the imperial advisor decided to depart, the third prince personally requested to lead some cultivators along to assist the imperial advisor, and the emperor agreed. In time, a large group of powerful cultivators set off toward Crimson Dragon Realm through a teleportation grand matrix. Yi Futian, who was far away in Xianxia city of the Crimson Dragon Realm, knew nothing of what had happened in Emperor Li's realm. He was still cultivating in Xianxia city. Liao should have made some movement. In a blink of an eye, some time passed. On this day, inside a city in Crimson Dragon Realm, Liao looked up into the void and saw a large group coming. Their appearance gladdened Liao's heart, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He put his hands together and greeted those descending from the sky. "Greetings to the third royal brother and the imperial advisor." "His Royal Highness." The imperial advisor nodded in return. The Li Yao of today was vastly different from before. After entering the Saint Plane, he became even more unfathomable. In the past, the imperial advisor released the seventh swordsman, saying that as long as he was the seventh swordsman, none shall pursue him. But now, the seventh swordsman is Yi Futian, who went undercover inside Dali dynasty and stole many of our methods of cultivation, including the deed of thorough comprehension of the imperial advisor, as well as the sword of Cassiopeia and other books from Dali Academy. Li Yao continued, Now, Yi Futian has entered the Saint Plane and is highly valued by Emperor Xia. Even Xia Qingyuan accompanies him frequently. This man must be eliminated. Since the imperial advisor has arrived, let's head straight away to Xianxia City and get rid of him. His Highness has been through the Battle of the Empty Realm, so you know that before the war, all three parties had to sacrifice to the flag, and then the three Renhuangs may begin the war. Yi Futian and Princess Xia Qingyuan were there, as well as the great shaman, which was sufficient to represent Emperor Xia's realm. If we desire war, we must first declare war, replied the imperial advisor. Imperial advisor, this is an emergency, and the person spied on our Dali dynasty. How can we declare war by formal means and run the risk of them fleeing? Li Yao frowned. He instead believed that the imperial advisor wanted to allow Yi Futian to escape. The message previously relayed by His Highness was that Emperor Xia's realm captured a city within the Crimson Dragon realm, which is to be the foundation of Emperor Xia's realm here. If so, we will also occupy a city and use it as a base to declare war against Xianxia City and Yi Futian's crime against Dali, and take him down with reason. If the people of Emperor Xia's realm flee without a fight, it would not be too late for us to chase after them and eliminate them. The imperial advisor continued. If I take someone to ambush Yi Futian, whose plane is way below mine, our Dali princes, who were outside, might also be ambushed by top figures of Emperor Xia's realm. Li Yao looked at the imperial advisor. Although he was the prince of Dali dynasty, he had no right to command the imperial advisor. Otherwise, the situation today would not have existed. If this was really what the imperial advisor intended to do, there was nothing he could do. Even though he wanted to kill Yi Futian, he did not have such a strong power within his grasp that would allow him to move the great shaman, so he had to use some leverage. Let's do as the imperial advisor says, the third prince said. Very well. Li Yao nodded. His voice was somewhat grim. In the Crimson Dragon realm, from the cities in the area surrounding Crimson Dragon City, came the news that another city had changed hands. The men who seized the city were cultivators from Emperor Li's realm and planned to rename the city as Li City. In a short amount of time, there were 2 consecutive seizures of cities, and both were done by Renhuang realms, which caused a lot of discussions. Moreover, many top figures had maps of the Crimson Dragon realm, and they knew that the Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm were 2 major adjacent Renhuang realms. Then this sudden seizure of the city by Emperor Li's realm without warning. Did it have anything to do with the cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm over at Xianxia City? Soon they knew the answer. After Emperor Li's realm captured the city, a messenger was sent to Xianxia City. They went to the city lord's office and handed over a declaration of war. In Xianxia City, when Yi Futian received the declaration of war, there was a slight disturbance in his heart. He put down the declaration of war and stood on the steps of the stairs. He looked into the distance, sighing silently. This seemed to be different from what he had expected. Why did the person who came have to be the imperial advisor of Dali? Behind him, a figure stepped forward and stood beside him, also looking into the distance. Man plans, God laughs, Xia Qingyuan said softly. Yi Futian's goal when he first came to Crimson Dragon Realm was to gain a foothold in Crimson Dragon Realm. He asked the Crimson Dragon Emperor to borrow the teleportation Grand Matrix to cross the border to Supreme Path Realm. The Crimson Dragon Realm was the main realm of the region, and its teleportation Grand Matrix was connected to various Renhuang's realms in the region. However, to cross the region to reach the higher realm was not something easily done. One must go through the Crimson Dragon Emperor. Therefore, coming to the Crimson Dragon Realm was also a trial. Before leaving, however, Yi Futian was reminded of the incident of being exposed while at Emperor Li's realm. If someone inside Emperor Xia's palace did it, then there was a chance that this trip may be exposed as well. Therefore, he asked Xia Qingyuan for help and had prepared for it. He wanted to wait for Li Yao in this Crimson Dragon realm. As long as Li Yao took the initiative to kill him, there was a chance to get rid of him. But Yi Futian had not expected that the person sent from Emperor Li's realm would be the imperial advisor of Dali. What happened at the time caused great havoc in Dali. It ended with the imperial advisor resigning from his post at the Dali Academy. Common sense would dictate that anyone but the imperial advisor to be used to deal with him. Weren't they concerned that the imperial advisor would let him go again? But apparently, Dali did not follow this thought pattern. They planned to use the imperial advisor to deal with him. This must have been a dirty trick thought up by Li Yao. Naturally, he knew how nasty the situation was. Now he was caught in a dilemma. This situation was not what he had hoped for. The two of them stood there silently, not speaking. Yi Futian picked up the declaration of war again and turned to the opposite side. On that side, there was a line of writing on it. Clear conscience, never fear. Xia Qingyuan turned around and glanced at it. She was now a little curious about this imperial advisor of Dali. The imperial advisor of Dali must have known that you would feel torn about this, so he wrote these 4 words. No matter how you choose, I have no preferences, Xia Qingyuan said softly. Fight or retreat, she was fine with either. Thank you very much, Yi Futian said softly. The master came in person to fulfill his obligation. We have already established a foothold in the Crimson Dragon realm and have taken Xianxia city. How can we walk away from it now? And if we walk away, can we come back again? He smiled and then sliced a corner off of his robe. With the sound of tearing, an edge of the robe came off. Xian Qingyuan focused her eyes on Yi Futian's action. Her heart was slightly disturbed. Was this a gesture to break away? Why? Yi Futian engraved a line of words on that piece of clothing. No mercy on the battlefield. When he was done, he walked forward, ready to dispatch it with a messenger to Li City and hand it to the imperial advisor. The imperial advisor would understand what he meant. Emperor Li ordered the imperial advisor to come. He must fight with all his strength and kill him. He must not show mercy. Otherwise, it would be disloyal to Emperor Li. Emperor Li must have had his own take on what had happened. If it happened again, it would be difficult to predict what would happen next. Therefore, he cut off the corner of his robe to send a message. The declaration on the robe was delivered to the imperial advisor, and this exchange caused much attention within the Crimson Dragon realm. These 2 Ringhuang's realms seemed to be on the verge of starting a great war in the Crimson Dragon realm. In this battle, who would win? However, neither side proceeded to start the war. As time passed, the battle of the Sleeping Dragon was drawing closer. The people of all major cities had all submitted a list of those who would be participating in the battle. But this time, Xianxia City did not plan to participate. On this day, Situ Yen came to the city lord's office and found Yi Futian. Situ Yen had also heard about the news of the declaration of war by Emperor Li's realm, but she did not ask. This was not under her purview. City Lord Yi, Situ Yen called out. Now that Yi Futian was named the City Lord of Xianxia City, the title of City Lord Yi seemed fitting. Is there anything I can do for you? Yi Futian asked with a smile. After this battle of the Sleeping Dragon, it will be the 10th battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Do you know that after every 10th of the battle of the Sleeping Dragon, there will be a grand event for all those who have received the Rising Dragon? Situ Yen asked Yi Futian. I do know. Yi Futian nodded. He had known this very early on. Therefore, he had insisted on Yushang taking part in the battle of the Sleeping Dragon. It's good for you to know that this time, it will be a huge opportunity. Situ Yen nodded. The winners of the 10th battle of the Sleeping Dragons who got the Rising Dragon Order were all top figures. It could be said that they were all one step away from the Saint Plane, right underneath being saints. Immediately following, there would be a super showdown between the strongest. So, when Yushang entered the battle and when Situ Yen saw Kong Xian, she thought, if Yushang wins the battle, what will he do when he faces Kong Xian? In the end, Yushang was given the Rising Dragon, but Situ Yen didn't think about what would happen later. Yushang was strong enough. Even if he faced other characters who had received the Rising Dragon, such as Kong Xian, his strength would be equal to them, and he would not be inferior. Furthermore, this face-off forbade killing. After all, they were geniuses who had obtained the Rising Dragon and were eligible to join the Crimson Dragon army. Well, Yi Futian nodded, and among the 10 strong men who won the Rising Dragon, one would be chosen, which was equivalent to picking the strongest among the countless top figures in the Crimson Dragon realm. That person would receive the Crimson Dragon Emperor's reward. They would also enter the most powerful palace of cultivation in Crimson Dragon realm, the Regional Palace, to cultivate. The Regional Palace was known as the place to train the regional kings of the realm. Many of the people who came out of it had become upper-level figures in the Crimson Dragon army, not just ordinary members. There were very few cultivators in the Regional Palace, which could be described as rare. It was similar to Dali Academy, but it was far stronger than Dali Academy. This was the gathering place of the kings of the realms created by the Crimson Dragon Emperor. From there, Renhuang were born. Renhuang of all realms were also willing to send future descendants to cultivate there. Therefore, many of those who participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon were aiming at the Regional Palace and wanted to seize an opportunity that could change their lives. Such a place was where Futian hoped that Yushang, Wuchen, and even the third brother could all enter to cultivate. However, among the winners of the 10th Rising Dragon, only one would be selected. Therefore, Yi Futian intended Yushang to be the one who entered the Regional Palace. And only Yushang could fight. Otherwise, the third brother and Yi Wuchen, strong as they were, could they be certain to beat the 10 who had obtained the Rising Dragon? Everyone besides Kong Xian and Kong Zhan were people he had fought before. Who else could guarantee the win other than Yusheng? Even for someone as strong as Xia Yuan, there would be pressure. If there was an accident on the battlefield, such as being ganged up on, a strike was highly likely. You asked me to find out what's going on in Li City. They will send someone to participate in the next battle of the Sleeping Dragon, and just in time for the 10th. Whoever gets the Rising Dragon will meet Yushang and the others. Situ Yen continued. A flash crossed Yi Futian's eyes as he looked at Situ Yen. Might the battle between the two Renhuang realms begin here? Was this the will of the Imperial Advisor, or was it the will of Liao? If someone from the Dali dynasty were to join in the battle, and if neither of them was in the same plane, then it would be one or both of them. At the time, the two strongest cultivators below the Saint Plane in Dali dynasty were Di Hao of Daily Mountain and Dong Chun of Dali Academy. Later, Di Hao defeated Dong Chun, and he defeated Di Hao. It was just that, had they been brought over to the Crimson Dragon realm? He heard that the third prince had arrived with the Imperial Advisor, and now it was the third prince who was in charge of Dali Academy. I know, thank you, Yi Futian said to Situ Yen. I'll go back now, Situ Yen said, then turned to leave. The Battle of Sleeping Dragon was here once again, and the Rising Dragon platform at Crimson Dragon City once again became the gathering place of countless cultivators. As usual, the castle was crowded with people of the peak principalities everywhere. Many of the cultivators of the Dali dynasty were there, such as the third prince and Liao. This time, the people of Dali would participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The Imperial Advisor of Dali, Yen Yuan, and the others had also arrived today. At the top of the castle, all eyes were fixed on the huge cylinder covered by the light screen. Such a cruel battle, and the style of martial arts could indeed produce a group of top characters, fanning the interests in martial arts and its success. However, such a cruel way of competition was not greatly favored by the Imperial Advisor of Dali, so he was little lacking in interest. Great teacher, about a month ago, the people of Emperor Xia's realm swept through the powerful men at the Rising Dragon platform, especially Yi Futian's good friend Yushang, whose strength suppresses cultivators of all sides. He made a name for himself. Liao said to Yen Yuan, who was next to him. He continued, what does the great teacher think about Di Hao and Dong Chun of Dali's chances? I don't know, Yen Yuan responded lightly. You will know after the exchange, Liao said. He didn't care about Yen Yuan's cold and arrogant attitude. He was already used to it. Just opposite them, a group came quietly. Yan Yuan and others looked at them instantly and saw Yi Futian arrive with many cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm dynasty. He was accompanied by the great shaman, who was clad in the cloak. Yi Futian walked to the edge of the castle. His attention focused on the imperial advisor of Dali and Yan Yuan opposite of him. There was a smile in his eyes. When they parted in the past, they never expected to see each other this way. The imperial advisor of Dali and Yan Yuan, likewise, looked toward Yi Futian. Previously, Yi Futian appeared as the seventh swordsman, and the only time Yan Yuan saw his true identity was the time when he escorted Yi Futian back to Emperor Xia's realm. This was the first time that the imperial advisor of Dali had seen Yi Futian's true visage, but he still recognized him at first glance. Although his temperament had changed completely, but it was still outstanding. Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm greets the imperial advisor and the great teacher. Yi Futian bowed slightly toward the imperial advisor and Yan Yuan in the opposite direction. He referred himself as Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm was a clear marking of the boundary, as he did not address them as master or brother any longer. Respect and boundary were not mutually exclusive. If they got too close, it might cause them trouble instead. He had sent the message using the fragment of his robe, and the master should understood his intention. Next to him, Xia Qingyuan also looked in the opposite direction and said, Xia Qingyuan of Emperor Xia's realm greets the imperial advisor of Dali. The imperial advisor looked at the two and nodded with a smile. Yi Futian, I once said that the moment you return to Emperor Xia's realm, and we meet on the battlefield, I will not be merciful. You should be careful in the future, Yan Yuan said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and nodded and replied, and my response is still the same. On the side, Li Yao listened to the conversation and looking a little gloomy. Was this a complete disregard of his presence? From the moment Yi Futian arrived, he had never acknowledged him. As if he didn't exist at all. How insulting this was. Xia Qingyuan, you have received the declaration of war? Li Yao looked at Xia Qingyuan and asked. Xia Qingyuan looked coldly at Li Yao and heard him continuing. What Yi Futian did in Dali were sins beyond forgiveness. If you are willing to surrender him to us, then we will treat this whole affair as if nothing ever happened. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear entirely. After the defeat of the Battle of the Empty Realm, someone was sent to ambush and had infiltrated deep inside without being detected. Li Yao, where did you get the courage to even open your mouth? Xia Qingyuan continued. I heard that you have now entered into the Saint Plane, just at the same time that Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm was also entering the divine path. Since you can't let this go, you might as well fight a battle to the death. What say you? When Li Yao heard Xia Qingyuan's words, his face darkened. To fight to death against Yi Futian. Although Li Yao himself was also quite excellent, but to have him face off against Yi Futian in the same realm, he had no confidence of winning at all. During the battle in the Empty Realm, the battle between Yi Futian and Di Hao was a peerless match. It was rumored that before he became saint, Yi Futian had forcefully gone to the Shao clan and killed Shao Shang, who had already entered the Saint Plane. As a peak sage, he had defeated the existence of a saint, and used that battle to enter the divine path. Such was Yi Futian, and how could he fight against that? Li Yao, thank you for the care you've taken while I was at Dali. Yi Futian glanced at Li Yao, and suddenly Li Yao's eyes were full of murderous intent. Yi Futian's words inadvertently poked at his wound. Just wait and see. Li Yao looked down at the rising dragon platform. Yi Futian took out a storage ring, which contained the treasures and sacred spirit stones that he had earned in the last battle of the sleeping dragon. He turned around and looked behind him, and smiled at Citoyen, saying, How about doing me a favor? Go ahead, Citoyen said. Put it all on Di Hao. Yi Futian smiled. You can also make some adjustments, but don't go to the extremes. I don't have absolute confidence this time either, and can only say that the chances are good, about 50%. All right? Citoyen nodded. They had missed an opportunity last time. This time, she believed in Yi Futian. Di Hao's strength was acknowledged by Yi Futian. At the time at Dali Dynasty, besides him, Di Hao was truly invincible. He was the adopted son of King Tiandao, a peerless figure cultivated by Daily Mountain. After the defeat of Di Hao in that battle, and after he had cultivated for such a long period of time, presumably, his realm had advanced and he must definitely be one of the top figures below the Saint Plane. Of course, the people participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon were not weaklings themselves, and there must be stronger opponents, so he did not have absolutely assurance. But Yushang had a major victory last month at the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, and so Dali had dispatched the likes of Di Hao and the others to combat. Must be because they wanted a definitive result and would be employing their full capacity. Those who answered the call would not just be Di Hao, but also several other top figures like Dong Chun. Therefore, Yi Futian was willing to bet on this opponent. If he lost, it was only the winnings from last time. He did not put any of his own capital in and did not ask for Xiaoqing Yuan for a loan again. So it was just for the fun of it. Soon, the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon would erupt, and it would be another raging battle. Di Hao, Dong Chun, and the others fought for themselves, and their strength has increased compared to before. Di Hao's God-burying bell, tripod of dragon and elephant, and the sword of Cassiopeia were all top-notch offensive techniques. When the three major life spirits sang in unison, their power of might was amazing beyond belief, and would defeat the opponents consecutively. Dong Chun summoned the Dharma body of the Vajra. Many arms blasted out at the same time, and it was equally overpowering. Even on a stage such as the Battle of Sleeping Dragon, he still belonged with the top characters. After all, the two of them in Dali were also the ones who could overcome Liao. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the fact that both of them were defeated once, they might have already entered the divine path. Of course, entering the Saint Plane required opportunity and timing, and now that their realm was on par, they were only waiting for the right time. In addition to the two, there was a very strong cultivator that Yi Futian had seen only once before, and they had made exchanges before. It was the swordsman at Daily Mountain who had first used the sword of Cassiopeia, 7 Sins. At that time, many thought that he would be the opponent of the premier swordsman of Sword Mountain, Jianwu, but Yi Futian had seized the weakness of Jianwu and defeated him with a single move. Now, 7 Sins had become even stronger. At the end of the battle, showdowns were between the strongest, Di Hao, Dong Qin, 7 Sins, and others joined forces to overpower the Rising Dragon platform and defeated many opponents. Finally, the three were successfully ascended to heaven. Witnessing this, Liao expressed a look of satisfaction. This way, Di Hao and the others could face off with Yushang of Emperor Xia's realm. Was Yi Futian trying to send Yushang into regional palace? Not so fast. They were all from the Renhuang's realm, and their goal was not necessarily to join the Crimson Dragon army like the people of the Crimson Dragon realm, but if they could enter the regional palace, it was not a possibility to be refused. Kong Xian also arrived today to observe the battle. Like last month, the winner of this game would become her opponent. After 7 days, whoever is in possession of the Rising Dragon may take part in the battle of the regional palace. The Saint N the Void announced, and this couldn't be more familiar to the people in Crimson Dragon realm. The light screen disappeared. Liao glanced at Yi Futian and the others, then turned to move in another direction, walking toward Kong Zhan and Kong Xian. It's been a long time since I saw the two of you after the Battle of the Empty Realm, Liao said. Yi Futian looked over there, understood Liao's intention. Did Liao intend to continue the Battle of the Empty Realm? At the time, in the Battle of the Empty Realm, Emperor Li's realm teamed up with the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm, but it was obstructed by him. Now, would Liao make another attempt? Kong Xian, Kong Zhan, Jialofeng, coupled with Di Hao, Dong Chun, and 7 Sins from Emperor Li's realm. Such combination could indeed be considered as extremely powerful and a nearly invincible team. Of course, this strong showdown was not only for them, but also for the top figures in the Crimson Dragon realm. Perhaps their strength was not necessarily weaker than Di Hao and Dong Chun. Even Yushang would feel a touch of pressure in such a battlefield. Had I known, I would have participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon this time, Xiaoqing Yuan said when she saw Liao went to Kong Xian. If she and Gu Donglu had participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon this time around, they would have been able to suppress Di Hao and Dong Chun, and the Battle of the Regional Palace after that would have not much to do with Liao and the others. It is better for the princess to not get involved in these killings and fightings, Yi Futian said with a smile while Xiaoqing Yuan gave him a dirty look. Could one avoid fighting in the world of cultivation? Her reputation in Emperor Xia's realm was not based on her breeding. Let's go. Yi Futian glanced at the direction of the imperial advisor and Yan Yuan and slightly nodded at them, then turned to leave. His main purpose for coming was to see the imperial advisor and his party. As for the battle between the two sides, naturally it would not take place here. The Crimson Dragon City was the only city directly ruled by the Crimson Dragon Emperor. No one dared to start a war here, so a battle would start somewhere outside the city. After Yi Futian returned, the two sides remained in peace, because after 7 days, there would be a battle. This face-off would be held in the regional palace. Anyone who has received the Rising Dragon in the 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon may participate in the war, but of course they could also abstain. In this battle, no killing was allowed, therefore no death would occur, so no one would abstain. Many top characters participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon as trials, to join the Crimson Dragon army, and to exchange with other top opponents. In the end, they also wanted a chance to enter the regional palace, of course. This was too difficult. There could only be one winner of the 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon, the invincible one who could overpower everyone else, may enter the regional palace to cultivate. There was a Crimson River in Crimson Dragon City. This river was a boiling river, like fire of magma. The fire of the Great Path flowed within the river. The regional palace was situated on the Crimson River. The sky around the majestic regional palace was of a reddish color, and the sky was full of red glow all day long. The entire regional palace was shrouded by the will of the Great Path. The will of the way was omnipresent and could be felt distinctively at any time. Some people said that underneath the regional palace, there was a great treasure of Renhuang, which was the cause of such a wondrous sight. Some people said that the entire regional palace was a rare treasure in itself, which was casted by the power of Renhuang, and gathered the will of the great path of heaven and earth. At this time, in the Crimson River, there was a figure standing on the regional palace and his gaze directed toward the opposite side of the Crimson River. These people had extraordinary temperament and were full of peerless beauty. Some were surrounded by the great path while others were hidden by the glory of Renhuang. When cultivating at the regional palace, one must always release power to defend against the burning will of the great path at all times. Therefore, the breath of these people could be felt distinctly. Those who cultivated in the regional palace came from all the Renhuang realms of the Crimson Dragon realm. Some were from other royal family, and some were the descendants of the top figures from all walks of life who were sent here to cultivate. Regional Palace was known as the strongest place for cultivation in Crimson Dragon realm. Many people had gathered at the other end of the Crimson River. Cultivators from all over the Crimson Dragon realm had come and were prepared to witness this battle between top fighters. The best cultivators from the Crimson Dragon realm always came to each battle of the Sleeping Dragon, but only a few of them could receive the title of Rising Dragon. However, today, 10 cultivators who had received this title were there and had chosen to send forth the strongest among them. It was evident that this was going to be a special match. Even though there was no betting on this match and no one would die, it still drew much more attention than the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Everyone was looking straight ahead. The regional palace was there. It was the place that countless cultivators yearned for. The regional palace seemed to be covered by the red clouds that filled the sky like blood. To go there was everyone's dream. From where they were, they could faintly make out figures atop the regional palace. It seemed that they were interested in the battle as well. After this battle, another person would enter the regional palace and cultivate with them. At that moment, a group of figures walked up. There was suddenly a hubbub, and everyone's gaze turned to there. They saw the powerful figures walking towards the Crimson River. The cultivators from Xiang City have arrived, everyone thought. Xiang City was absolutely among the best of the cities around Crimson Dragon City. Just like Xianxia City and Demon Peacock City, Xiang City had also been founded by one of Renhuang's realms in the Crimson Dragon realm, but its history was much longer. Emperor Xiang's realm had made an arrangement with the Crimson Dragon's realm many years ago. Now they sent out their forces from within the Crimson Dragon's realm. They were extremely powerful. Emperor Xiang always sent his descendants to the Crimson Dragon realm to train. The person who had come from Xiang City to take part in this battle at the regional palace was one of Emperor Xiang's sons, Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan was extraordinarily talented and had great combat ability. In the battle of the sleeping dragon that he had taken part in, he had used his incredible strength to sweep away all other cultivators. He had dominated the battlefield. The sleeping dragon had risen into the sky, and Xiang Nan had been entitled as a rising dragon. Everyone sized him up, although he looked refined and cultivated, and there was a well-educated look to his face. Those who had witnessed the battle of the sleeping dragon knew that under his harmless appearance, there was a wild fighting spirit. If Xiang Nan's face deceived you, you would die a miserable death. Xian Nan was, without a doubt, one of the favorites to win this battle of selection. Before Yushang appeared, he would have been in the top 3. But now, many people did not dare to rank him so highly. It was not that Xiang Nan wasn't powerful. It was just that many others were not inferior to him in any way. Xiang Nan stepped forward, and everyone subconsciously made a path for him, letting him walk to the bank of the Crimson River and look out over the water. "It seems that we got here pretty early," said Xiang Nan with a warm smile. He was looking at the regional palace before him. His eyes were sharp and domineering. Today, most of the conversations in Crimson Dragon City and the surrounding cities were about the conflict between Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm, and the conflict between Li City and Xianxia City. It seemed that these conflicts had been brought to this battle at the regional palace. It looked like this would be their battlefield. How ridiculous. He had gone to see the battle several days ago. Di Hao and Dong Chun were incredibly strong and graceful, but could they beat him? If someone dared to say this, he would call them a fool. At this battle before the regional palace, there was only one opponent for him, the one from the ancient imperial city. There was another hubbub as other cultivators started to arrive. The cultivators from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm arrived, led by Kong Xian and Kong Zhan, and they came to the bank of the Crimson River. At this battle, even those as strong as Kong Xian and Kong Zhan were not assured of victory. All they could say was that they would try their hardest to win. The people of the Dali dynasty arrived as well, led by the 3 princes. Di Hao, Dong Chun, and 7 Sins were all there. Li Yao searched all around with his eyes. It seemed like he was looking for someone. After a while, Li Yao looked up into the sky. There, he saw a group of figures descending. Suddenly, everyone all around made a place for them and watched them as they approached. Yushang had arrived. This was someone who had previously been unknown, but after the battle of the sleeping dragon, his name shook the 4 corners of the earth. Yushang of Emperor Xia's realm was incredibly powerful. He had swept away all the other cultivators at the battle of the sleeping dragon. With his terrible power, he had even thrown the demon saint Crimson Dragon. It had been a truly frightening display of power. A monster like that would certainly show up at this battle. Yi Futian appeared as well and glanced over at Li Yao. Was he going to try and have Di Hao and Dong Chun try to stop Yushang? Was that even possible? Di Hao and Dong Chun may have been strong, but they probably could not stand up to Yushang in his current power. The cultivators from the ancient imperial city have arrived. At that moment, a clamor rose from the crowd. Everyone looked off into the distance. Whoever was coming was even more worthy of their attention than Prince Xiang Nan had been. When he heard this, Yi Futian also looked off into the distance, where he saw the ones who were coming. The youth in the front appeared to be even younger than he was. His golden robes were shining brightly, and they were very flashy and beautiful. This was Xing Chou of the ancient imperial city. The reason that Yi Futian paid attention to the ancient imperial city was that it was very legendary, having the word imperial in its name. The ruler of the city was not an emperor and had not been founded by another Renhuang, but it still had the word imperial in its name. That was an incredibly arrogant thing to do. The reason the ancient imperial city was legendary was that it only had one great power in it. This force ruled the city, and no one dared to object. The ruler of the ancient imperial city was a legendary figure himself. He called himself Ninth Servant, which seemed like the name of an inferior person. But in reality, Ninth Servant was looked at by many people as the foremost city lord in the Crimson Dragon realm, and the strongest of all the lords. Some said that he had already made it through the Saint Plane and was one step away from the Renhuang level. Ninth Servant was but a step away from the Renhuang Plane. With such a glorious reputation, there was no doubt that he was an extremely powerful figure. It was rumored that Ninth Servant had been a vassal of Emperor Xian of Emperor Xian's realm. After Emperor Xian fell, his realm was occupied, and so Ninth Servant escaped with Emperor Xian's descendants and brought them to the Crimson Dragon realm. The city that they occupied was named the Ancient Imperial City. And Xianxia of the Ancient Imperial City was one of the powerful figures taking part in the battle before the regional palace. Even after Yu Shang had revealed his incredible combat ability, Xianxia was still ranked above him. This showed how legendary the Ancient Imperial City was and how powerful Xianxia was. Yu Shang had thrown a demon dragon at the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Everyone had seen it. The cultivators of the Crimson Dragon's realm were not stupid. But even so, they still thought that Xianxia would be the one to enter the regional palace. So, this Xianxia must be even stronger than Yi Futian had thought. He could even shake saint-level figures. Kong Xian and Kong Zhan looked at Xianxia as well. They knew that he was their most powerful opponent besides Yu Shang. No one at this battle of the regional palace could say that they were assured of victory. There were so many powerful opponents and no weak ones. Who would make this battle their stage? At that moment, a group of powerful cultivators descended from the sky. They wore red robes embroidered with dragon patterns, making them look like imperial robes. This was the symbol of the Crimson Dragon Army. They alighted on the bank of the Crimson River. Something seemed to be initiated as they arrived, as there was a burst of power that descended from the sky. The power was nearly divine and suppressed everyone's spirits and will. A heavenly mirror appeared up in the red sky, shining with brilliant morning light upon the Crimson River. The light of the great path fell upon them all, and upon the river, illuminating the battlefield. The light was shining directly upon everyone's battlefield. "Is this battle going to take place under the might of the great path?" whispered Yi Futian as he felt the power of the mirror. He looked at Su Ke and Qin Zhuang behind him and said, "If you're not going to fight, you should forfeit now." With a battle at this level, even though they wouldn't die, there was no point in participating if they weren't strong enough. "I won't fight," said Su Ke with a nod. He had not yet been enlightened, so there was indeed no point in him fighting. Anyone on the battlefield would have been able to crush him. "I want to feel what it's like," said Huang Zhoga. He knew that since he had not been enlightened either, he was not strong enough, but he still wanted to try. He was only a step away. This battle would be another chance for him. "I want to try too," said Qin Zhuang. Yi Wuchen looked out over the Crimson River with a solemn expression. He would naturally fight. An opportunity like this was rare indeed. "Those who won the title of Rising Dragon in the last 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon may come," said the cultivator in the air above the Crimson River. A group of cultivators stepped forward, advancing onto the battlefield. The victors of the last 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon arrived one by one. Everyone felt their blood boiling in anticipation as they watched those figures before the fight. What kind of contest would this be? There were top figures like Xianxia of the Ancient Imperial City, Xiang Nan, the Prince of Xiang City Yu Shang, who had thrown a giant demon dragon, Kong Xian and Kong Zhan of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, who possessed the 9-color divine light, Di Hao and Dong Chun of Emperor Li's realm, and others. How could a contest like this not excite people? Far off in the direction of the regional palace, several figures rose into the air. They crossed the Crimson River and stopped just outside the battlefield. It seemed that they had come to watch the battle. Everyone gave a sharp cry when they saw who one of them was. Xing Kai. Xing Kai of the Ancient Imperial City was a hero of the Crimson Dragon realm. When he had fought at the Battle of the Regional Palace, he had swept away all his opponents. He had been unopposed. After becoming a saint, he had remained undefeated. It was said that even after entering the Regional Palace, he had swept away all opponents there who were on the same plane as him. There was so much glory about him. He was truly a legend of his generation. And he was Xing Chao's elder brother. He had personally come from the Regional Palace to witness the battle at the Crimson River. He was waiting for his brother Xianxia to sweep away all his opponents, just like he had, using his once-in-a-generation strength to cross the Crimson River and enter the regional palace to cultivate. The Crimson River flowed like a stream of magma, dyeing the world red. Light shone from the heavenly mirror in the sky, illuminating the space for the Battle of the Great Path. There were more than 30 people on the battlefield at that moment. In total, there were over 30 people who had achieved the title of Rising Dragon in the last 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon, an average of about 3 people for each battle. But many of them were merely secondary characters. In most people's eyes, only a few people were participating in this battle at the Crimson River. Is Xianxia like his brother? Can he use his unmatched strength to sweep away all others on the battlefield and enter the regional palace to stand shoulder to shoulder with his brother Xingkai? Everyone watched in solemn silence. They had high hopes for Xianxia of the ancient imperial city. Could Xiangnan, the prince of Emperor Xiang's realm, Kong Xian and Kong Chan, the descendants of the demon peacock emperor, and the incomparably overbearing Yushang threaten Xianxia? But before this, Yushang and the others from Xianxia City would probably have to come into conflict with those from Emperor Li's realm. And they were also compelling figures. "Begin!" said the head of the Crimson Dragon army, up in the sky. He had not stated the rules for this battle. Nothing was forbidden in this battle, save for killing your opponents and relying on outside help. The last person left on the battlefield would be the winner. There were no other rules. You could fight as you pleased. They only cared about the ending. The strongest one among them would be rewarded by the Crimson Dragon Emperor and would enter the regional palace to cultivate. Powerful auras swept out all over the battlefield. Everyone stood there solemnly and did not move. Just the burning air coming off the Crimson River and the majesty of the Great Path descending from the sky were suffocating enough to make them release their power to resist them. With a long cry, Jialo Feng rose into the air. Everyone looked up at him and saw a brilliant golden light shining from him. A divine golden rock appeared around his body. Jialo Feng of the Jialo royal family's true body was that of a golden rock. The brilliant light of the Great Path flowed across the rock's divine wings. He narrowed his eyes proudly and swept them over Yushang and the others. At the Battle of Empty Realm, he had not only been defeated by Yi Futian, he had dominated him. He had been utterly humiliated. But he was of the Jialo royal family. Zap! A bolt of golden lightning pierced through the air with great speed. In a flash, the rock's feathers shot out, sharper than any sword, cutting through the air as they sped towards Yushang. Boom! There was the sound of a mighty footstep as dark golden light flowed and blazed. The wind whistled as Yushang raised his fist, slamming it into the sky, making even Jialo Feng's mighty form tremble a bit. The wild fist tore through the air and collided violently with the onrushing feathers. There was an ear-piercing grating noise that filled heaven and earth as Yushang's fist was scratched by the feathers. But they could not cut through it, and some of them were even slammed to the ground. Jialo Feng was sent flying backward. Such power! Everyone felt their hearts tremble. Yushang of Xianxia City seemed to have the strength of a god. He was not inferior in the least to those who had the blood of Renhuang and was possibly even superior to them. Could it be that he was the descendant of some powerful figure of Emperor Xia's realm? "You are no opponent for him, Jialo," came a voice. Kong Xian stepped forward with her peacock feathers spread out, covering the sky. Divine light shone from her. When she spread her feathers, they seemed to contain the power of the Great Path and the ability to suppress heaven and earth. She could naturally see how strong and talented Yushang was. He was a natural-born warrior. At the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, he had thrown a demon saint, and from this, his power was undeniable. He was indeed a madman when it came to battle. Even though Jialo Feng's attack power was peerless, he was still at a disadvantage when faced with such resistance. This showed how strong Yushang was. Kong Xian stepped forward and descended to the ground where Yushang was. Her divine light flashed brilliantly as it fell from the sky. At that moment, 9-colored light covered Yushang, and her beautiful figure became even more so until it was almost suffocating. Unfortunately, Yushang did not know how to appreciate it, and he looked indifferent. Everyone who was watching looked on in wonder. This princess of the demon peacock emperor's realm had truly inherited the beauty of a peacock. But under this beautiful exterior was a terribly threatening aura. The 9-color light fell from the sky, and each beam of light carried with it the majesty of the great path. The light struck out towards Yushang, seeking to destroy that entire space completely. Everyone trembled. The first fight would be between such strong opponents? Kong Xian of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm and Yushang were both some of the most highly ranked fighters at today's Battle of the Crimson River. At the very least, they were both in the top 10 and possibly even the top 5. And these two people had clashed as soon as the battle started. This would be a mighty contest, indeed. Yushang felt the pressure of the great path upon him. The 9-color light was shooting towards him faster than lightning and carried with it the power to suppress, destroy, kill, and rend him apart. The power of the demonic path was integrated within it, giving it the ability to destroy anything. He stepped up into the air, dark golden light flowing all over him. He glittered with golden light as he was covered in a layer of sacred armor. Yushang clenched his fists and descended upon Kong Xian. As he stepped out, the divine light slammed into him, causing a horrible booming sound that shook him. It burst upon his body, forcing him to take a step backward. But his powerful body seemed able to withstand the power of the great path. His every step brought him a little closer forward. The ground shook, and the great path thundered as a terrible pressure appeared around him. It seemed like it was trying to crush everything around him on the earth and in the sky. Boom! 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 The brilliant divine light seemed to be endless as it slammed against him wildly. Each strike made everyone watching tremble. It was too wild. This kind of attack still could not break his flesh. Other than Yushang, there was probably no one on the battlefield who would dare to bear the attacks of Kong Xian's 9-colored light on their bare flesh. How had he tempered his body to be so strong? Did he have this dark power, this demonic aura, because he had studied the demonic arts and tempered his body with them? Kong Xian trembled inwardly as well. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes, her long hair flowing in the wind. She was confident that her attacks were at the limit of what was possible at this level. But they were not able to break Yushang's flesh. Boom! He took another step. Yushang was continuing forward, coming closer and closer to her. His cadence harmonized with the great path, making her feel a suffocating pressure as she stood up in the sky. Her body felt heavy. Finally, Yushang took a mighty stride and crossed through the air. He would be right in front of her in a moment. Kong Xian moved as well. The 9-colored light flowed over her slender arms, and she clenched her fists. Her hands were suddenly wrapped in the 9-colored light, the flowing bright glow of the great path. Her figure flashed like a lightning bolt, crossing through the sky and descending right in front of Yushang. She struck him with her fists at the same time as the 9-colored light lashed continuously as him. She was also incredibly skilled at close combat. In a flash, countless fist shadows struck out in harmony with the 9-colored light. It was like every beam of the 9-colored light had transformed into a fist. Yushang gave a great cry and thrust his fists into the air, slamming them into the great path. In a flash, there was a loud rumbling sound that pierced the sky. The air trembled as he faced Kong Xian head-on. At that moment, Yuhang pulled back his arms, and many illusory arms appeared. Finally, a fist cut through the air and collided with Kong Xian's fists. In a flash, many fist wills overlapped, and the 9-colored light shattered violently. Kong Xian was sent flying backward. Kong Xian has been beaten back. Everyone's hearts were racing. 2 months ago, the divine and powerful demon princess had swept away everyone else on the rising dragon platform, so brilliant that she seemed peerless. But here at the Battle of the Crimson River, she had been beaten back. The Battle of the Crimson River was truly worthy of being called a battle of top figures. Yushang did not stop his attacks. He did not believe in going easy on women, and so he stepped forward again. The great path resonated with his steps as the air around him was pressed down. He struck out with a fist as he continued forward, and fist will overlapped over more fist wills, extending his reach ever more. His power was without match, especially his Huangting fist will, which had his natural power and the power of the demonic arts integrated into it. Watch out! Kong Zhan stepped forward towards Kong Xian. Jialo Feng flashed over at the same time, and both of them attacked Yushang, the power of their blows falling on him at the same time. Yushang stepped up into the air and struck out with a fist. Everything in its path was destroyed as it pierced through the sky. Kong Xian blocked it with her fists of 9-colored light, but her defenses were pierced, and she was sent flying backward yet again. There were traces of blood around her mouth, but she just wiped the blood off. She floated in the air. Her peacock feathers opened up again, looking even more beautiful than before. A bit of sovereign light flowed over them, making them incomparably bright. The great path was within her. Higher up, Kong Zhan released his powerful aura. He and Kong Xian stared at Yushang. This Yushang of Xianxia City's combat ability was greater than they had imagined. The light from the golden rock was dazzling. Jialo Feng was getting ready to rejoin the battle. The 3 top cultivators of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm were about to join together to fight Yushang. At the same time, battles were breaking out in other directions. In one place, the 3 great cultivators of Emperor Li's realm, Di Hao, Dong Chun, and 7 Sins were walking towards 3 people from Emperor Xia's realm, Yi Wuchen, Huang Zhouge, and Qin Zhuang. Dong! A bell sounded, shaking everyone's spiritual will. The 3 spirits, bell, cauldron, and sword, appeared behind him. A tall and mighty Vajra body appeared behind Dong Chun, with many arms. It was covered in divine light like a spell of invincibility. Sword will wrapped around 7 Sins' body, resonating sharply with each other. Many swords of Kasaipa were formed. Yi Wuchen faced Di Hao, Huang Zhouge faced Dong Chun, Qin Zhuang faced 7 Sins. Swords of Kasaipa were forming around him as well. This made 7 Sins look very angry. And Li Yao, who was watching from the banks of the Crimson River, looked even more gloomy. He had personally given the sword of Kasaipa to Yi Futian. Now he had taken it back to Emperor Xia's realm and had apparently already taught the knowledge to many people. Qin Zhuang had learned how to form swords of Kasaipa. Yi Futian was not thinking about how Li Yao felt. He was watching the battlefield. It seemed that this truly was a continuation of the Battle of Empty Realm. In yet another battle between the realms of the 3 emperors, Emperor Xia's realm was once again facing an attack from 2 realms. This battle was an important test for Wuchen, Zhouge, and Qin Zhuang. The pressure on them was great, but they could not be killed in the Battle of the Crimson River, so he was not worried. Winning or losing would test their states of mind, but he believed that Wuchen and the others, who had come up from the lower world step by step, could all withstand such a test. Di Hao stepped towards Yi Wuchen, his god-burying bell shaking everyone to their core. Yi Wuchen felt his mind come under serious attack. His swordsman's will trembled. A sword clashed and shrieked in his mind, looking bright and resplendent. But the sword shook under the toll of the bell. The god-burying bell wanted to destroy the sword and tear it completely apart. A beam of brilliant light was melded into the sword, protecting it. The terrible sword will shot out of his eyes, piercing into the eyes of Di Hao, who was still walking towards him. Yi Wuchen's sword spirit was a spirit elemental. The sword had tempered his willpower. It was firm and unshakable, and his swordsman's will was extremely stable. The swordsman's state of mind was unblemished. His will could not be destroyed. But even so, the god-burying bell was still difficult to bear. But he still took a step forward, single-minded, his sword will moving with him. The world between him and Di Hao turned into a world of illusory swords. There were swords everywhere. Di Hao swept his gaze over the illusory swords, looking indifferent. The bell still rang, and he knew what was an illusion and what was real. At the same time as that, the precious cauldrons flew over. They were engraved with a pattern like a mighty dragon that had been to be extraordinary. Endless precious cauldrons descended, slamming towards Yi Wuchen, trying to break everything around him. 7th Swordsman was not there, and so Di Hao was the foremost person in the Dali dynasty below the saint level. His power was clear for all to see, and his knowledge of the great path seemed infinitesimally close to that of a saint. He traversed a great distance with a single step. Yi Wuchen felt like he was under thousands of pounds of pressure. But he still held his back up straight, like the edge of a sword. He formed a sword mudra in front of him, and instantly, thousands of swords were floating in the air and whirling around his body, pointing up into the air. The endless swords formed a sword matrix, and they howled as they surrounded Yi Wuchen. One after another, the swords slashed through the air up into the sky, thundering towards the falling precious cauldrons. There was the sound of a shocking collision above Yi Wuchen. The precious cauldrons rotated as they fell, seeking to crush everything below them. But Yi Wuchen's swordsmanship swallowed them up, trying to destroy the power of the great path within them. An even more powerful sword will wrapped around Yi Wuchen. He was covered in swords. The thing was, when practicing swordsmanship, more swords did not necessarily make you more powerful. It was all in how powerful the swords were. I will use my sword for the path. Yi Wuchen looked very solemn. He closed his eyes and traced a seal in front of him. Divine light bloomed from him, and threads of will went flying towards his swords and melded into them. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen's body became indistinct. It was as if he was not real. Threads of sword will flowed from him. He seemed to become a part of all the swords. Each sword appeared in his mind. They were like his hands and feet. They were now a part of his body. When a sword bore the will of heaven and earth, it could cut through the air. Block! A sword cut through the air, slamming into a falling precious cauldron. The dragon-patterned cauldron resonated wildly but kept falling. Block! After that, another sword came. The sound of collisions rang out incessantly as sword after sword collided with the falling dragon-patterned cauldrons. Each time a cauldron fell into the sword-filled air below, cracks appeared in it. There was a loud noise. It was as if the air itself were splitting apart. All the precious cauldrons were shattered. They had been destroyed in an instant. Di Hao stared at Yi Wuchen. At that moment, the indistinct Yi Wuchen was like a statue, standing there without moving. He seemed to have become a sword of the great path himself. He knew that, at this moment, Yi Wuchen had almost no defensive power. If he could break through his swords, it would go badly for him. Di Hao stepped forward through the air, towards the space above Yi Wuchen's head. His precious cauldron life spirit howled as it descended upon Yi Wuchen's head. It constantly grew bigger as it fell until it became a divine cauldron that blocked out the sun. The power of the great path was within it. The radiance of the great path descended from above the cauldron, powerful enough to destroy anything. Countless illusory precious cauldrons fell behind it. The whole area became a death trap. The swords rattled. It seemed that they were being crushed and could not move. But the clattering swords continued to rotate, breaking up and counterbalancing the will of the precious cauldrons, and tearing through the air. They rose and shattered the illusions of precious cauldrons and shot towards Di Hao's precious cauldron life spirit. But just as they reached it, the precious cauldron just shook and sped up to suppress it. Yi Wuchen drew another seal in the air, and thousands of sword wills rose, slamming wildly into the dragon-patterned cauldron, slowing its descent. The two forces clashed wildly. Up in the sky, Di Hao's sword spirit clattered and shrieked. The matter around him coalesced into swords of Cassiopeia. The swords of Cassiopeia that had just formed shot towards Yi Wuchen, aiming for the finger he was using to draw seals. The swords shot through the air, seeming to ignore the vast distance between them. Yi Wuchen seemed to sense this, and his swords suddenly lined up in front of him, protecting his flesh. They shot out in all directions, colliding with the swords of Cassiopeia that were flying towards him. The swords cracked and shattered each other. Di Hao stepped forward, and the ringing of his bell shook the sky. Swords of Cassiopeia continued to form and shoot, being created as quickly as they were destroyed. How many swords do you have? Di Hao's voice melded with the ringing of the bell of the great path, thundering downward. Under the assault of three different powers, Yi Wuchen was subject to an immense amount of pressure. A line of scarlet blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. But he made no sound. He still stood there with his eyes closed. Not many people at the edge of the Crimson River were watching Yi Wuchen's battle. Most of them were watching others, such as Yushang fighting off the three great cultivators of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm by himself. Their collisions shook the air. Every attack contained unimaginable power. It was truly astonishing. But Yi Futian was paying more attention to Yi Wuqian's battle. This was not the battle of the sleeping dragon. Yushang. There would be no use in Yushang helping Yi Wuqian and the others. They had insisted on taking part in this battle. They had wanted to experience this kind of fighting. If Yushang came and helped them, what good would it do them? Di Hao's three life spirits had all appeared. He was so close to the Great Path and was using his full power to attack. Wuqian would improve a lot from this, even though he was under so much pressure. And it was not only Yi Wuqian. At that moment, Huang Zhouge was being crushed by Dong Chun. Dong Chen's Vajra body was tall and mighty, like a divine Vajra. Its many arms were striking out with many palm prints, crushing everything in their path. Huang Zhouge's life spirit bloomed. His Renhuang body was tall and imperial, but unfortunately it only had the form of a Renhuang, not the power. But even so, it held a sword pointed at the sky, cutting through the oncoming palm prints. This lasted until the powerful pressure from the palm prints reached him, and it crushed him to the ground, making it difficult to move. His arms trembled slightly. Dong Chun did not give him a chance to fight back. After he had crushed him, thousands of illusions shrieked forward and descended upon Huang Zhouge. Many shadows overlapped into one. He struck down with one finger towards Huang Zhouge's face. Dong Chen's most powerful attack was God Destroyer. This descending finger contained the attack power of the Great Path and could destroy men, gods, and ghosts. Huang Zhouge stared up at Dong Chun and gave a great cry. Renhuang light flowed from him, and an incomparably overbearing power swept out, slamming into Dong Chun. But it did not stop his finger. The finger descended, and a terrible strangling force rushed towards Huang Zhouge. It raged in his mind, destroying everything. At that moment, blood was running down Huang Zhouge's brow. His eyes were closed, and his Renhuang will was protecting his spiritual will. But Dong Chen's finger continued to assault his spiritual willpower. "You still won't admit defeat?" called Dong Chen. The voice shook Huang Zhouge's mind. In Huang Zhouge's mind, his spiritual will was constantly bursting and evaporating. Lines of brilliant divine light were flowing, taking him back many years. At the Battle of the Imperial Mausoleum, his father had died protecting the tomb. He had traded his life to allow Huang Zhouge to enter the tomb and inherit the power of his ancestors. He had inherited the power of the Great Path, and his ancestors had used Renhuang will to cleanse his spiritual willpower and grant the power to him. So why had he still not reached enlightenment? He had dishonored his father's death and his ancestors. Blood kept running down his brow, but the light still shone brilliantly. Huang Zhouge had not given up. Yi Futian was uneasy as he beheld this scene. He had nothing to say. After the battle at the Imperial Mausoleum, Huang Zhouge's personality had changed. He was no longer as bold and generous as before, but had become more restrained and silent. In that battle, Huang Shi had traded his life so that his son could inherit the will of their ancestors. Huang Zhouge was presumably carrying a heavy burden. In this way, Wuqian was much more free than Zhouge. His sword was simple and unblemished. He hoped that Huang Zhouge could break through one day. Images flashed in Huang Zhouge's mind. He seemed to be able to see the scene of him inheriting his ancestors' power. His ancestors had had the power of Renhuang. Their chariots had thundered across the world, and everyone bowed to them. Wherever they pointed their sword, the heavens paled. With long sword and longbow, they had raged against destiny and the power of the gods. How magnificent it had been! But now, even though he had inherited his ancestors' power, he was being crushed. And he had still not reached enlightenment. The world was in turmoil, and the Renhuang will within him was vast. It spread throughout heaven and earth, and a suffocating force filled the area. It seemed that Renhuang had truly arrived. Huang Zhouge squeezed his eyes shut even tighter. He seemed to have forgotten that he was under attack. All that he could see was that magnificent scene. He forgot about rule power, he forgot about the Great Path. He just used all his might to try and feel the images before him. Before his father had died, he had used the power of his ancestor Renhuang to step upon the great path. Had he seen the magnificent things Huang Zhouge was now seeing? Dong Qin frowned. He suddenly felt immense pressure. It was everywhere, like the power of Renhuang was there. It seemed that this area could not contain any other paths. Huang Zhouge's Renhuang body seemed to become larger and mightier. A burst of power came from within him, making Dong Chen's Vajra body come under enormous pressure. At that moment, Huang Zhouge opened his eyes. They seemed to have changed, becoming more imperious. As he looked at him, Dong Chen felt only that he should bow and submit. Whoosh! A wild aura swept out. Terrifying illusions appeared. A battle matrix that crushed heaven and earth, surging forth and slamming violently into Dong Chen. He felt his will was being dominated. This was the path of Renhuang. Dong Chen could naturally see the blood of Renhuang flowing upon the body of the one he was fighting, even though he had never attained enlightenment. But now, he could feel the power of the path of Renhuang. It was said that when a cultivator reached the Renhuang plane, they became pure Tao. Tao had given birth to the sky, the earth, and all things. It was as grand as heaven and earth, as brilliant as the sun and moon, and as magical as all creation. After Renhuang had become pure Tao, he had integrated it into his blood, into his life spirit, and into the magical power of creation. He preached about the Tao, and his descendants continued to become stronger through enlightenment. How much they could ultimately bear depended on their qualifications, experience, power of understanding, and tenacity. Some people were born with this talent, and some acquired it after birth. One's family background determined one's initial conditions, but when cultivating on the great path, you had to rely on yourself. As for which was more important, everyone had their own opinion. At that moment, Huang Zhouge finally knew why he had never been able to achieve enlightenment. It was because the Tao that he had perceived was different than that which had been passed down by his ancestors. He thought he would learn the ways of suppression and power because these were the rule powers that he had cultivated. But today, he realized that the Tao that his ancestor Renhuang had passed down was different. It could shake the world and suppress both gods and demons. The Tao that his ancestors had passed down was the Tao of an overlord. It could suppress the entire world and threaten even immortals and demons. Without the inheritance of his ancestors, he would not have been able to comprehend this kind of will. It was now possible for him to understand the path of suppression and the path of power. Tao needed to be in harmony with heaven. He had inherited the hegemonic will of his ancestors but had always been focused on the power of repression and strength. Thus he had never been able to step onto the path. That was until now, when he had forgotten about rule power and forgotten his own Tao. His mind was filled with nothing else but the Renhuang will of his ancestors, and it finally merged with his own will. Boom! There was another footstep, and a violent airflow swept out, throwing Dong Chen back. At the same time, Huang Zhouge's Renhuang sword slashed out. There was a loud noise as the Vajra body was thrown back as well. Huang Zhouge's temperament suddenly changed as well. His eyes became domineering, and will flowed around him, turning into martial phantoms. The illusions were so clear that they seemed real. Chariots surged around him, crushing everything beneath them. His Renhuang body grew taller and mightier, and hegemonic will swept out from the Renhuang sword as he stepped forward, pressing down on Dong Chen. It seemed that everything in the area would submit to him. His hegemonic will was like suppression, like power, and like destruction, but most of all it was like strength. It contained the characteristics of the great path, and could even suppress the Tao within others. Thus, Dong Chen felt his will being dominated. This was hegemonic will. As his will was activated, Huang Zhouge felt his life spirit changing. This was still not him truly becoming a saint. When he did truly become a saint, his talents would probably change once again to absorb more of the power that he had inherited from his ancestors. The blood surged through his veins. As he stepped forward, Dong Chen could feel the pressure growing stronger. He struck out, and suddenly the Vajra body's many arms struck out as well. The air trembled as they swept through it. Huang Zhouge gave a great roar as he continued forward, and an incomparably violent airflow swept out from him. All the air around him turned into a true battlefield as chariots surged and thundered forward towards where Huang Zhouge pointed with the Runhuang sword. A scene of absolute destruction appeared as thousands of chariots and soldiers charged towards Dongchun. At that moment, many people were watching Huang Zhouge. The changes that had happened to him had naturally attracted a lot of attention. Watching this scene, Yi Futian was naturally happy for Huang Zhouge. Had he finally achieved enlightenment? They were different now than when they had been in the 9 states. The people of the 9 states had limited talent. After cultivating for many years, many of the top figures had the right states of mind, but they could not comprehend the Tao, and thus could not become saints. They had to borrow power to break through their limits by participating in the battle of proving holiness and using the opportunity provided by Emperor Xia. But cultivators like them needed to continue in a more steady fashion, advancing towards the understanding of their own Tao step by step. Only when the great path was stable could they advance farther along it. This was a big change for Huang Zhouge. He was now much closer to becoming a saint. Many other battles were breaking out across the battlefield besides those of Yushang and Yi Wuchen. Previously, Xingqiu and Xiangnan had not even started fighting yet, just letting their assistants join the battle, and only getting involved when they were defeated. Now, Xiangnan clenched his fists, and suddenly, a godlike figure blasted down from the sky, smashing into one of his opponents. He turned and looked towards Huang Zhouge. He was someone who was a pure-blooded descendant of Renhuang. As a son of Emperor Xiang, he naturally knew the strength of the bloodline of Renhuang. Those at the Renhuang level were so powerful that when they cast a spell, even their descendants would be affected by it. This battle of the Crimson River was getting more and more interesting. Compared to Huang Zhouge, who was transforming on the battlefield, Yi Wuchen seemed to be in great danger at this moment. Di Hao, the foremost figure below the saint level in the Dali dynasty, was attacking him wildly. Drums and bells rang as he attacked with his endless swords of Kasaipa. Yi Wuchen was currently fighting at the limits of his power. He had integrated every bit of sword will into his own willpower, and was wielding them to their fullest extent. But he was still in danger. It was just like Di Hao had asked. How many swords did he have? His sword chi might be limitless, but how much spiritual energy had Yi Wuchen put into his swords, and would he have enough time? The swords of Kasaipa wrapped around Yi Wuchen, striking at him again and again, cutting holes in the swords that surrounded Yi Wuchen. At the same time, the dragon-patterned cauldron was pressing down bit by bit, seeking to shatter the sword curtain that covered Yi Wuchen and crush the swords below it. Blood ran down from the corner of his mouth and stained his robes. But he still persisted. Swords materialized constantly and were integrated into his will. They struck out towards the dragon-patterned cauldron and towards the swords of Kasaipa. One sword after another. Though they became slower, he still kept creating them. His head seemed like it was about to burst. Even with the blessing of the Renhuang sword will, he still seemed like he was past his limits. But wasn't cultivation all about breaking through your limits? He knew that he was one of the weakest people here at the Battle of the Crimson River. Most of the people here were stronger than him, and many of them were a lot stronger than him. But he had still come. He wanted this to be a turning point for him. His goal was very clear. He wanted to get a step closer to the divine path. Since he did not have enough talent, his only option was to seize any chance he could get. That was why he had seized the Renhuang sword will, and why he had come here today. His talent may be limited, but his will was not. Moreover, he was not as untalented as he had been in the past. He had received a swordmaster's sword and had fought with it. He had felt the true divine path and knew what it was like. Now, he wanted to once again seize the chance to feel it. Wuchen. Yi Futian looked towards where Yi Wuchen was fighting. His heart was in turmoil. He and Yi Wuchen had walked this path together. They had come from the land of the 100 kingdoms to here. He knew him very well. He knew why Yi Wuchen was doing this. Yi Wuchen's state of mind was probably even tougher than his own. Di Hao frowned. Was it really taking this long to defeat Yi Wuchen? Also, was Yi Wuchen crazy? If he pushed himself so hard it might have negative effects on him. And the Battle of the Crimson River did not permit killing, so why was Yi Wuchen being like this? He waved his hands, and suddenly, more sword will gathered together. Brilliant swords of Cassiopeia cut through the air and fell towards Yi Wuchen. Swords appeared around Yi Wuchen, but they had great difficulty blocking the attack of the swords of Cassiopeia. The dragon-patterned cauldron continued to press downward. Di Hao said coldly, "If you keep this up, you will be destroyed once your defenses collapse, and you will have no one to blame but yourself. At that time, no one will be able to say that I killed you on purpose." Yi Wuchen was resisting so doggedly that he had to keep increasing the power of his attacks. Once Yi Wuchen collapsed, all his defenses would collapse as well. In that instant, the destructive power would be too great for him to escape. But at that point, Di Hao wouldn't be able to control it. Yi Wuchen heard what Di Hao had said, but he still squeezed his eyes shut. His swords were still there, even as blood oozed from his brow. It was truly a shocking sight, but he had already come this far. A true warrior of the sword did not retreat. He remembered his master's words. A swordsman is neither proud nor impatient. A swordsman is fearless and dauntless. A swordsman's original nature does not change. It stretches as far as the eye can see. He did not have the potential that Yi Futian did. He had only his one teacher. At the Fuyun Sword Clan, a teacher had preached the way of swordsmanship to him and taught him how to become a swordsman. After he died, his last thread of sword will had gone into him and given him a message. He thought of his master's death and the destruction of the Lu Kingdom. There were so many evil people in this world. But at the same time, there were swordsmen like his master, and cultivators like the swordmaster of Lihin, who had shown him the road of swordsmanship cultivation. One day he would cleanse the world of evildoers with sword in hand. His swords, though broken and destroyed, seemed to be endless, and they went from moving slowly to extremely fast. Di Hao frowned as he saw more and more swords coming into being constantly, and even extending wildly. Swords were even starting to appear around him. At that moment, Yi Wuchen felt that everything in all the vast world was filled with swords. Di Hao had asked, "How many swords do you have?" At that moment, Yi Wuchen's voice rang through the air. "I have infinite swords." As he said this, infinite swords were truly born, enveloping heaven and earth. Up in the sky, the wind whistled through the clouds as sword will descended, shaking the world. On the banks of the Crimson River, everyone looked up with trembling hearts. It seemed like he was going to break through to the Saint Plain. It was not uncommon for this to happen during the Battle of the Crimson River. It had happened many times in history, but no one had thought that Yi Wuchen would be the one to do it. Yi Wuchen, who no one had any great expectations for, was actually going to break through to the next level. He was going to take his first step onto the divine path. This battle had no rules. From the moment when they stepped onto the battlefield, the regional palace would only accept the last one left. Therefore, even if you became a saint during the battle, you could continue to fight. On the path of cultivation, luck was an important factor. Moreover, with so many top figures on the battlefield, how could they prevent them from becoming saints? The regional palace only cared about results. Yi Futian was stunned at first. Then a bright smile appeared on his face. He would never have thought that after he became a saint, among Yushang, Wuchen, the three brothers, Huang Zhouge and many others, the first one to break through to the saint level would be Yi Wuchen. Of course, this did not mean that Yi Wuchen was more talented than them. The Great Path had no system of seniority. But no matter what, Yi Wuchen had taken this first step in spite of his limited talent. This was truly a wonder. And the path of cultivation was full of wonders. Someone becoming a saint had the potential to influence the outcome of the battle and upset the balance. This was especially true since everyone in previous instances of the Battle of the Crimson River had already been outstanding fighters. Once they became a saint, they could sweep away all opponents. Therefore, in previous battles of the Crimson River, it had not necessarily been a good thing to become a saint during the battle. And sure enough, many gazes fell upon Yi Wuchen at that moment. A cold light flashed in Xingqiu and Xiangnan's eyes, two of the people who were most favored to win. It was not that they bore any ill will towards Yi Wuchen. It was just that him becoming a saint during the battle would affect them. In light of this situation, they would have to deal with him before he completed his transformation into a saint. There was still a period in which he would need to comprehend the divine path, be baptized in the divine catastrophe, and then wholly step onto the divine path. This period was often fatal to those who were becoming saints unless they gave up. If they didn't, they would probably be affected by the divine catastrophe. At that moment, Yi Wuchen's sword will had cut through the assault of the swords of Kasaipa. The powerful sword will smashed into the dragon-patterned cauldron high in the sky, causing it to shake incessantly. The mighty sword will wrapped around Yi Wuchen. Wuji's swords appeared around him, covering the battlefield. It seemed that a catastrophe of swordsmanship was descending. The light of catastrophe blended with the red sky, making everything seem extremely oppressive and frightening. Yi Wuchen felt all the eyes on him. He knew that now that he had started the divine catastrophe, others would start paying attention to him. Those who had not cared about him before would now want to make him be the first to flee the field. "This is your chance to step onto the divine path. You should leave the field," said Xianxia to Yi Wuchen. The fact that he was becoming a saint did not mean much to him. As a son of Emperor Xiang, he did not have any so-called respect for those who were becoming saints. As far as he was concerned, it did not matter who among them became a saint first. The goal of this battle was to enter the regional palace. Yi Wuchen looked at Xianxia, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. He then looked towards Yushang. If he fled now, would Yushang be able to make it to the end? As Yi Wuchen hesitated, the divine catastrophe had gathered together and had arrived. Xianxia walked towards him. He stepped into the air, reached out and made a grasping motion. In a flash, a terrifying scene appeared in the air above Yi Wuchen's head. A divine figure could faintly be made out. It looked like a god. The figure stretched out all its fingers and pressed downward, forming a giant golden palm print in the sky. It rushed down to crush Yi Wuchen. The sword will around Yi Wuchen shrieked as it rushed up to resist. It collided with the palm print, and intense golden light burst from it. There seemed to be a light curtain flowing around it, slapping away the sword will. It continued downward towards Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen stretched out his single arm and pointed into the sky. His countless swords melded into one, a giant sword that smashed into the onrushing palm print. As the sword and the palm print collided, there was an explosion of brilliant golden light. Xianxia looked indifferent. He glanced over the scene with eyes full of dazzling light that shone deeply within them. He put his hands out in front of him and formed a special seal. The divine figure was like a shadow of Renhuang in the shape of Xianxia. The seal went out, and suddenly the figure was surrounded by a 5-clawed golden dragon. Its massive claws swept downward, blotting out the sun as they tried to swallow Yi Wuchen up. Boom! A loud noise rang out as the massive sword was pressed down. "Your swordsmanship is not bad," said Xianxia. "Since you've seized the chance to become a saint, you should stop here. You won't ever get a better chance than this." Yi Wuchen had taken the lead at the Battle of the Crimson River, being the first to seize the opportunity to comprehend the Great Path. But he was not the strongest one there. In fact, he was the weakest. Before he could become a saint, he would need to increase his strength. Staying on the battlefield would be foolish. That was, unless he was the best cultivator on the battlefield. But obviously, Xianxia did not think he was. Seeing the great pressure that Yi Wuchen was under, Huang Zhouge, who had repelled Dong Chun, rose into the air. A dazzling radiance bloomed as he pulled back his bowstring. The Renhuang bow had 9 arrows on it, and they were locked onto Xianxia. At the moment that he let the arrows fly, there was an ear-splitting noise that overpowered everything. The powerful arrows were able to shoot through the great path itself. Xianxia glanced at Huang Zhouge, but at that moment, a figure stood between the two of them. It was Xingqiu, who was the favorite to win the Battle of the Crimson River. Brilliant light bloomed from him, making him dazzling to behold. He stood there casually like a god of war. He looked unshakable. Xingqiu stepped forward, and a divine golden light curtain swept out from him. The overpowering arrows cut through the air and slammed into the light curtain, making a horrible noise. The air around them trembled fiercely. The arrows pierced through the light curtain bit by bit, seemingly able to destroy the will within it. But Xingqiu made a grabbing motion, causing another loud noise. A giant palm print grabbed up all the arrows and snapped them. Xingqiu did not care about Yi Wuchen, but if he entered the Saint Plane, things would be different. He naturally needed to stop him. Huang Jioge stepped forward, the power sweeping out from his Renhuang body. He wielded the Renhuang sword. A majestic will swept out from him, striking towards Xingqiu with majestic purpose. But Xingqiu glanced at him indifferently. The descendant of Renhuang, who had just barely comprehended the Tao, wanted to attack him? That was like an ant trying to shake a tree. An extremely tall figure appeared behind him, looking like a god of war and filled with a sense of limitless power. Seeing Huang Jioge striking towards him with the Renhuang sword, Xingqiu stepped into the air. The air around him trembled fiercely, and beams of brilliant light bloomed from him, seeming to resonate with the great worldly path. It seemed that everything in this area was his to use. The battlefield illusions around Huang Jioge shattered wildly, and the god of war behind Xingqiu slammed its fist downward. The great path was suddenly integrated into its fist, and it seemed that the limitless power of the great path was behind this attack. It slammed directly into Huang Jioge's Renhuang sword. A destructive storm swept out as the fist and the Renhuang sword collided. An overpowering force tried to split the fist apart, but terrible beams of light burst upon Huang Jioge's body. The violent fist sent Huang Jioge flying backward. Xingqiu still looked indifferent. The lofty and mighty god of war once again struck out with its fist towards Huang Jioge as he flew away. In a flash, countless fists were stretching out beside it, pressing through the air. Huang Jioge looked up into the sky. He felt like his opponent's fists were everywhere, and had become one with the heavenly path. The violent attacks fell upon him, and he continued to be sent flying backward until he fell upon the battle platform beside the Crimson River with a thud. The wind howled as even stronger fists fell from the sky, crushing down along with the god of war. Huang Jioge looked up and saw that the god of war had the great path within it, and his heart trembled slightly. It seemed that he was nowhere near strong enough. Boom! There was a loud noise as Huang Jioge's body bent until he was nearly lying on the ground. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Yi Wuchen's situation was dire as well. Xiang Nan's attacks were powerful, and the catastrophe of the Great Path was gathering together. It seemed like it could descend upon him at any moment. Di Hao also chose that moment to launch his attack on Yi Wuchen. The bell and cauldron rang, and his sword qi cut towards him, cutting through his defenses. The swords of Kasaipa cut directly through Yi Wuchen's body, and blood stained his robes. "Get out of her," said Xiang Nan coldly. Suddenly, he struck out with his giant hand, slamming Yi Wuchen to the ground. Everyone watching from the riverbank trembled within their hearts. The moment of becoming a saint was a sacred time for any cultivator. But here on this battlefield by the Crimson River, it was treated as an abnormality and brutally suppressed. Boom! There was a loud noise as the catastrophe of the Great Path descended, piercing into Yi Wuchen's body. His flesh and spiritual will were bathed in sword will. His body trembled slightly. The attacks had seriously wounded him, and so as far as he was concerned, this was a bad time to face the divine catastrophe. Yushang naturally saw what was going on over there. Over on his side of the battlefield, Kong Xian and Kong Zhan were launching violent attacks on him. 9 colored light shot down, its power shaking heaven and earth, slamming into him time after time. It was truly shocking to behold. At that moment, Yushang swept out his arms, sending Kong Xian and Kong Zhan flying back. But a divine bird was swooping towards his head with its talons. It was Jialo Feng. He stretched out his left arm to block in front of him, and Jialo Feng's talons raked across it, trying to tear it apart. But Yushang's other hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, grabbing the golden rock's talons. Bang! He stepped into the air as the golden rock struggled wildly, trying to break out of Yushang's grip. But Yushang was as powerful as a demon, and he suddenly threw the rock towards the ground. The golden rock tumbled downward, but he suddenly spat a golden sword from his mouth. Yusheng covered his eyes with his arm. The wind blew over them as they both fell towards the ground. He raised his arms, and with a loud noise, he slammed Jialo Feng into the ground. And before he could do anything, Yusheng stepped on his stomach, grabbing his golden wings. He began to pull his feathers out one by one, causing Jialo Feng to scream in pain. Yusheng ignored his cries. He looked up at Kong Xian and Kong Zhan in the sky. The ground shook wildly as he charged towards where Yu Wuchen was.